of her, and he stuck close to be sure his investment didn't get too damaged. Though she had seen Dogface and Monkey John give Blue Duck the skins in trade for her, it seemed they weren't full owners, for whenever the Kiowas showed up every 2 or 3 days, they drug her off to their camp for their share, and the 2 white men didn't try to stop them. There was no love lost between the white men and the Kiowas, but both sides were too afraid of Blue Duck to get into it with one another. Blue Duck was the only man of the bunch who seemed to take no interest in her. He had stolen her to sell, and he had sold her. It was clear that he didn't care what they did to her. When he was in camp, he spent his time cleaning his gun or smoking and seldom even looked her way. Monkey John was bad, but Blue Duck still scared her more. His cold, empty eyes frightened her more than Monkey John's anger or Dogface's craziness. Blue Duck had scared the talk completely out of her. She had never been much for talk, but her silence in the camp was different from her old silence. In Lonesome Dove, she had often hidden her words, but she could find them if she needed them. She had brought them out quick enough when Jake came along. Now speech had left her. Fear took its place. The 2 white men talked constantly of killing. Blue Duck didn't talk about it, but she knew he could do it whenever it pleased him. She didn't expect to live to the end of any day. Only the fact that the men weren't tired of her yet kept her alive. When they did tire, they would kill her. She thought about how it would happen, but couldn't picture it in her mind. She only hoped it wasn't Blue Duck that finally did it. She was so dirty and stank so that it seemed strange the men would even want to use her, but of course they were even dirtier and stank worse. They camped not far from a creek, but none of the men ever washed. Monkey John told her several times what he would do to her if she tried to run away. Terrible things, on the order of what Blue Duck had threatened on the morning after he kidnapped her, only worse, if possible. He said he would sew her up with rawhide threads so tight she couldn't make water, and then would watch her till she burst. Lorena tried to shut her mind when he talked like that. She knew the trick of not talking, and was learning not to hear. At night she wondered sometimes if she could just learn to die. She wanted to, and imagined how angry they would be if they woke up one morning and she was dead so they could get no more from her. But she couldn't learn that trick. She thought of being dead, but she didn't die, and she didn't try to escape either. She didn't know where she was, for the plain stretched around, empty and bare, as far as she could see. They had horses, and they would catch her and do something to her, or else give her to the Kiowas. Monkey John threatened that too, describing what the Kiowas would do if they got the chance. At night, that was mostly what the men talked about, what the Indians did to people they caught. She believed it. Often with the Kiowas, she felt a deep fright come over her. They did what they wanted with her, but it wasn't enough. She could see them looking at her after they finished, and the looks made her more scared even than the things Monkey John threatened. The Kiowas just looked, but there was something in their looks that made her wish she could be dead and not have to think about it. Blue Duck came and went. Some days he would be there at the camp sharpening his knife. Other days he would ride off. Sometimes the Kiowas went with him. Other days they sat around their camp doing nothing. Monkey John swore at them, but the Kiowas didn't listen. They laughed at the old man and gave him looks of the sort they gave Lorena. It wasn't only women they could do things to. One day the Kiowas found a crippled cow left by some herd. The cow had a split hoof and could barely hobble along on 3 legs. The Kiowas poked it with their lances and got it in sight of camp. Then one hit it in the head with an axe, and the cow fell dead. The Kiowas split open the cow's stomach and began to pull out her guts. They sliced off strips of the white guts and squeezed out what was in them, eating it greedily. That's what he said he'd do to me, Lorena thought. Pull out my guts like that cow. Look at them darn gut-eaters, Dogface said. I'll be darned if I'd eat guts raw. He might if you was hungry, Monkey John said. They ain't hungry. They got the whole cow, Dogface pointed out. If there was hope for her, Lorena knew it lay with Dogface. He was rough and crazy, but he wasn't hard like the old man. He might cuff her if she disappointed him, but he didn't beat her with hot sticks or kick her stomach like the old man did. At times she caught Dogface looking at her in a friendly way. He was getting so he didn't like Monkey John to hurt her, or even touch her. He was cautious about what he said, for the old man would flare up in an instant, but when Monkey John bothered her, Dogface got restless and would often take his gun and leave the camp. Monkey John didn't care. He played with her roughly whether anyone was in camp or not. One night Blue Duck rode in from one of his mysterious trips with some whiskey, which he dispensed freely both to the two white men and to the Kiowas. Blue Duck drank with them, but not much, whereas in an hour, Monkey John, Dogface, and the Kiowas were very drunk. It was a hot night, but they built a big campfire and sat around it, passing the bottle from hand to hand. Lorena began to feel frightened. Blue Duck had not so much as looked at her, but she felt something was about to happen. He had several bottles of whiskey, and as soon as the men finished one, he handed them another. Monkey John was particularly sloppy when he drank. The whiskey ran out of the corners of his mouth and into his dirty beard. Once he stood up and made water without even turning his back. "You could go off a ways," Dogface said. "I don't want to sit in your piss." The old man continued to make water, most of it hitting the campfire and making a spitting sound, but some splattering on the ground near where Dogface sat. "I could, but I ain't about to," the old man said. "Scoot back if you're afraid of a little piss." Blue Duck spread a blanket near the fire and began to roll dice on it. The Kiowas immediately got excited. Ermoke grabbed the dice and rolled them several times. Each of the Kiowas had a try, but Monkey John scoffed at their efforts. "Them gut-eaters can't throw dice," he said. "You better be quiet," Blue Duck said. "Ermoke wouldn't mind frying your liver." "He tries it and I'll blow a hole in him you can catch rainwater through," Monkey John said. "Let's gamble," Blue Duck said. "I ain't had a game in a while." "Gamble for what?" Dogface asked. "All I got is my gun, and I'd be in pretty shape without that. Or my horses." "Put up your horses, then," Blue Duck said. "You might win." Dogface shook his head. "I don't know much," Dogface said, "but I know better than to bet my darn horses. There ain't nowhere to walk to from this Canadian that a man can get to on foot." Yet an hour later he lost his horses to Blue Duck. Monkey John lost his on the first roll. Before long, Blue Duck had won all the horses, though many of the Indians were so drunk they hardly seemed to know what was happening. Blue Duck had a heavy, square face. He kept shaking the dice in his big hand. Sometimes he would play with a strand of his shaggy hair as a girl would. Sometimes Lorena thought maybe she could grab a gun and shoot him. The men left their rifles laying around. But the gun hadn't worked when she tried to shoot Tinkersley. If she tried to shoot Blue Duck and didn't kill him, she would be in for it. She might be in for it anyway, though it seemed to her the men were scared of him too. Even Monkey John was cautious when Blue Duck was around. They might be glad to see him dead. She didn't try it. It was because she was so frightened of him that she wanted to. Yet the same fright kept her from it. "Well, now I've won the livestock," Blue Duck said. "Or most of it." "Most of it, hell. You've won it all," Monkey John said. "We're stuck on this goddamn river." "I ain't won the girl," Blue Duck said. "A woman ain't livestock," Dogface said. "This one is," Blue Duck said. "I've bought and sold better animals than her many times." "Well, she's ours," Monkey John said. "She's just half yours," Blue Duck reminded him. "Ermoke and his boys own a half interest." "We was aiming to buy them out," Dogface said. Blue Duck laughed his heavy laugh. "By the time you raise the money, there won't be much left to buy," he said. "You'd do better to buy a goat." Don't want no goddamn goat, Dogface said. He was nervous about the turn the conversation was taking. Let's gamble some more, Blue Duck said, shaking the dice at Ermok. Bet me your half interest in the woman. If you win, I'll let you have your horses back. Ermok shook his head, looking at Lorena briefly across the campfire. No, he said. We want the woman. Come on, let's gamble, Blue Duck said, a threatening tone in his voice. All the Kiowas looked at him. The two white men kept quiet. The Kiowas began to argue among themselves. Lorena didn't understand their gabble, but it was clear some wanted to gamble and some didn't. Some wanted their horses back. Ermok finally changed his mind, though he kept looking across the fire at her. It was as if he wanted her to know he had his plans for her, however the game turned out. All the Kiowas finally agreed to gamble, except one, the youngest. He didn't want it. He was skinny and very young-looking, no more than 16, but he was more interested in her than the rest. Sometimes in the Kiowa camp he had 2 turns, or even 3. The older men laughed at his appetite and tried to distract him when he covered her, but he ignored them. Now he balked. He didn't look up, just kept his eyes down and shook his head. The Kiowas yelled at him, but he didn't respond. He just kept shaking his head. He didn't want to risk his interest in her. That damn chigger's holding up the game, Blue Duck said to Ermok. He stood up and walked a few steps into the darkness. In a minute, they heard him making water. The Kiowas were still drinking whiskey. Now Ermok was in the mood to gamble, and he reached over and shook the young man, trying to get him to agree, but the young man looked sullenly at the ground. Suddenly there was a shot, startling them all, and the young man flopped backwards. Blue Duck stepped back into the firelight, a rifle in his hands. The Indians were speechless. Blue Duck sat down, the rifle across his lap, and rattled the dice again. The young Indian's feet were still in the light, but the feet didn't move. By God, life's cheap up here at a goddamn Canadian, Monkey John said. Cheap, and it might get cheaper, Blue Duck said. Then the gambling started again. The dead boy was ignored. In a few minutes, Blue Duck had won her back. Not only what the Indians owned, but what the white men owned, too. Dogface didn't want to play, but he also didn't want to die. He played and lost, and so did Monkey John. I think you're a goddamn cheat, Monkey John said, drunk enough to be reckless. I think you cheated me out of our horses, and now you've cheated us out of this woman. I don't want the woman, Blue Duck said. You men can have her back as a gift, and your horses too, provided you do me one favor. I bet it's a hell of a big favor, Dogface said. What do you want us to do, attack a fort? Blue Duck chuckled. There's an old man following me, he said. He went west, but he'll be coming along one of these days. I want you to kill him. Hear that, Ermok? He added. You can have your horses back, and the woman, too. Just kill that old man. I hear he's coming down the river. I'd like to know who you hear it from, Monkey John asked. He's been following me ever since I stole the woman, Blue Duck said. He ain't no tracker, though. He went off across the Kittaquay, but now he's figured it out, and he'll be coming. By God, he must want it bad to come all this way, Monkey John said. Kill him tomorrow, Blue Duck said, looking at Ermok. Take some of the horses and go find some help. Ermok was drunk and angry. We do it, he said. Then we take the woman. The hell you will, Dogface said. We're in on this, and she's half ours, and you ain't taking her nowhere. You shut up, or I'll kill you like I killed that chigger, Blue Duck said. You get some help, he said again, looking at Ermok. I doubt you 5 can kill that old man. Hell, what is he? Monkey John said. 5 against 1's nice odds. These 5 can't shoot, Blue Duck said. They can whoop and holler, but they can't shoot. That old man can. That makes a difference, Dogface agreed. I can shoot. If he gets past Ermok, I'll finish him. Somebody better settle him, Blue Duck said. Otherwise, you'll all be dead. The Kiowas stood up and dragged the dead boy away. Lorena heard them arguing in the darkness. Blue Duck sat where he was, his rifle across his lap. He seemed half asleep. Monkey John got up and came over to her. "Who is this old man?" he asked. "You got a husband?" Lorena stayed in her silence. It infuriated Monkey John. He grabbed her by the hair and cuffed her, knocking her over. Then he grabbed a stick of wood and was about to beat her with it when Dogface intervened. "Put it down," he said. "You've beat her enough." "Let her answer me then," Monkey John said. "She can talk. Duck says so." Dogface picked up his rifle. Monkey John still had the stick. "You'd pull a gun on me over a whore?" Monkey John said. "I ain't gonna shoot you, but I'll break your head if you don't let her be," Dogface said. Monkey John was too drunk to listen. He charged Dogface and swung the stick at him, but Dogface wasn't as drunk. He hit Monkey John with the barrel of his rifle. The old man went loop-legged and dropped his stick. Then he dropped too, falling on the stick. "I'd have let him beat her," Blue Duck said. "I ain't you," Dogface said. In the night, Lorena tried to sort it out in her mind. She had been hungry so much, tired so much, scared so much, that her mind didn't work well anymore. Sometimes she would try to remember something and couldn't. It was as if her mind and memory had gone and hidden somewhere until things were better. Dogface had given her an old blanket. Otherwise, she would have had to sleep on the ground in what was left of her clothes. She wrapped the blanket around her and tried to think back over the talk. It meant Gus was coming. It was Gus Blue Duck wanted the Kiowas to kill. She had almost forgotten he was following her. Life had gotten so hard. The Kiowas had been sent to kill him, so Gus might never arrive. It was hard to believe that Gus would get her out. The times when she had known him had been so different from the hard times. She didn't think she would ever get out. Blue Duck was too bad. Dogface was her only chance, and Dogface was scared of Blue Duck. Sooner or later, Blue Duck would give her to Ermoke or someone just as hard. If that was going to happen, it was better that her mind had gone to hide. In the gray dawn, she saw the Kiowas leave. Blue Duck talked to them in Indian talk and gave them some bullets to kill Gus with. He woke Dogface and shook Monkey John more or less awake. "If he gets past Ermoke, you two kill him," he said. Then he left. Monkey John looked awful. He had a bloody lump on his head and a hangover. He had slept with his face in the dirt all night, and an ant had stung him several times, leaving one eye swollen nearly shut. He got to his feet, but he could hardly stand. "How's he think I can shoot?" he asked Dogface. "I can't see but from one eye, and it's the wrong eye." "Put some mud on it. It's just ant bites," Dogface said. He was cleaning his gun. 56. Augustus was a little put out with himself for doing such a poor job of tracking. He had gambled on Blue Duck heading west when in fact he had crossed the Red and gone straight north. It was the kind of gamble Call would never take. Call would have tracked all the way or let Dietz track. The country near the Canadian was rough and broken, and he dropped south to where the plains flattened out. He wanted to spare his horse as much as possible. He rode east all morning, a bad feeling in his heart. He had meant to catch Blue Duck within a day, but he hadn't. The renegade had out-traveled him. It would have been rough on Laurie, such traveling. He should have borrowed Call's mare, but the thought hadn't occurred to him until too late. By this time, Laurie could be dead or ruined. He had helped recover several captives from the Comanches in his rangering days, and often the recovery came too late if the captives were women. Usually their minds were gone, and they were only interested in dying, which they mostly did once they got back to people who would let them die. He was thinking about Laurie when the Indians broke for him. Where they had hidden he didn't know, for he was in the center of a level plain. He first heard a little cutting sound as bullets zipped into the grass 10 yards from his horse. Later, the sound of bullets cutting grass was more distinct in his memory than the sounds of shots. Before he really heard the shots, he had his horse in a dead run heading south. It seemed to him there were 10 or 12 Indians, but he was more concerned with outrunning them than with getting a count. But within minutes, he knew he wasn't going to be able to outrun them. He had pushed his horse too hard and soon was steadily losing ground. There was plenty of ground to lose, too. He had hoped for a creek or a bank or a gully, something he could get down into and make his stand, but he was on the flat prairie as far as the eye could see. He contemplated turning and trying to charge through them. If he killed 3 or 4, they might get discouraged, but if there was even one man among them with any sense, they'd just shoot the horse, and there he'd be. He glimpsed something white on the prairie slightly to the east and headed for it. It turned out just to be more buffalo bones, another place where a sizable herd of animals had been slaughtered. As Augustus raced through the bones, he saw a wallow, a place where many buffalo had laid down and rolled in the dirt. It was only a slight depression on the plain, not more than a foot deep, but he decided it was the best he was going to get. The Indians were barely a minute behind him. He jumped down, pulled his rifle and cartridge rolls clear of the horse, and dropped them in the buffalo wallow. Then he drew his knife, wrapped the bridle reins tightly around one hand, and jabbed the knife into the horse's neck, slashing the jugular vein. Blood poured out, and the horse leaped and plunged desperately, but Augustus held on, though sprayed with blood. When the horse fell, he managed to turn him so that the horse lay across one end of the wallow, his blood pumping out into the dust. Once the horse tried to rise, but Augustus jerked him back and he didn't try again. It was a desperate trick, but the only one he could think of that increased his chances. Most horses shied from the smell of fresh blood. He needed the horse for a breastworks anyway and could have shot him, but he had saved a bullet, and the blood smell might work for him. As soon as he was sure the horse was beyond rising, he picked up his rifle. The Indians were shooting, though still far out of effective range. Again he heard the zing of bullets cutting the prairie grass. Augustus rested the rifle barrel across the dying horse's withers and waited. The Indians were yelling as they raced down on him. 1 or 2 carried lances, but those were mainly for show or to puncture him with if they caught him alive. Sure enough, when they were 50 or 60 yards away, their horses caught the first whiffs of fresh blood, still pumping from the torn throat of the dying horse. They slowed and began to rear and shy, and as they did, Augustus started shooting. The Indians were dismayed. They flailed at the horses with their rifles, but the horses were spooked. 2 stopped dead, and Augustus immediately shot their riders. He could have asked for no better target than an Indian stopped 50 yards away on a horse that wouldn't move. The 2 men dropped and lay still. Augustus replaced the 2 cartridges and wiped the sweat out of his eyes. The blood had bought him a chance. Without it, he would have been overrun and killed, no matter how fast or how well he had shot. Now the Indians were trying to force their horses into a charge, but it wasn't working. The horses kept swerving and shying. Some tried to circle to the south, and when they turned, Augustus shot 2 more. Then one Indian did a gallant thing. He threw a blanket over the horse's head and got the confused horse to charge blind. The man seemed to be the leader. At least he carried the longest lance. He charged at the wallow, rifle in one hand, lance in the other, though when he tried to lever the rifle with one hand, he dropped it. Augustus almost laughed, but the Indian kept up the charge with only a lance, a brave thing. Augustus shot him when he was no more than 30 feet away. He let him get that close in hopes of grabbing his horse. The Indian fell dead, but the horse shied away, and Augustus didn't feel he could afford to chase him. The remaining Indians were discouraged. 5 Indians were dead, and the battle not 5 minutes old. Augustus replaced his cartridges and killed a 6th as the Indians were retreating. He might have got 1 or 2 more, but decided against risking long shots when his situation was so chancy. There might be more Indians available nearby, though he considered it unlikely. Probably they had charged with all they had, in which case he had killed half of them. With no shooting to do for a little while, Augustus took stock of the situation and decided the worst part of it was that he had no one to talk to. He had been within a minute or two of death, which could not be said to be boring, exactly. But even desperate battle was lacking in something if there was no one to discuss it with. What had made battle interesting over the years was not his opponents, but his colleagues. It was fascinating, at least to him, to see how the men he had fought with most often reacted to the stimulus of attack. P.I., for example, was mostly concerned with not running out of bullets. He was extremely conservative in his choice of targets, so conservative that he often spent a whole engagement sighting at people, but never pulling the trigger. "Could have wasted a shell," he said, if someone pointed this out to him. It was true that when he did shoot, he rarely missed, but that was because he rarely shot at anything over 30 yards away. Call was interesting to observe in a battle, too. It took a fight to bring out the fighter in him, and a fighter was mostly what he was. Call was a great attacker. Once the enemy was sighted, he liked to go after them, and would often do so in defiance of the odds. He might plan elaborately before a battle, but once it was joined, his one desire was to close with the enemy and destroy him. Call had destruction in him, and would go on killing when there was no need. Once his blood heated, it was slow to cool. Call himself had never been beaten for good. Only death could accomplish that, and he reasoned that if an enemy was alive, he wasn't beaten either, not for good. Augustus knew that reasoning wasn't accurate. Men could get enough of fighting and turn from it. Some would do almost anything to avoid the fear it produced. Dietz understood that. He would never fire on a fleeing man, whereas Call would pursue a man 50 miles and kill him if the man had attacked him. Dietz fought carefully and shrewdly. He would have known the trick about fresh blood. But Dietz's great ability was in preventing ambushes. He would seem to feel them coming, often a day or two early, when he could have had no particular clues. "How'd you know?" they would ask him, and Dietz would have no answer. "Just knew," he said. The 6 remaining Indians had retreated well beyond rifle range, but they weren't gone. He could see them holding council, but they were 300 yards away, and the heat waves created a wavery mirage between him and them. Unless there were more Indians, Augustus didn't consider that he was in a particularly serious situation. It was hot, and the blowflies were already buzzing over the horse blood, but those were trivial discomforts. He had filled his canteen that morning, and the Canadian was no more than 10 miles to the north. More than likely, the Indians would decide they had missed their big chance and go away. They might try to get him at night, but he didn't plan to be there. Come dark, he would head for the river. All afternoon, the 6 Indians stayed where they were. Occasionally, they would fire a shot his way, hoping to get lucky. Finally, one rode off to the east, returning about an hour later with a white man who set up a tripod and began to shoot at him with a .50 caliber buffalo gun. That was an inconvenient development. Augustus had to hastily dig himself a shallow hole on the other side of the horse, where the blood and the blowflies were worse. They were not worse, though, than the impact of a .50 caliber bullet, several of which hit the horse in the next hour. Augustus kept digging. Fortunately, the man was not a particularly good shot. Many of the bullets sang overhead, though 1 or 2 hit his saddle and ricocheted. Once, when the buffalo hunter was reloading, Gus took a quick shot at him, raising his barrel to compensate for the range. The shot missed the white man, but wounded one of the Indian horses. The horse's scream unnerved the shooter, who moved his tripod back another 50 yards. Augustus kept low and waited for darkness, which was only another hour away. The shooter kept him pinned until full dark, but as soon as it was too dark to shoot, Augustus yanked his saddle loose from the dead mount and walked west, stopping to take what bullets he could salvage from the men he had killed. None had many, but one had a fairly good rifle, and Augustus took it as insurance. He hated carrying the saddle, but it was a shield of sorts. If he got caught in open country, it might be the only cover he would have. While he was going from corpse to corpse collecting ammunition, he was startled to hear the sudden rattle of shots from the east. That was puzzling. Either the Indians had fallen to fighting among themselves or someone else had come on the scene. Then the shots ceased, and he heard the sound of running horses. The Indians leaving, most probably. This new development put him in a quandary. It was prepared for a good hard walk to the river carrying a heavy saddle, but if there were strangers around, they might be friendly, and he might not have to carry the saddle. Possibly the scout for a cattle herd had stumbled into the little group of hostiles, though the main trail routes lay to the east. At any rate, he didn't feel he should ignore the possibility, so he turned back toward the shooting. There was still a little light in the sky, though it was dark on the ground. From time to time, Augustus stopped to listen, and at first heard nothing. The plains were still. The third time he stopped, he thought he heard voices. They were faint, but they were white, an encouraging sign. He went cautiously toward them, trying to make as little noise as possible. It was hard to carry a saddle without it creaking some, but he was afraid to put it down for fear he could not find his way back to it in the dark. Then he heard a horse snort, and another horse jingle his bit. He was getting close. He stopped to wait for the moon to rise. When it did, he moved a little closer, hoping to see something. Instead, he heard what sounded like a subdued argument. "We don't know how many there is," one voice said. "There could be 500 Indians around here for all we know." "I can go find them," another voice said. It was a girlish voice, which surprised him. "You hush," the first voice said. "Just because you can catch varmints don't mean you can sneak up on Indians." "I could find them," the girlish voice insisted. "They'll find you and make soup of you if you ain't lucky," was the reply. "I don't think there's no 500, the third voice said. "I don't think there's 500 Indians left in this part of the country." "Well, if there was even 100, we'd have all we could do," the first voice pointed out. "I'd like to know who they were shooting at when we rode up," the other man said. "I don't believe it was buffalo, though I know it was a buffalo gun." Augustus decided he wouldn't get a better opportunity than that, so he cleared his throat and spoke in the loudest tones he could muster without actually shouting. "They were shooting at me," he said. "I'm Captain McCrae, and I'm coming in." He took a few steps to the side when he said it, for he had known men to shoot from reflex when they were frightened. Nothing was more dangerous than walking into the camp of a bunch of men who had their nerves on edge. "Don't get nervous and shoot, I'm friendly," he said, just as he saw the outline of their horses against the sky. "I hate this walking around in the dark," he added loudly. Not that it was much of an observation. It was designed to keep the strangers from getting jumpy. Then he saw 4 people standing by the horses. It was too dark to tell much about any of them, but he dumped the saddle on the ground and went over to shake hands. "Howdy," he said, and the men shook hands, though none of them had yet said anything. The surprise of his appearance had evidently left them speechless. "Well, here we are," Augustus said. "I'm Augustus McCrae, and I'm after an outlaw named Blue Duck. Have you seen any sign of the man?" "No, we just got here," one of the men said. "I know about him, though," July said. "My name is July Johnson. I'm sheriff from Fort Smith, Arkansas, and this is my deputy, Roscoe Brown." "July Johnson?" Augustus asked. "Yes," July said. "By God, that's a good one," Augustus said. "We were expecting you down in Lonesome Dove, and here you are practically in Kansas. If you're still after Jake Spoon, you've missed him by about 300 miles. "I have more urgent business," July said rather solemnly. To Augustus he seemed young, although it was hard to tell in the dark. Mainly it was his voice that seemed young. "I see you brought family," Augustus said. "Most lawmen don't travel with their children. Or did you pick up these 2 sprats along the way?" Nobody answered. They simply stood, as if the question was too complicated for an answer. "Did the Indians kill your horse?" July asked. "No, I killed him," Augustus said. "Used him for a fort. There ain't much to hide behind on these plains. I heard shooting. Did you kill any more of them bucks?" "Don't think so," July said. "I might have hit the buffalo hunter. We never expected to find Indians." "I killed 6 this afternoon," Augustus said. "I think there was 12 to begin with, not counting the buffalo hunter. I expect they work for Blue Duck. He stole a woman, and I'm after him. I think he sent them bucks to slow me down." "I hope there ain't too much of a bunch," Roscoe said. I never killed one before." In fact, he had never killed anyone before or even given the possibility much thought. Sudden death was not unknown in Fort Smith, but it was not common either. It had been a big shock when the Indians turned their guns on them and began to shoot at them. Not until he saw July draw his rifle and start firing did it dawn on him that they were under attack. He had hastily drawn his pistol and shot several times. It had not affected the Indians, but it angered July. "You're just wasting bullets. They're way out of pistol range," he said. But then the Indians ran, so it didn't matter so much. "What's your plan, Mr. Johnson?" Augustus asked politely. "If your business is urgent, you might not want to slow down long enough to help me catch this blue duck." That was true. July didn't want to slow down at all until he found Elmira. If he had been alone, he would have traveled 20 hours a day and rested 4. But he was hardly alone. Roscoe was nervous as a cat and spent all day talking about his worries. Joe didn't complain, but the hard traveling had worn him out, and he rode along in a doze most of the time and slept like a dead thing when they stopped. The only one who didn't suffer from the pace was Janie, who mainly walked. July had to admit that she was unusually helpful. When they stopped, she did whatever chores there were to do without being asked. And she was always up and ready to leave when he was, whereas Joe and Roscoe were so sluggish in the morning that it took them half an hour just to get their horses saddled. Now, out of the blue, a Texas Ranger had showed up, one of the very ones who had partnered with Jake Spoon. He was afoot and a long way from help, and they couldn't just ride off and leave him. Besides, there were hostile Indians around, which made the whole situation more worrisome. "I haven't planned very much," July said honestly. "Seems like every time I make a plan, something happens to change it." "Well, life's a twisting stream," Augustus said. "Speaking of which, the Canadian River ain't but a short way to the north. Them bucks are probably camped somewhere on it." "What would you advise?" July asked. "You know the country." "It's a steep-banked river," Augustus said. "If we have to fight Indians, we'd be in a lot better position there than out on this plain." "You say the man stole a woman?" July asked. "Yes," Augustus said. "A girl who was traveling with us." "We best go on to the river, I guess," July said. "You can ride with me and Roscoe can tote your saddle." "If this boy ain't armed, maybe he'd like a rifle," Augustus said. "One of them bucks I shot had a pretty good Winchester, and this boy looks old enough to shoot." He handed the rifle to Joe, who was so stunned by the gift that he could barely say thank you. "Is it loaded already?" he asked, rubbing the smooth stock with one hand. "You darn right it's loaded," Augustus said. "Just make sure you shoot one of them and not one of us." He climbed up behind July, and they all rode north. Joe felt intensely proud now that he was armed. He kept one hand on the stock of the rifle, expecting that any minute the Indians might attack. But the ride to the river was uneventful. It seemed they had not been riding long before they saw the silver band of the river in the moonlight. July stopped so abruptly that Joe almost bumped into his horse. He and Mr. McCrae were looking at something downriver. At first Joe couldn't see anything to look at, but then he noticed a tiny flame of light far downriver. "That'd be them," Augustus said. "I guess they ain't worried about us, or they wouldn't be so bold with their campfire. They don't know it, but the wrath of the Lord is about to descend upon them. I dislike bold criminals of whatever race, and I believe I'll go see that they pay their debts." "I'd best go with you," July said. "You don't know how many there are." "Let's go make camp," Augustus said. "Then we'll think it out." They rode upriver a mile, stopping where the mouth of a canyon sloped down to the riverbed. "This is as good as we'll get," Augustus said. "What I'd like is the loan of a horse for the night. I'll have him back by breakfast, and maybe a few others to boot." "You want to go at them alone?" July asked. "It's my job," Augustus said. "I doubt there's many of them. I just hope Blue Duck is there." Roscoe could not believe what he was hearing. He felt very scared as it was, and yet this stranger was preparing to ride off by himself. "Why, there could be 10 of them," he said. "Do you think you could kill 10 men?" "They're easier to scare at night," Augustus said. "I expect I'll just run most of them off, but I do intend to kill Mr. Duck if I see him. He stole his last woman." "I think I ought to go," July said. "I could be of some help. Roscoe can stay here with the young ones." "No, I'd rather you stay with your party, Mr. Johnson," Augustus said. "I'd feel better about it in my mind. You've got an inexperienced deputy and 2 young people to think about. Besides, you said you had urgent business. These things are chancy. You might stop a bullet and never get your business finished." "I think I ought to go," July said. It was in his mind that Ellie could even be in the camp. Somebody could have stolen her as easily as the Texas woman. The whiskey traders wouldn't have put up much fight. Of course, it wasn't likely she was there, but then what was likely anymore? He felt he ought to have a look at least. In any case, the man could use help. There should be no great risk to leave Roscoe and the young ones in camp for a few hours. They all needed the rest. Augustus realized he could probably use help since he didn't know how many men he was facing. However, he didn't have a high opinion of the average man's ability as a fighter. The majority of men couldn't fight at all, and even most outlaws were the merest amateurs when it came to battle. Few could shoot well, and even fewer had any mind for strategy. The problem was that Blue Duck was evidently one of the few who could think. He had planned the theft of Lorena perfectly. Also, he had survived 20 years or more in a rough country, at a rough game, and could be expected to be formidable if he was around. But probably he wasn't there. Probably he had sold the woman and left, sending a few Kiowas down the trail to take care of whoever came along. It would likely just be a matter of shooting down 2 or 3 renegade buffalo hunters who had been too lazy to find honest work once the herds petered out. Augustus was undecided as to whether he would be better off by himself or with a country sheriff from Arkansas. All he knew about the sheriff was that Jake Spoon had run from him, which wasn't much to go on. The young man had had no experience with plains fighting, and perhaps not much with any fighting. There was no telling if he could even take care of himself in a scrape. If he couldn't, he would be better left. But then, who would know until the fighting started? "What happens to us if you 2 both get killed?" Roscoe asked. It was a question that loomed large in his mind. "Head back southeast as fast as you can," Augustus said. "Once you make it down below the Red River, you'll probably be all right. If you go east a ways, you ought to run into some herds." "Well, we'll be back," July said. "I ought to go help Captain McCrae, but we'll be back." Augustus didn't feel right about it, but he made no further effort to stop July Johnson. They let the horses rest for an hour, then put Augustus's saddle on Roscoe's big gelding and left. When they rode up on the ridge above the river, they saw again the little spark of light to the east and made for it. "If it ain't prying, what is this urgent business you're on?" Augustus asked. July was hesitant about answering. Roscoe and Joe had both looked at him strangely as he left, and the look bothered him. It was as if both of them were his children. Both looked to him for care. Only Janie seemed comfortable being left on the Canadian. "Well, sir, it's my wife," July said. "She's gone from home. It might be that she got stolen, too." Augustus felt that was interesting. They were both chasing women across the plains. He said no more. A man whose wife had left was apt to be sore about it and touchy. He changed the subject at once. "It was your brother Jake shot?" he asked. "Yes," July said. "I guess it was accidental, but I've got to take him back. Only I'd like to find Elmira first." They rode in silence for 7 or 8 miles over broken country. Augustus was thinking what a curious man Jake Spoon was, that he would let a woman be stolen and just go on playing cards or whatever he was doing. Every time they topped a ridge and saw the tiny flame of the campfire, July tried to calm himself, tried to remind himself that it would be almost a miracle if Elmira were there. Yet he couldn't help hoping. Sometimes he felt so bad about things that he didn't know if he could keep going much longer without knowing where she was. Finally, with the camp not more than a mile away, Augustus drew rein. He dismounted to listen. In the still night on the open plain, voices could carry a ways, and he might be able to get a sense of how many they were up against. July dismounted too, and waited for Augustus to tell him what the plan was. They were only 100 yards from the river, and while they were listening, they heard something splash through the water downstream from where they stood. "It could be a buffalo," July whispered. "We've seen a few." "More likely a horse," Augustus said. "Buffalo wouldn't cross that close to camp." He looked at the young man, worried by the nervousness in his voice. "Have you done much of this kind of thing, Mr. Johnson?" he asked. "No," July admitted. "I ain't done none. About the worst we get in Arkansas are robbers." "Let's walk our horses a little closer," Augustus said. "Don't let 'em whinny. If we can get within 100 yards of your camp, we're in good shape. Then I favor charging right into them. They'll hear us before they see us, which will scare them, and we'll be on them before they have time to think. Use your handgun and save your rifle. This will be close-range work. If there's any left, we'll turn and make a second run at them." "We mustn't trample the women," July said. "We won't," Augustus said. "Have you ever killed?" "No," July said. "I've never had to." "I wish you'd stayed with your party," Augustus thought, but he didn't say it. 57. Dogface was dying, and he knew it. A bullet had hit a rib and turned downward into his gut. The bullet hadn't come out, and nobody was trying to get it out either. He lay on a saddle blanket in his death sweat, and all Blue Duck wanted to know was how many men there had been in the party that shot him. 3 horses, one of the Kiowas said, but Dogface couldn't remember if it had been 2 or 3. "It was getting dark," he said. One whole side of his body was wet with blood. He wanted to see the girl, but Blue Duck squatted by his side, blocking his view. "You never hit McCrae?" he asked. "He forded up behind his horse," Dogface said. "I might have put one in him. I don't know." "We'll kill him tomorrow," Monkey John said. "He ain't got no horse, and maybe he's crippled." "I doubt it," Blue Duck said. "I expect tomorrow he'll walk in and finish the rest of you unless he does it tonight." "I hurt bad," Dogface said. "Go on and shoot me." Blue Duck laughed. "You won't catch me wasting a bullet on you," he said. "Monkey can cut your damn throat if he wants to." But Monkey wouldn't come near him. Monkey John was worried, and so were the Kiowas. They all kept cocking and uncocking their pistols. They asked for whiskey, but Blue Duck wouldn't give them any. Dogface looked at the girl. She sat with her arms wrapped around her knees. Blue Duck went and saddled his horse. When he came back to the fire, he kicked the girl. He kicked her several times until she fell over and lay curled up. "What'd she do?" Dogface asked. Blue Duck walked over and kicked him in the side, causing him to scream with pain and roll off the blanket. "Mind your own goddamn business," Blue Duck said. "You gonna leave?" Monkey John asked nervously. "That's right," Blue Duck said. "I aim to look for a better crew. The whole bunch of you couldn't kill one man. You never even attacked that second bunch. It was probably just a cowboy or 2. Dogface tried to roll back on his blanket, but his strength was gone. The Kiowas had already taken his gun and divided his ammunition among themselves, so he couldn't even shoot himself. He had a razor in his pack and might have managed to cut his own throat, but his pack was on the other side of the fire, and he knew he would never be able to crawl to it. Blue Duck kicked Lorena twice more. "You ain't worth selling," Blue Duck said. "The Kiowas can have you." "What about me?" Monkey John asked. "What about my half interest?" I won back your half interest, Blue Duck said. I won the Kiowa's half, too. Then how come you're giving her to the goddamn Kiowas? Monkey John said. Give her to me. No, I want them to carve her up, Blue Duck said. It might put some spirit in them, so they can go out tomorrow and run that old ranger to ground. Hell, I'm as mean as they are, Monkey John said. I can finish him if he comes around here. Blue Duck mounted. You ain't half as mean as they are, he said. And if McCrae comes around here, you better step quick or you'll be plugged. He got Ermoke, and Ermoke was 3 times the fighter you are. He opened his pack, took out a bottle of whiskey, and pitched it to the Indians. Then he said something to them in their language and rode away toward the river. Lorena lay where she had fallen, listening to Dogface moan. With each breath, he let out a throaty moan. His wound had bloody bubbles on it. Lorena got up on her hands and knees and vomited from fear. The Kiowas were all looking at her as they drank. She wanted to run but felt too weak. Anyway, they would soon catch her if she ran. She crawled away from the vomit and sank back, too tired and scared to move. Monkey John sat back from the fire, clutching his rifle. He didn't even look at her. He wouldn't help her. She was just in for it. Help her, Monkey, Dogface said weakly. Hell, I can't help her, Monkey John said. You heard him. He gave her to them. One of the Kiowas understood the talk and was angered. He pulled his knife and stood over Dogface threateningly. Dogface continued to moan. Then the Kiowa sat on his chest and Dogface screamed, a weak scream. The rest of the Indians jumped for him. He was too weak even to lift a hand. One Kiowa cut his belt and 2 more pulled his pants off. Before Lorena could even turn her head, they castrated him. Another slashed a knife across his forehead and began to rip off his hair. Dogface screamed again, but it was soon muffled as the Kiowas held his head and stuffed his own bloody organs into his mouth, shoving them down his throat with the handle of a knife. His hair was soon ripped off, and the Kiowa took the scalp and tied it to his lance. Dogface struggled for breath, a pool of blood beneath his legs. Yet he wasn't dead. Lorena had her face in her arms, but she could still hear him moan and gurgle for breath. She wished he would die. It shouldn't take so long just to die. She expected any minute they would fall on her, but they didn't. What they had done to Dogface put them in a good mood, and they passed around the whiskey bottle. Monkey John was probably as scared as she was. He sat silently by the fire, his rifle in his hands, pulling at his dirty beard. Once in a while, the Kiowas would jabber at him in their own language, but he didn't answer. Lying with her face almost on the ground, she was the first to hear the horses, only she didn't really know what it was or take any hope from it. It was something running. Maybe Blue Duck was coming back to reclaim her. The Kiowas, singing and drinking, 2 with bloody knives still in their hands, didn't hear the running, but Monkey John suddenly heard it. He jumped to his feet and raised his rifle, but before he could fire, she heard a gun go off in the darkness, and Monkey John dropped the rifle and slumped to a sitting position, his mouth open as if he were about to say something. Lorena saw that, and just as she saw it, the 2 horses raced right over Monkey John without touching him and were into the Kiowas. One Kiowa screamed, a sound more hopeless and frightening even than the scream of Dogface. Before she thought about it being Gus, she saw him yank his horse almost down right in the middle of the Kiowas. He shot the one that screamed, and then the 2 that held the knives shooting from his horse right into their chests. Another Kiowa grabbed the lance with Dogface's scalp on it, but Gus shot him before he could lift it. He shot another just as the man was picking up his rifle. The last Kiowa fled into the darkness, and Gus turned his horse after him. "Finish any that ain't finished," he said to the other man. But that man had barely dismounted before there was a shot in the darkness. He stood by his horse listening. There was another shot, and then the sound of a horse loping back. Lorena thought it was over, but Monkey John shot with his pistol at the man standing by the fire. He missed completely, and the man slowly raised his own pistol, But before he could fire, Gus rode back into the firelight and shot with his rifle, knocking Monkey John back into the pack. Then Gus turned her over and was holding her in his arms, his rifle still in one hand. "Where's Blue Duck, Lori?" he asked. "Was he here tonight?" Lorena had a hard struggle to get her mind back to Blue Duck. She had stopped talking, and though she wanted to talk, the words wouldn't come. She stared at Gus and began to cry, but she couldn't get out an answer to the question. "Was he here tonight?" Gus asked again. "Just answer that, and I won't bother you no more until you feel better." Lorena nodded. Blue Duck had been there. It was all she could do. Gus stood up. "Go back to your party," Gus said to the other man. "Go now." "I didn't shoot a one," the other man said. "You shot the whole bunch." "It ain't important," Augustus said. "I can't leave this girl, and she ain't in shape to travel fast. Go back to your party. If Lori can ride, we'll come when we can." "Did you kill the one that ran off?" July asked. "Yes," Augustus said. "A man can't outrun a horse. You get along. There's a dangerous man loose along this river, and I doubt that deputy of yours can handle him." "What if I can't either?" July thought, looking down at Dogface. He had managed to pull his genitals out of his mouth and still lay breathing. Looking at the pool of blood he lay in, July felt his stomach start to come up. He turned away to keep from vomiting. "I'll tidy up these dead," Augustus said. "I know this is a shock to you, Mr. Johnson. It's different from a barroom scrape in Arkansas. But you got to choke it down and get back to your people." "Are you going to kill him?" July asked, referring to Dogface. "Yes, if he don't travel soon," Augustus said. Before July was over the second ridge, he heard the gun again. 58. "Reckon we'll hear it when they fight?" Joe asked. "We won't hear it much," Roscoe said. "That campfire was way off. Anyway, maybe it's just cowboys and there won't be no fight." "But we saw Indians," Joe said. "I bet it's them." "It might be them," Roscoe admitted. "But maybe they just kept running." "I hope they didn't run this direction," Joe said. He hated to admit how scared he was, but he was a good deal more scared than he could remember being before in his life. Usually when they camped, he was so glad to be stopped he just unrolled his blanket and went to sleep. But though he unrolled his blanket as usual, he didn't go to sleep. It was the first time he had been separated from July on the whole trip, and he was surprised at how much scarier it felt. They had been forbidden to build a fire, so all they could do was sit in the dark. Of course, it wasn't cold, but a fire would have made things more cheerful. "I guess July will kill him," he said several times. "That Texas Ranger done killed 6, Roscoe said. "Maybe he'll kill him and July can save his ammunition." Joe held his new rifle. Several times he cocked the hammer and then eased it back down. If the Indians came, he hoped they'd wait for daylight so he'd have a better chance for a shot. Janie sat off by herself. She had seen the Indians first and had run back to tell July. Roscoe hadn't believed her at first, but July had. He had got off several shots once the Indians started firing. Roscoe felt bothered by the fact that there were no more trees. All his life he had lived amid trees and had given little thought to what a comfort they were. Trees had been so common that it was a shock to ride out on the plains and discover that there was a part of earth where there weren't any. Occasionally he might see a few along the rivers, but not many, and those were more bushes than trees. He couldn't lean against them, which was a thing he liked to do. He had got so he could even sleep pretty well leaning against a tree. But now July had left him on a river where there wasn't even a bush. He would have to sleep flat out on the ground or else sit up all night. The sky was pale with moonlight, but it didn't provide enough light to see well by. Soon Roscoe began to get very nervous. Everywhere he looked, he began to see things that could have been Indians. He decided to cock his pistol in case some of the things were Indians. When he cocked his pistol, Joe cocked his rifle. "Did you see one?" he asked. "It might have been one," Roscoe said. "Where?" Janie asked. When Roscoe pointed, she immediately went running off toward it. Roscoe could hardly believe his eyes, but she had always been a wild girl. "It was just a bush," Janie said when she came back. "You better be glad of that," he said. "If it had been an Indian, you'd have got scalped." "Reckon they've had the fight yet?" Joe asked. "I'll be glad when they get back." "It might be morning before they get back," Roscoe said. "We better just rest. The minute July gets back, he'll want to go on looking for your mother." "I guess she's found Dee," Joe said. "She likes Dee." "Then how come she married July, darn it?" Roscoe asked. "It was the start of all this, you know. We'd be back in Arkansas playing dominoes if she hadn't married July." Every time Roscoe tried to think back along the line of events that had led to his being in a place where there was no trees to lean against, he strayed off the line and soon got all tangled up in his thinking. It was probably better not to try and think back down the line of life. "I can't get to sleep for nothing," Joe said. Roscoe was glad he hadn't had to go with the other men. He remembered how weak he had felt that afternoon when he realized it was bullets that were hitting in the grass around him. It had sounded like bees sounded in the leaves, but of course it was bullets. While he was thinking about it, he nodded for a few minutes. It seemed like a few minutes, asleep with his gun cocked. He had a little dream about the wild pigs, not too frightening. The pigs were not as wild as they had been in real life. They were just rooting around a cabin and not trying to harm him, yet he woke in a terrible fright and saw something incomprehensible. Janie was standing a few feet in front of him, with a big rock raised over her head. She was holding it with both hands. Why would she do such a thing at that time of night? She wasn't making a sound. She just stood in front of him holding the rock. It was not until she flung it that he realized someone else was there. But someone was. Someone big. In his surprise, Roscoe forgot he had a pistol. He quickly stood up. He didn't see where the rock went, but Janie suddenly dropped to her knees. She looked around at him. "Shoot at him," she said. Roscoe remembered the pistol, which was cocked, but before he could raise it, the big shadow that Janie had thrown the rock at slid close to him and shoved him. Not a hard shove, but it made him drop the pistol. He knew he was awake and not dreaming, but he didn't have any more strength than he would have had in a dream in terms of moving quick. He saw the big shadow standing by him, but he had felt no fear, and the shadow didn't shove him again. Roscoe felt warm and sleepy and sat back down. It was like he was in a warm bath. He hadn't had too many warm baths in his life, but he felt like he was in one and was ready for a long snooze. Janie was crawling, though, crawling right over his legs. "Now what are you doing?" he said before he saw that her eyes were fixed on the pistol he had dropped. She wanted the pistol, and for some reason crawled right over his legs to get to it. But before she got to it, the shadow came back. "Why, you're a fighter, ain't you?" the shadow man said. "If I wasn't in such a hurry, I'd show you a trick or two." Then he raised his arms and struck down at her. Roscoe couldn't see if it was with an axe or what, but the sound was like an axe striking wood, and Janie stopped moving and lay across his legs. "Joe," Roscoe said. He had just remembered that he had made Joe stop cocking and uncocking his rifle so he could get to sleep. "Was that his name?" the shadow man said. Roscoe knew it must be a man, for he had a heavy voice, but he couldn't see the man's face. He just seemed to be a big shadow. And anyway, Roscoe couldn't get his mind fixed on it, or on where Joe was, or when July would be back, or on anything much. He felt so warm and tired. The big shadow stood astraddle of him and reached down for his belt, but Roscoe had let go all concern. He felt so tired. He felt everything would have to stop for a while. It was as if the darkness itself was pushing his eyelids down. Then the warm sleep took him. July found them an hour later, already stiff in death. He had raced as fast as he could over the rough country, not wanting to take the time to follow the river itself, but too unsure of his position to go very far from it. From time to time he stopped, listening for shots, but the dark plains were quiet and peaceful, though it was on them that he had just seen the most violent and terrible things he had ever witnessed in his life. The only sound he heard was the wind singing over the empty miles of grass. In the spring night the wind sang gently. July had never felt so inadequate. He was not even sure he could find his way back to where they had left the others. He was a sheriff, paid to fight when necessary, but nothing in his experience had prepared him for the slaughter he had just witnessed. Captain McCrae had killed 6 men, whereas he had not even fired his gun when the old bandit was aiming at him. It had all seemed so rapid, all those deaths in a minute or two. Captain McCrae had not seemed disturbed, whereas he felt such confusion he could scarcely think. He had met rough men in Arkansas and backed several of them down and arrested them, but this was different. The dying buffalo hunter had had nothing but a patch of blood between his legs. Death, and worse, happened on the plains. When he saw the canyon where he'd left his party, he stopped to listen, but heard nothing. It made him fearful, for Joe's horse would always whinny at his. But this time there was no whinny, and he saw no horses. He dismounted and walked slowly down the canyon. Maybe they had forgotten to hobble the horses and they had grazed away. Roscoe was forgetful in such matters. "Roscoe," he said, when he came in sight of the camp. He could see the 3 forms on the ground as if asleep, but he knew they weren't asleep because Janie lay across Roscoe's legs. The only sound in the camp was the sound of flies buzzing on blood. July didn't want to see it. He knew he had to, but he didn't want to. He felt a terrible need to turn things back, all the way back to the time when he and Roscoe and Joe and Elmira had all been in Arkansas. He knew it could never be. Something had happened which he would never be free of. He'd even lost the chance to stay and die with his people, though Captain McCrae had offered him that chance. "I'd feel better in my mind if you'd stay with your party," he had said. He had not stayed, but when he had gone, he hadn't fought either. He had done nothing but ride twice over the same stretch of prairie while death had come to both camps. He had no doubt that if he had stayed with Roscoe and the children, it would have come to him too. The man who had killed them must be a fighter on the order of Captain McCrae. For a time, July did not go into the camp. He couldn't. He stood and listened to the flies buzz over them. He didn't want to see what had been done to them. Now, when he did find Elmira, it would only be to tell her that her son was dead. And if he lived to return to Fort Smith, it would be without Roscoe Brown, a loyal man who had never asked for much. The strange girl who could catch rabbits would catch no more rabbits. After a time, July took his knife and began to dig graves. He climbed out of the canyon and dug them on the plain. Digging with a knife was slow work, but it was the only digging tool he had. The loose dirt he threw out with his hands. He was still digging at sunup, yet the graves were pitifully shallow affairs. He would have to do better than that, or the coyotes would get the corpses. Once in a while he looked down at the bodies. Joe lay apart from the other 2, sprawled on his blanket as if asleep. July began to gather rocks to pile on the graves. There were plenty along the canyon, though some had to be pried out of the dirt. While he was carrying one, he saw 2 riders far across the plain, black dots in the bright sunlight. His horse whinnied, eager for company. When Augustus rode up with Lorena, the Arkansas sheriff was still digging. Augustus rode over to the canyon edge and looked down. "More dead to tidy up," he said, dismounting. He had given Lorena Roscoe's horse, which had an easy gait, and was riding on the best of the Indian ponies, a skinny paint. "It's my fault," July said. If I'd done what you said, maybe they'd be alive. And maybe you'd be dead and I'd have had to tidy you up, Augusta said. Don't be reviling yourself. None of us is such fine judges of what to do. You told me to stay, July said. I know I did, son, Augusta said. I'm sure you wish you had. But yesterday's gone on down the river and you can't get it back. Go on with your digging and I'll tidy up. He turned to Lorena and helped her down. You stay here, darling, he said. But when he started down the canyon, Lorena followed him. She didn't want Gus to be far away. No, I don't want you to go down there and see this mess, Augusta said. Sit right here where you can watch me. I won't be out of sight. He turned to July. Sit with her, he said. She don't have much to say right now. Just sit with her, Mr. Johnson. July stopped his work. The woman didn't look at him. Her sad eyes were fixed on Captain McCrae as he made his way down the canyon. Her legs were black and blue, and there was a yellowing bruise on one cheek. She didn't turn her head or look at him at all. My name is July Johnson, he said to be polite, but the woman didn't appear to hear. Augustus went quickly to the camp and tied each body in a blanket. Blue Duck had been so confident of his victims that he hadn't even bothered to shoot. The deputy and the girl had been knifed, ripped open from navel to breastbone. Evidently it hadn't been enough for the girl, because her head had been smashed in too. So had the boys, probably with the butt of the rifle Gus had given him. The deputy had been castrated as well. Using saddle strings, Gus tied the blankets as tightly around them as he could. It was strange that 3 such people had been on the Canadian, but then that was the frontier. People were always wandering where they had no business being. He himself had done it and got away with it. Had been a ranger in Texas rather than a lawyer in Tennessee. The 3 torn specimens he was tying into their shrouds had not been so lucky. He carried the bodies up to the prairie, laid them in their shallow graves, and helped July pile rocks on the graves, a pitiful expedient that wouldn't deter the varmints for long. In the other camp, he had merely laid the buffalo hunters and the dead Kiowas in a line and left them. I guess he took Joe's horse, July said. Yes, and his life, Augusta said. I'm sure he had more interest in the horse. If you're going after him, I'd like to try and help, July said. I got nothing to go after him on, Augusta said. He's better mounted than us, and this ain't no place to go chasing a man who's got you out-horsed. He's headed for the purgatory this time, I bet. The what? July asked. It's a river up in Colorado, Augusta said. He's probably got another gang there. We best let him go this time. I hate to, July said. He had begun to imagine confronting the man and shooting him down. Son, this is a sad thing, Augusta said. Loss of life always is, but the life is lost for good. Don't you go attempting vengeance. You've got more urgent business. If I ever run into Blue Duck, I'll kill him, but if I don't, somebody else will. He's big and mean, but sooner or later he'll meet somebody bigger and meaner. Or a snake will bite him. Or a horse will fall on him, or he'll get hung, or one of his renegades will shoot him in the back, or he'll just get old and die. He went over and tightened the girth on his saddle. Don't be trying to give back pain for pain, he said. You can't get even measures in business like this. You best go find your wife. July looked across the river at the unending prairie. If I find her, she'll hate me worse now, he thought. Augustus watched him mount, thinking how young he looked. He couldn't be much over 20, but he was old enough to have found a wife and lost her. Not that it took long to lose one, necessarily. Where's this Adobe Walls place? July asked. It ain't far down the river, Augustus said, but I'd pass it by if I were you. Your wife ain't there. If she went up the Arkansas, I'd imagine she's up in Kansas, in one of the towns. I'd hate to miss her, July said. If she's at Adobe Walls, you'd do better to miss her, Augustus thought, but he didn't say it. He shook hands with the young sheriff and watched him mount and ride across the river. Soon he dipped out of sight in the rough breaks to the north. When he reappeared on the vast plain, he was only a tiny speck. Augustus went to Lorena. He had spent most of the night simply holding her in his arms, hoping that body heat would finally help her stop trembling and shaking. She had not said a word so far, but she would look him in the face, which was a good sign. He had seen women captives too broken even to raise their eyes. "Come on, Lori," he said. "Let's take a little ride." She stood up obediently, like a child. "We'll just ride over east a ways and see if we can find us some shade," Augustus said. "Then we'll loll around for a couple of weeks and let Call and the boys catch up with us. They'll be coming with the cattle pretty soon. By then, I expect you'll be feeling better." Lorena didn't answer, but she mounted without help and rode beside him all day. 59. Call expected Gus to be back in a day or two. Maybe he'd have the girl and maybe he wouldn't, but it was not likely he'd be gone long. Gus was a hard traveler and usually overtook whoever he was after promptly, arrested them or dispatched them, and got back. For a day or two, he didn't give Gus's absence much thought. He was irritated with Jake Spoon for having been so troublesome and undependable, but then he partly had himself to blame for that. He should have set Jake straight before they left Lonesome Dove, informed him in no uncertain terms that the girl wasn't coming. When the third day passed and Gus wasn't back, Call began to be uneasy. Augustus had survived so much that Call didn't give his safety much thought. Even men accustomed all their lives to sudden death didn't expect it to happen to Gus McCrae. The rest of them might fall by the wayside, their mortality taking gentle or cruel forms, but Gus would just go on talking. Yet 5 days passed, and then a week, and he didn't return. The herd crossed the Brazos without incident, and then the Trinity, and there was still no Gus. They camped west of Fort Worth, and Call allowed the men to go into town. It would be the last town they would see until they hit Ogallala, and it might be that some of them wouldn't live to hit Ogallala. He let them go carouse, keeping just the boys to help him hold the herd. Dish Boggett volunteered to stay, too. He still had his thoughts on Lorena and was not about to leave camp while there was a chance that Gus would bring her back. "Darn, he's behaving like a deacon," Soupy said. "I expect to hear him preach a sermon any day." Needle Nelson took a more charitable view. "He's just in love," he said. "He don't want to go trashing around with us." "By God, he'll wish he had before we hit Nebraska," Jasper Fant said. "You don't see me waiting. I'd like to drink a couple more bottles of good whiskey before I have to cross any more of them cold rivers. They got real cold rivers up north, I hear. Some of them even got ice in them, I guess." "If I was to see a chunk of ice in a river, I'd rope it and we could use it to water our drinks," Bert Borum said. Bert was inordinately proud of his skill with a rope, the men thought. He was indeed quick and accurate, but the men were tired of hearing him brag on himself and were constantly on the lookout for things he could rope that might cause him to miss. Once Bert had silenced them for a whole day by roping a coyote on the first throw, but they were not the sort of men to keep silent long. "Go rope that darn bull if you're so good at roping," Needle Nelson said, referring to the Texas bull. The bull seemed to resent it when the cowboys sat in groups. He would position himself 50 yards away and paw the earth and bellow. Needle was in favor of shooting him, but Call wouldn't allow it. "I can rope son of a bitch fast enough," Bert said. "Getting the rope off will be the problem." "Getting you buried would be the problem if you was to rope that bull," Dish said. The fact that he chose to restrain himself and not get drunk in Fort Worth increased his sense of superiority somewhat, and many of the crew had had about all of Dish's sense of superiority as they could take, particularly since he was restraining himself for love of a young woman who clearly didn't give a hoot about him. "If you're so in love, why didn't you go bring her back and leave Gus here?" Jasper asked. "Gus is a damn sight more entertaining than you are, Dish." At that, Dish turned and jumped him, but Call soon broke it up. If you want to fight, collect your wages first, he said. The Rainey boys were feeling grown up and wanted Newt to talk the captain into letting them go to town. I want to try a whore, Ben Rainey said. Newt declined to make the request. Just ask him, Ben said. I'll ask him when we get to Nebraska, Newt said. Yeah, and if I drown in the Red River, I won't ever get to try no whore, Ben said. Call began to be very worried about Gus. It was unusual for him to be gone so long with only one man to chase. Of course, Blue Duck might have had a gang waiting, and Gus might have ridden into an ambush. He had not done any serious fighting in years. Even P.I. had begun to worry about him. Here we are all the way to Fort Worth, and Gus still ain't back, P.I. said. Po Campo didn't go to Fort Worth either. He sat with his back to one of the wheels of the wagon, whittling one of the little female figures he liked to carve. As he walked along during the day, he kept his eye out for promising chunks of wood and, if he saw one, would pitch it in the wagon. Then at night he whittled. He would start with a fairly big chunk, and after a week or so would have it whittled into a little wooden woman about 2 inches high. I hope he comes back, Po Campo said. I enjoy his acquaintance, although he doesn't like my cooking. Well, we wasn't used to eating bugs and such when you first came, P.I. said. I expect he'll work up a taste for it when he comes back. It never used to take him so long to catch a bandit. He won't catch Blue Duck, Po Campo said. Why, do you know the man? Call asked, surprised. I know him, Po Campo said. There is no worse man. Only the devil is worse, and the devil won't bother us on this trip. That was surprising talk. Call looked at the old man closely, but Po Campo was just sitting by the wagon wheel, wood shavings all over his short legs. He noticed Call's look and smiled. I lived on the Llano once, he said. I wanted to raise sheep, but I was foolish. The wolves killed them, and the Comanches killed them, and the weather killed them. Then Blue Duck killed my 3 sons. After that, I left the Llano. Why don't you think Gus will catch him? Call asked. Po Campo considered the question. Dietz was sitting near him. He loved to watch the old man whittle. It seemed miraculous to Dietz that Po could take a plain chunk of wood and make it into a little woman figure. He watched to see if he could figure out how it happened. So far he had not been able to. Po Campo kept turning the wood in his hand, the shavings dropping in his lap, and then finally it would be done. I didn't like the horse Captain Gus took, Po Campo said. He won't catch Blue Duck on that horse. Blue Duck always has the best horse in the country. That's why he always gets away. He don't have the best horse in this country, Call said. I do. Yes, it's true. She's a fine mare, Po said. You might catch up with him, but Captain Gus won't. Blue Duck will sell the woman. Captain Gus might get her back if the Indians don't finish him. I wouldn't make a bet. I'd make one if I had money, Dietz said. Mr. Gus would be fine. I didn't think there was much left in the way of Indians, Cole said. There are young renegades, Po said. Blue Duck always finds them. Some are left. The Llano is a big place. That was certainly true. Cole remembered the few times they had ventured on it. After a day or two, the men would grow anxious because of the emptiness. There's too much of this nothing, P said. He would say it 2 or 3 times a day like a refrain as the mirages shimmered in the endless distances. Even a man with a good sense of direction could get lost with so few surface features to guide him. Water was always chancy. I miss Gus, P.I. said. I get to expecting to hear him talk and he ain't here. My ears sort of get empty. Call had to admit that he missed him too, and that he was worried. He had had at least one disagreement a day with Gus for as many years as he could remember. Gus never answered any question directly. but it was possible to test an opinion against him if you went about it right. More and more Call felt his absence, though fortunately they were having uneventful times. The cattle were fairly well trail-broken and weren't giving any trouble. The crew, for the most part, had been well-behaved, no more irritable or contrary than any other group of men. The weather had been ideal, water plentiful and the spring grass excellent for grazing. A thought that nagged Call was that he had let Gus go off alone to do a job that was too big for him, a job they ought to have done together. Often during the day as he rode ahead of the herd, he would look to the northwest, hoping to see Gus returning. More and more the thought came to him that Gus was probably dead. Men simply vanished into the Llano to die somewhere and lie without graves, their bones eventually scattered by varmints. Of course, Gus was a famous man in his way. If Blue Duck had killed him, he might brag, and word would eventually get back. But what if some young renegade who didn't know he was famous killed him? Then he would simply be gone. The thought that Gus was dead began to weigh on Call. It came to him several times a day, at moments, and made him feel empty and strange. They had not had much of a talk before Gus left. Nothing much had been said. He began to wish that somehow things could have been rounded off a little better. Of course, he knew death was no respecter. People just dropped when they dropped, whether they had rounded things off or not. Still, it haunted him that Gus had just ridden off and might not ride back. He would look over the cattle herd strung out across the prairie and feel it was all worthless and a little absurd. Some days he almost felt like turning the cattle loose and paying off the crew. He could take P and Dietz and maybe the boy, and they would look for Gus until they found him. The crew came back from Fort Worth hungover and subdued. Jasper Fant's head was splitting to such an extent that he couldn't bear to ride. He got off his horse and walked the last 2 miles, stopping from time to time to vomit. He tried to get the other boys to wait on him. In his state, he could have been easily robbed and beaten, as he pointed out, but his companions were indifferent to his fate. Their own headaches were severe enough. "You can walk to China for all I care," Needle said, expressing the sentiments of the group. They rode on and left Jasper to creep along as best he could. Po Campo had anticipated their condition and had a surprise waiting for them. A sugary cobbler made with dewberries he had picked. "Sugar is the thing for getting over liquor," he said. "Eat a lot, and then lie down for a few minutes." "Did Jasper quit?" Call asked. "No, he's enjoying the dry heave somewhere between here and town," Soupy Jones allowed. "Last I heard of him, he sounded like he was about to vomit up his socks." "What's the news of Jake?" Call inquired. The question produced a remarkable collection of black looks. "He's a haughty son of a bitch," Bert Borum said. "He acted like he never knowed one of us." "He told me I smelled like cow shit," Needle said. "He was sitting there gambling and had some whore hanging over him." "I wouldn't say Mrs. that one that got took," Soupy said. Jasper Fant finally straggled in. Everyone was standing around grinning, though he couldn't see why. "Something must have happened funnier than what I've been doing," he said. "A lot of things are funnier than vomiting," P.I. said. "Jasper missed the cobbler. That's the laugh," Island O'Brien said, not feeling too frisky himself. "I used to be better at hangovers back in Ireland. Of course, then I had one every day," he reflected. "I had more practice." When Jasper realized he had missed a dewberry cobbler, one of his favorite dishes, he threatened to quit the outfit since they were so ungrateful, but he was too weak to carry out his threat. Po Campo forced him to eat a big spoonful of molasses as a headache cure, while the rest of the crew got the herd on the move. "I guess the next excitement will be the old Red River," Dish Boggett said as he took the point. 60. Just as the world had been drying out nicely and the drive becoming enjoyable in Newt's view, it suddenly got very wet again. 2 days before they hit the Red River, Low black clouds boiled out of the northwest like smoke off grease. It was spring-like and fair in the morning, but before it was even afternoon, the world turned to water. It rained so hard for 2 hours that it was difficult even to see the cattle. Newt moped along en masse, feeling chilled and depressed. By this time, they were on a rolling plain bare of trees. There was nothing to get under except the sky. They made a wet camp, and Po Campo poured hot coffee down them by the gallon, but it still promised to be a miserable night. Po and Dietz, the acknowledged experts on weather, discussed the situation and admitted they didn't know when it might stop raining. "It probably won't rain a week," Po Campo said, which cheered nobody up. "Darn, it better not rain no week," Jasper said. "Them rivers will be like oceans." That night they all herded, not because the cattle were particularly restless, but because it was drier on a horse than on the sopping ground. Newt began to think it had been a mistake to leave Lonesome Dove if it was going to be so wet. He remembered how dry and clear the days had been there. He and Mouse stumbled through the night somehow, though before morning he was so tired he had lost all interest in living. The next day was no better. The skies were like iron, and Mr. Gus wasn't back. He had been gone a long time, it seemed, and so had Lorena. Dish Boggett grew increasingly worried and took to confiding in Newt now and then. Newt respected his feelings, whereas the other hands were distinctly callous when it came to Dish's feelings. "Because of Jake, we lost 'em both, I guess," Dish said. "Jake is a goddamn bastard." It was painful to Newt to have to think of Jake that way. He still remembered how Jake had played with him when he was a little child, and that Jake had made his mother get a lively, merry look in her eyes. All the years Jake had been gone, Newt had remembered him fondly, and supposed that if he ever did come back he would be a hero. But it had to be admitted that Jake's behavior since his return had not been heroic at all. It bordered on the cowardly, particularly his casual return to card-playing once Lorena had been stolen. "If she's alive and Gus gets her back, I still aim to marry her," Dish said, as rain poured off his hat in streams. "Darn, we should be herding fish," he said a little later, holding the point nonetheless, though he hardly felt like it. If Lorena was indeed dead, he meant to stay clear of other women and grieve for her for a lifetime. It was still raining when they came to the low banks of the Red River. The river was up somewhat, but it was still not a very wide channel or a very deep one. What worried Call was the approach to it. Over 100 yards of wet, rusty-colored sand. The Red was famous for its quicksands. Dietz sat with him, looking at the river thoughtfully. It had long represented the northern boundary of their activity. The land beyond the rusty sands was new to them. "Do you think we ought to wait and let it go down?" Call asked. "It ain't going down," Dietz pointed out. "It's still raining." Dish came over to watch as Dietz pointed for a crossing, several times checking his horse and moving to the side to seek firmer footing. "I guess this will spoil Jasper's digestion," he said, for Jasper's sensitivity on the subject of rivers was becoming more pronounced. "We bogged 60 head of Mr. Pierce's cattle in this very river, although that was over toward Arkansas. I must have had 100 pounds of mud on my clothes before we got them out." Dietz put his horse into the surging water and was soon across the channel, but had to pick his way across another long expanse of sand before he was safely on the north bank. Evidently, he didn't like the crossing, because he waved the others back with his hat and loped away downriver. He was soon out of sight in the rain, but came back in an hour with news of a far better crossing downstream. By then the whole crew was nervous, for the Red was legendary for drowning cowboys, and the fact that they had nothing to do but sit and drip increased general anxiety. But their fears were unfounded. The rain slowed and the sun broke through as they were easing the cattle across the mud flats toward the brownish water. Dietz had found a gravel bar that made the entrance to the river almost as good as a road. Old Dog led the herd right in and was soon across and grazing on the long wet grass of the Oklahoma Territory. 5 or 6 of the weaker cows bogged as they were coming out, but they were soon extracted. Dish and Soupy took off their clothes and waded into the mud and got ropes on the cows, and Bert Borum pulled them out. The sight of the sun put the men in high spirits. Hadn't they crossed the Red River and lived to tell about it? That night the Irishmen sang for hours, and a few of the cowboys joined in. They had gradually learned a few of the Irish songs. Sometimes Po Campo sang in Spanish. He had a low, throaty voice that always seemed like it was about to die for lack of breath. The songs bothered some of the men. They were so sad.
"Po, you're a jolly fellow. How come you only sing about death?"
Soupy asked. Po had a little rattle made from a gourd, and he shook it when he sang. The rattle, plus his low, throaty voice, made a curious effect. The sound could make the hair stand up on P.I.'s neck. "That's right, Po. You do sing sad for a happy man," P.I. observed once as the old man shook his gourd.
"I don't sing about myself,"
Campo said.
"I sing about life. I am happy, but life is sad. The songs don't belong to me."
"Well, you sing them. Who do they belong to?" P asked.
"They belong to those who hear them," Po said.
He had given Dietz one of the little women figures he whittled. Dietz was very proud of it and kept it in the pocket of his old chaps. "Don't give none of them to me," P.I. said. "They're too sad. I'll get them nervous dreams."
"If you hear them, they belong to you," Po said.
It was hard to see his eyes. They were deep set anyway, and he seldom took his big brimmed hat off.
"I wish we had a fiddle," Needle said. "If we had a fiddle, we could dance." "Dance with who?" Bert asked. "I don't see no ladies."
"Dance with ourselves," Needle said. But they didn't have a fiddle. Just Po Campo shaking his rattle and the Irishman singing of girls. Even on a nice clear night, the sad singing and the knowledge that there were no ladies was enough to make the men feel low. They ended up talking of their sisters, those that had them, most nights. Call heard little of the talk or the singing, for he continued to make his camp apart. He thought it best. If the herd ran, he would be in a better position to head it. Gus's absence depressed him. It could only mean that something had gone wrong, and they might never find out what. One night, cleaning his rifle, he was startled by the sound of his own voice. He had never been one to talk to himself, but as he cleaned the gun, he had been having in his head the conversation with Gus that there had not been time to have before Gus left. "I wish you'd killed the man when you had a chance," he said. "I wish you'd never encouraged Jake to bring that girl." The words had just popped out. He was doubly glad he was alone, for if the men had heard him, they would have thought him daft. But no one heard him except the hell bitch, who grazed at the end of a long rope. Every night he slipped one end of the rope beneath his belt and then looped it around his wrist, so there would be no chance of her taking fright and suddenly jerking loose from him. Call had become so sensitive to her movements that if she even raised her head to sniff the air, he would wake up. Usually it was no more than a deer or a passing wolf, but the mare noticed, and Call rested better, knowing she would watch. 61. Augustus figured that 2 or 3 days' ride east would put them in the path of the herds, but on the second day the rain struck, making travel unpleasant. He cut Lorena a crude poncho out of a tarp he had picked up at the buffalo hunters' camp, but even so it was bad traveling. The rains were chill, and it looked like they might last, so he decided to risk adobe walls. The old fort offered the only promise of shelter. They got there to find the place entirely deserted and most of the buildings in ruins. "Not enough buffalo," Augustus said. "It wasn't 2 years ago that they had that big fight here, and now look at it. It looks like it's been empty 50 years. The only signs of life were the rattlesnakes, of which there were plenty, and mice, which explained the snakes. A few owls competed with the snakes for the mice. They found a room whose roof was more or less intact, and whose fireplace even worked once Augustus poked loose an owl's nest. He broke up the remains of an old wagon to make a fire. "This weather'll slow Call up," Augustus said.
I expect they all think we're dead by now.
Lorena still had not spoken. She found her silence hard to give up. It seemed her best weapon against the things that could happen. Talk didn't help when things were worst. No one was listening. If the Kiowas had got to do what they would have liked to do, she could have screamed her voice out, and no one would have heard. Gus was perfectly patient with her silence. He didn't seem to mind it. He just went on talking as if they were having a conversation, talking of this and that. He didn't talk about what had happened to her, but treated her as he always had in Lonesome Dove. Though she didn't talk, she couldn't stand to have Gus out of her sight. At night she rolled in his blanket with him. It was only then that she felt warm. But if he stood up to do some errand, she watched him, and if the errand took him outside, she got up and went out too. The second day, the rain still poured. Gus poked around the fort to see if he could find anything useful and came across a large box of buttons. "There was a woman here during that fight, I recollect," he said. "I guess she took off so fast she left her button box." There were all sizes of buttons. It gave Augustus an idea. He had a pack of cards in his saddlebags, which he quickly produced. "Let's play a few hands," he said. "The buttons can be our money." He spread a blanket near the fireplace and sorted the buttons into piles according to size. There were some large horn buttons that must have been meant for coats. "Them will be our $50 gold pieces," he said. "These here will be 10s, and these little ones can be 5s. This is a high-stakes game we're playing." "Don't you cheat, Gus," Lorena said suddenly. "If you cheat, I won't give you no pokes." Augustus was so pleased to hear her talk that tears came into his eyes. "We're just playing for buttons, honey," he said. For the first hand or two, Lorena made mistakes. She had forgotten what the cards meant, but it quickly came back to her, and she played avidly, even laughing once when she won a hand. But the playing soon tired her. It seemed anything tired her if she did it long, and she still trembled at the least thing. When Gus saw that she was tiring, he made a pallet for her by the fireplace and sat by her while she napped. Her bruises were healing. She was much thinner than she had been when Blue Duck took her away. Her cheeks had hollowed. Outside, the rain pelted the long prairies. The roof had a leak in one corner, and a little stream of water dripped down one wall. They stayed in the walls for 2 days, comfortably out of the wet. That first evening, by good luck, Augustus happened to see a deer grazing just outside the wagon yard. That night they had venison, and Lorena ate with real appetite for the first time. "Eat like that, and you'll soon be the most beautiful woman in Texas again," Augustus said. Lorena said nothing. That night she woke up crying and shaking. Augustus held her and crooned to her as if she were a child. But she didn't go back to sleep. She lay on the pallet, her eyes wide open. An hour or two before dawn, the rain stopped, and soon a bright sun shone above the wet prairie. "I wish we could stay here," Lorena said, when she saw Gus making preparations to leave. "We might not last long if we did," Augustus said. "Every mangy renegade that's left loose knows about this place. If a bunch of them showed up at once, we'd be in trouble." Lorena understood that, but she didn't want to go. Lying on the pallet and playing cards for buttons was fine so long as it was just Gus who was there. She didn't want to see other men for any reason at all. She didn't want them to see her. There was a strong feeling within her that she should stay hidden. She wanted Gus to hide her. "I don't want them," she said, looking at Gus. "You won't have to have them," Augustus said. "I'll see you're let be. But we can't stay here. Game's skimpy, and there's no telling who'll come along." Lorena began to cry when she got on her horse. She could no longer control her tears. They were apt to come at any time, though, like talk, they did no good. Things happened, no matter how hard you cried. "Now, Lori, don't you fret no more than you have to," Augustus said. "We'll get over to where the cowboys are, and then we'll be fine. You'll get to San Francisco yet." Lorena had almost forgotten what San Francisco was. Then she remembered a place with boats, where it was cool. It was where Jake had promised to take her. Jake had gone out of her mind so completely while she was confused that it was strange to think of him. It was like thinking of someone who had died. "Where is Jake?" she asked. "I don't know," Augustus said. "He wanted to come with me, but I didn't want to put up with the scamp." They rode until the afternoon, keeping close to the Canadian, which was high from the rains. Toward evening, they topped a ridge and saw a surprising sight. 4 great herds of cattle spread as far as one could see across the plain. "Rivers stopped them," Augustus said. "They're all waiting for it to go down." The cowboys were still a mile or more away, but Lorena began to shake at the sight of them. They were just more men. "They won't hurt you, honey," Augustus said. "Likely they'll be more scared of you than you are of them. Most of them's probably forgot what a woman looks like." Lorena fell back into her silence. She had nowhere else to go. As they approached the nearest herd, a man galloped out to meet them. "My Lord, it's the man from Yale College, the one who read that Latin on my sign," Augustus said. "I recognize the horse. It's that nice bay we stole back from old Pedro just before he died." Lorena didn't look at the man. Wilbarger was as surprised as Augustus. He had seen 2 riders and supposed they were scouts for yet another herd. "By God, McCrae, you're a surprise," he said. "I thought you were 3 weeks behind me, and here you are attacking from the west. How far back is your herd, or do you have one?" "As you can see, I ain't brought a cow," Augustus said. "Call may still have a herd of them if he ain't lost them or just turned them loose." "If he would do that, he's a fool. And he didn't act like a fool," Wilbarger said. "He wouldn't trade me that mare." He tipped his hat to Lorena. "I don't believe I've met the young lady," he said. "This is Miss Lorena Wood," Augustus said. "She had the misfortune to be abducted. Now I've abducted her back. We're short of grub and would like to purchase some if you have any to spare." Wilbarger glanced once more at Lorena, who sat with her head down. "I am not such a scoundrel as to sell grub," he said. "You're welcome to come to camp and eat with my tough bunch if you can stand them." "I doubt we could," Augustus said quietly. "We're both shy." "Oh, I see," Wilbarger said, glancing at Lorena again. "I'm damn glad you don't have a herd. You'd think there'd be room enough for everybody on these plains, but as you can see, the view is crowding up. I was going to try a crossing today, but I've decided to wait for morning." He was silent a moment, considering the problem of their shyness. "We're about to eat," he said. "It's a free country, so my advice to you would be to make camp where you choose. I'll borrow a pot from our cook and bring you some grub once you get settled." "I'm much obliged," Augustus said. "Noticed a tree in these parts?" "No, sir," Wilbarger said. "If there was a tree in these parts, I'd be sitting under it." They made camp on the plain. Wilbarger was as good as his word. In an hour he returned with a small pack mule. Besides an ample pot of beefsteak and beans, he brought a small tent. "I scarcely use this tent," Wilbarger said, dropping it by their campfire. "You're welcome to borrow it. The young lady might like a little privacy." "I guess it's your training in Latin that gives you such good manners," Augustus remarked. "The sky's unpredictable, and we would enjoy a tent." "I also brought a bottle," Wilbarger said. "I seem to remember you're a drinking man." As soon as the tent was up, Lorena went in. Gus spread her a pallet, and she sat where she could watch him through the open flap. The men sat outside and drank. "Had an easy trip?" Augustus asked. "No, sir," Wilbarger said. "My foreman died south of Fort Worth. I have another herd somewhere ahead of me, but I can't leave to go check on it. I don't know that I'll ever see it again, although I may." "What'd he die of?" Augustus asked. "It's a healthy climate down that way." "He died of a horse falling over backwards on him," Wilbarger said. "He would test the broncs." "Foolish," Augustus said. "Grown man ought to have sense enough to seek gentle horses." "Many don't," Wilbarger pointed out. "That mare Captain Call wouldn't trade me didn't look that gentle, yet he's a grown man." "Grown, but not what you'd call normal," Augustus said. "I put it down to lack of education. If he'd been trained in Latin, he'd most likely have let you have that horse. Do you consider yourself normal, then? Wilbarger asked. Certainly, Augustus said. I never met a soul in this world as normal as me. And yet here you sit, far out on the naked plain, with a shy woman you had to rescue, Wilbarger pointed out. How many skunks did you have to kill in order to rescue her? A passel, Augustus said. I got the peons, but the Hefe got away. A bandit named Blue Duck, whom I'd advise you to give a wide berth unless you're skilled in battle. You think he's around? I've heard of the scamp. No, I think he's headed for the Purgatory River, Augustus said. But then I underestimated him once, which is why the lady got abducted. I'm out of practice when it comes to figuring out bandits. She's a little peaked, that girl, Wilbarger said. You ought to take her back to Fort Worth. There's not much in the way of accommodations or medical care north of here. We'll ease along, Augustus said. Where shall I return this tent? I have business in Denver later in the year, Wilbarger said. That's if I live, of course. Send it over to Denver if you have a chance. I don't use the darn thing much, but I might next winter if I'm still out where it's windy. I'm enjoying this whiskey, Augustus said. A man is foolish to give up the stable pleasure of life just to follow a bunch of shitting cattle. You have a point, and it's a point I've often taxed myself with, Wilbarger said. If you're such a normal boy, then how come you done it? Unfinished business in Ogallala, Nebraska, Augustus said. I'd hate to grow old without finishing it. I see, Wilbarger said. Another shy lady who must have got abducted. They drank until the bottle was empty. If you had two, I wish you'd brought two, Augustus said. I need to get back in practice drinking. Well, if we don't get across that goddamn river tomorrow, I'll see if I can rustle up another one, Wilbarger said, standing up. I seldom get conversation like yours. I can't figure out if I like it or not, but I will admit it's conversation, which is more than can be had in my camp. He mounted his horse and was about to ride away. I'll send the cook over with some breakfast, he said. By the way, you didn't cross the path of a young sheriff from Arkansas, did you? He's up this way somewhere, and I've been worried about him. You must be referring to July Johnson, Augustus said. We left him 4 days ago. He was headed on north. Well, he had a funny crew with him. I was just a little uneasy, Wilbarger said. I found him a likable man, but inexperienced. He's got more experience now, Augustus said. Blue Duck killed his crew. Killed all 3 of them? Wilbarger asked, startled. I even offered that young boy a job. He should have took it, Augustus said. We buried them west of here. That Duck must be a hard son of a bitch, Wilbarger said. He sat on his horse a moment, looking into the night. I had a feeling young Johnson was inexperienced, he said, and trotted off. The next morning, Wilbarger's old cook came over with some breakfast. It was a fine morning, the sun up, and the plains well dried out. Augustus stepped out of the tent, but Lorena was content to look through the flap. This is like living in a hotel, Lori, Augustus said. We got people toting us meals as fast as we can eat them. At that point, the cook got careless, and the little pack mule took a kick at him which barely missed. He's getting tired of making this trip, the cook said. Or it could just be the company he's tired of, Augustus suggested. I'd buy him if he was for sale. I've always got along with mules. This mule ain't for sale, the cook said, looking the camp over. I wished all I had to do was live in a tent. Without further ado, he turned and went back. When he was gone, Lorena came out and sat in the bright sun. While they ate, Wilbarger's cowboys began to move the herd toward the river. That Wilbarger's a curious man, Augustus said. He's blunt-spoken, but I guess he'll do. Before noon, all the herds had crossed, and the wagon and remuda of the last one was just moving out of sight to the north. We might as well cross while the crossing's good, Augustus said. It could come another rain. He folded the tent, which was awkward to carry on a horse. His horse didn't like it and tried to pitch, but Augustus finally got him settled down. The river had gone down some, and they crossed without difficulty and made camp on a long ridge about 2 miles to the north of it. "Now then, we ought to be set," Augustus said once he had the tent secured. "I imagine the boys will be along in a week or so." Lorena didn't care if they never came along, but she was glad they had the tent. It was scarcely up before rain clouds boiled again out of the northwest. "Let her rain, we're ready," Augustus said, taking the box of buttons from his saddlebag. "I guess it won't stop us from playing cards." Will Barger had thoughtfully let them have some coffee and a side of bacon, and with those provisions and the tent and the buttons, they passed a week. A little of the hollowness left Lorena's cheeks, and her bruises healed. She still slept close to Augustus at night, and her eyes still followed him when he went out to move the horses or do some errand. Once or twice on pretty evenings they rode over to the river. Augustus had rigged a fishing line out of some coarse thread they had found in adobe walls. He'd been a needle for a hook and used tadpoles for bait, but he caught no fish. Whenever he went to the river, he stripped off and bathed. "Come in, Laurie," he said several times. "A bath won't hurt you." Finally she did. She had not washed in a long time, and it felt good. Gus was sitting on a rock not far away, letting the sun dry him. The water was rapid, and she didn't wade in too deep. She was surprised to see how white her skin looked once the dirt was all washed off. The sight of her own brown legs and white belly surprised her so that she began to cry. Once the crying started, she couldn't stop it. She cried as if she would never stop. Gus noticed and walked over to help her out of the river, for she was just standing there sobbing, the water up to her thighs. Gus didn't reprimand her. "I expect the best thing is for you to cry it out, Laurie," he said. "You just remember, you got a long time to live." "They shouldn't have took me," Lorena said when she stopped crying. She got her rag of a dress and went back to the tent. 62. Once they hit the territory, Newt began to worry about Indians. He was not alone in his worrying. The Irishman had heard so much about scalping that he often tugged at his own hair as if to reassure himself that it wouldn't come off easily. P.I., who spent most of his time sharpening his knife or making sure he had enough ammunition, was astonished that the Irishman had never seen a scalped person. During P.'s years as a ranger, they were always finding scalped settlers, and for that matter, several of his friends had been scalped. The Spettle boys, who were slowly becoming more talkative, confided in Newt that they would run away and go home if they weren't afraid of getting lost. "But you have to drive the horses," Newt pointed out. "The captain hired you." "Didn't know he was coming where the Indians were," Bill Spettle said. For all the talk, they saw neither Indians nor cowboys for days on end. They saw no one, just an occasional wolf or coyote. It seemed to Newt that the sky got bigger and the country emptier every day. There was nothing to see but grass and sky. The space was so empty that it was hard to imagine that there might ever be towns in it or people. The Irishman particularly found the huge emptiness disturbing. "I guess we left the people," he said often. Or, "When's the next people?" Nobody was quite sure when to expect the next people. "It's too bad Gus ain't here," P.I. said. "Gus would know. He's an expert on where places is at." "Well, there's nothing north of here," Dish said, surprised that anyone would think otherwise. "You have to go east a ways to get into the towns." "I thought we was going to strike Ogallala," Needle reminded him. "I don't say we won't," Dish said. "That's up to the captain. But if it ain't no bigger than Dodge, it wouldn't take much to miss it." Po Campo had become a great favorite with the men because of the tastiness of his cooking. He was friendly and kind to everyone, and yet, like the captain, he kept apart. Po just did it in a different way. He might sing to them in his throaty voice, but he was a man of mystery, a strange man, walking all day behind the wagon, and at night whittling his little women. Soon each of the cowboys had been given one of the carvings. "To remind you of your sisters," Po said. A day and a half before they reached the Canadian, the rain started again. At the sight of the great gray clouds forming in the west, morale immediately sank and the men untied their slickers, resigned to a long, cold, dangerous night. The storm that struck them half a day from the Canadian was of a different intensity because of the lightning. By mid-afternoon, Newt, who was as usual with the drags, became conscious of rumblings and flashing far on the west. He saw Dietz conferring with the captain, though it was hard to imagine what advice might help. They were out in the middle of the plain, far from any shelter. All through the late afternoon, lightning flickered in the west. As the sun was setting, Newt saw something he had never seen. A bolt of lightning shot south to north, bisecting the setting sun. The bolt seemed to travel the whole length of the western horizon. The crack that came with it was so sharp that Newt almost expected to see the sun split in half, like a big red melon. After that bolt, the clouds rolled down on the group like a huge black herd, snuffing out the afterglow in 5 minutes. The remuda became restless, and Newt rode over to help Pete Spettle, but a bolt of lightning struck so close by that his horse went into a violent fit of pitching and promptly threw him. He had kept a tight grip on the reins and the horse didn't break free, but Newt had a time calming him enough that he could remount. Claps of thunder were almost constant by then, and so loud that they made his head ring. The herd was stopped. The cowboys spread around it in as tight a ring as possible. Just as Newt mounted, a bolt of lightning struck the edge of the herd not 100 feet from where the captain rode. A number of cattle instantly fell as if clubbed by the same club. It was as if a portion of the wall of cattle had broken and fallen to earth like so many bricks. A second later, the cattle were running. They broke west in a mass and surged through the riders as if they weren't there, although Dish, the captain, and Dietz were all trying to turn them. The rain came almost as the cattle began to move. Newt spurred and tried to reach the head of the herd, which was nearer him than anyone. He saw a long line of lightning curl down and strike, but the cattle didn't stop. He heard the clicking of thousands of horns as the cattle bumped one another. Again he saw the bluish light rolling on the tips of the cattle's horns, and was glad when the wall of rain came. He rushed to it with relief. Rain was just wet. It didn't scare him, and he knew that if it rained hard enough, the lightning would finally stop. The cattle ran for many miles, but soon the storm was to the east of them, and he had only the rain and darkness to contend with. As he had done before, he plodded along much of the night beside the cattle. Occasionally he would hear the shout of another cowboy, but it was too dark and rainy to see anything. The length of such nights was a torment. 100 times or 1,000 he would look in what he thought was an easterly direction, hoping to see the grayness that meant dawn, but all directions were equally black for what seemed like 20 hours. When dawn did come, it was a low and gloomy one, the sky heavily overcast. Newt, with Dish, the Irishman, and Needle Nelson, was with a large portion of the herd, perhaps 1,000 cattle. No one was quite sure where the rest of the herd was. The cattle were too tired to be troublesome, so Dish loped off to look and was gone what seemed like half a day. When he finally came back, Dietz was with him. The main herd was 6 or 7 miles east. "How many did the lightning hit?" Newt asked, remembering the sight of the cattle falling dead. 13, Dish said. "That ain't the worst, though. It killed Bill Spettle. Knocked him right off his horse. They're burying him now." Newt had been feeling very hungry, but the news took his appetite. He had been chatting with Bill Spettle not 2 hours before the storm began. Bill was beginning to be rather talkative after hundreds of miles of silence. "They say it turned him black," Dish remarked. "I didn't see it." Newt was never to see where Bill Spettle was buried. When they rejoined the main herd, it was on the move, the grave somewhere behind on the muddy plain. No one knew quite what to say to Pete Spettle, who had somehow held the remuda together all night. He was holding it together still, though he looked weary and stunned. The men were all starving, so Call allowed them to stop for a quick feed, but only a quick one. It was looking like rain again. He knew the Canadian was near, and he wanted to cross it before more rains came. Otherwise, they might be trapped for a week. "Ain't we going to rest?" Jasper asked, appalled that they were required to keep driving after such a night. We'll rest north of the river, Call said. Dietz had been sent to find a crossing, but came back almost before he had left. The Canadian was only 4 miles away, and there was a crossing that had obviously been used by many herds. "We all gonna have to swim," he said, to Jasper's consternation. "I just hope we don't have to swim in a darn rainstorm," Dish said, looking at the heavy clouds. "I don't see what difference it makes," Needle said. "It can get just so wet, and if you're swimming, you're bound to be wet." "It ought to quit raining. It's rained enough," P.I. said, but the heavens ignored him. Call was more worried than he let on. They had already lost a boy that day. Another boy hastily buried who would never see his home again. He had no wish to risk any more, and yet the river had to be crossed. He loped up to look at the crossing and satisfied himself that it was safe. The river was high, but it wasn't a wide river. They wouldn't need to swim far. He rode back to the herd. Many of the men had changed into their dry clothes while he was gone, a wasteful effort with the river coming up. "You best strip off when we get to the river, or you just get those clothes wet too," Call said. "Wrap your clothes up good in your slickers so you'll have something dry to put on when we get across." "Ride naked?" Jasper asked, shocked that such a thing would be required of him. Northern travel was proving even worse than he had thought it would be. Bill Spettle had been so stiffened when they found him that they had not been able to straighten him out properly. They'd just wrapped him in a bedroll and stuck him in a hole. "Well, I'd rather be naked a spell than to have to travel in wet duds like we done all last night," P.I. said. When they approached the river, the herd was held up so the men could strip off. It was so chilly that Newt got goosebumps all over his body when he undressed. He wrapped his clothes and tied them high on his saddle, even his boots. The sight of all the men riding naked would have been amusing if he hadn't been so tired and nervous about the crossing. Everyone looked white as a fish belly, except their hands and faces, which were brown. "Good Lord, we're a bunch of beauties," Dish said, surveying the crew. "Dietz is the best looking of the lot. At least he's one color. The rest of us is kind of brindled." Nobody expected weather conditions to get worse, but it seemed that in plains weather there was always room for surprises. A squall blew up as they were starting the cattle into the water, and by the time Old Dog was across the 20 yards of swimming water, Dish on one side of him and Call on the other, the gray sky suddenly began to spit out little white pellets. Dish, who was out of the saddle hanging onto his saddle strings as his horse swam, saw the first pellets plunking into the water and jerked with fear, for he assumed they were bullets. It was only when he looked up and had a small hailstone peck at his cheek that he realized what was happening. Call, too, saw the hail begin to pepper the river. At first the stones were small, and he wasn't too worried, for he had seen fleeting hail squalls pass in 5 minutes. But by the time he and Dish hit the north shore and regained their wet saddles, he realized it was more than a squall. Hailstones were hitting all around him, bouncing off his arms, his saddle, his horse, and they were getting larger by the minute. Dish came riding over, still naked, trying to shelter his face and head with one arm. Hailstones were falling everywhere, splashing into the river, bouncing off the backs of the cattle, and plunking into the muddy banks. "What will we do, Captain?" Dish asked. "They're getting bigger. Reckon they'll beat us to death?" Call had never heard of anyone being killed by hailstones, but he had just taken a hard crack behind the ear from a stone the size of a pullet egg. Yet they couldn't stop. 2 of the boys were in the river swimming, and the cattle were still crossing. "Get under your horse if it gets worse," he said. "Use your saddle for cover." "This horse would kick me to death if I was to try that," Dish said. He quickly unsaddled and used his saddle blanket for immediate shelter. Newt didn't know what was happening when the first hailstones hit. When he saw the tiny white pellets bouncing on the grass, he assumed he was at last seeing snow. "Look, it's snowing," he said excitedly to Needle Nelson, who was near him. "It ain't snow, it's hail," Needle said. "I thought snow was white," Newt said, disappointed. "They're both white," Needle said. "The difference is hail is harder." Within a few minutes, Newt was to find out just how hard. The sky began to rain balls of ice, small at first, but then not so small. "By God, we better get in that river," Needle said. He had a large hat and was trying to hide under it, but the hailstones pounded his body. Newt looked around for the wagon but couldn't see it, the hail was so thick. Then he couldn't see Needle either. He spurred hard and raced for the river, though he didn't know what he was supposed to do once he got there. As he ran for the river, he almost trampled Jasper, who had dismounted and made a kind of tent of his slicker saddle. He was crouching under it in the mud. It was hailing so thickly that when they did reach the river, Mouse jumped off a 6-foot bank throwing Newt. Again, he managed to hang on to his reins, but he was naked, and hailstones were pounding all around him. When he stood up, he happened to notice that Mouse made a kind of wall. By crouching close under him, Newt avoided most of the hailstones. Mouse absorbed them. Mouse wasn't happy about it, but since he had taken it upon himself to jump off the bank, Newt didn't feel very sorry for him. He crouched under the horse until the hailstorm subsided, which was not more than 10 minutes after it began. The muddy banks of the Canadian were covered with hailstones, and so were the plains around them. The cattle and horses crunched through the hail as they walked. Isolated stones continued to plop down now and then, bouncing off the ones already there. Newt saw that the cattle had crossed the wild Canadian, the river that had scared everybody, without much help from the cowboys who were scattered here and there naked, crouched under their saddles or in some cases their horses. It was a funny sight. Newt was so glad to be alive that suddenly he felt like laughing. Funniest of all was P.I., who stood not 30 yards away up to his neck in the river with his hat on. He was just standing there calmly, waiting for the hail to stop. "How come you got in the water?" Newt asked when P waded out. "It's fine protection," P said. "It can't hail through water." It was amazing to Newt to see the plains, which had been mostly brown a few minutes before, turned mostly white. The Irishman walked up leading his horse and kicking hailstones out of the way. He began to pick up the hailstones and throw them in the river. Soon several of the cowboys were doing it, seeing who could throw the farthest or make the hailstones skip across the water. Then they saw a strange sight. Po Campo was gathering hailstones in a bucket, the 2 pigs following him like dogs. "What do you reckon he expects to do with them?" Needle Nelson asked. "I guess he'll stew 'em, probably," P said. "He's looking them over like he's picking peas." "I wouldn't want to see this outfit naked tomorrow," Jasper said. "I guess we'll all be black and blue. One hit me on the elbow and I can't straighten my arm yet." "You don't do much with it when you do straighten it," Bert remarked unsympathetically. "Just 'cause he can't rope like you can don't mean he wouldn't like to use his arm," P.I. said. Everyone picked on Jasper, and once in a while P felt obliged to come to his defense. He swung on to his horse and froze before getting his other foot in the stirrup. He had happened to glance across the river, and had spotted a horseman riding toward them. The crew on the north bank had their backs to the rider and hadn't seen him. "Well, I swear it's Gus," P.I. said. "He ain't dead at all." They all looked and saw the rider coming. "How do you know it's him?" Bert wanted to know. "He's too far. It could be an Indian chief for all you know." "I guess I know Gus," P said. "I wonder where he's been." 63. Call and Dish were just getting into their dry pants when Augustus came riding up. It was not until they heard the sound of his horse crushing the hailstones that they turned around. Call saw at once that Gus was riding a different horse from the one on which he had ridden off, but he himself looked fit. "By God, I never thought you boys would start working naked," Augustus said. "I guess the minute I left camp, things went right to hell. You jaybirds look like you scattered from here to Fort Worth." "Well, the river was deep and we ain't overloaded with dry clothes," Call said. "What happened to you?" "Nothing much," Augustus said. "I got here last week and decided there wasn't no sense in riding south. I'd just have to turn around and come back." "Did you ever find Lori?" Dish asked. "Oh, sure," Augustus said. "I found her. She's probably sitting out in front of the tent right now watching you prance around naked." At that, Dish blushed and made haste to get the rest of his clothes on, though when Gus pointed out the tent to him, he saw it was too far away for Lori to have seen anything. At that point, several of the naked cowboys on the south bank plunged into the river and swam over, so excited by Gus's return that they forgot caution. "I swear, Gus, we near give you up," P.I. said. "Did you catch the bandit?" "No, but I hope I do someday," Augustus said. "I met plenty of his friends, but he slipped by me." "Did you get to town or what?" Dish asked. "You didn't have no tent when you rode off." "Mr. Wilbarger loaned me that tent," Augusta said. "Lori's feeling shy, and she needs a little privacy." "We best get the wagon across," Call said. "We can listen to Gus's story later. You boys that ain't dressed, go back and help." The sun came out, and that plus Gus's arrival put the hands in a high mood. Even Jasper, normally so worried about rivers, forgot his fear and swam right back across the Canadian to help get the wagon. They all treated swimming the river like a frolic, though they had been anxious about it for a week. Before long they had the wagon across. They had put both pigs in it, but the blue shote jumped out and swam across. "That's an independent pig," Augusta said. "I see you still got that old cook." "Yes, his food's right tasty," Call said. "Is the girl all right?" "She's had an ordeal, but she's young," Augusta said. "She won't forget it, but she might outlive it." "We're a long way from any place we could leave her," Call said. "Oh, I have no intention of leaving her," Augusta said. "We've got Wilbarger's tent. We'll go along with you cowboys until we hit Nebraska." "Then what?" Call asked. "I don't know. We ain't there yet," Augusta said. "What's the word on Jake?" "He was in Fort Worth when we passed by," Call said. "I guess he's mainly card playing." "I met that sheriff that's after him," Augusta said. "He's ahead of us somewhere. His wife run off, and Blue Duck killed his deputy and 2 youngsters who were traveling with him. He's got other things on his mind besides Jake." "He's welcome to Jake if he wants him," Call said. "I won't defend a man who lets a woman get stolen and just goes back to his cards." "It was wisdom," Augusta said. "Blue Duck would have scattered Jake over 2 counties if he had run into him." "I call it cowardice," Call said. "Why didn't you kill Blue Duck?" "He's quick," Augusta said. "I couldn't follow him on this piece of soap I'm riding. Anyway, I had Lori to consider." "I hate to let a man like that get away," Call said. "Go get him, Woodrow," Augusta said. "He's west of here, probably in Colorado. You go get him, and I'll nurse these cows along until you get back. Now, what's that old cook doing?" They saw all the cowboys gathering around the wagon, which still dripped from its passage through the river. "He likes to surprise the boys," Call said. "He's always coming up with something different." They trotted over and saw that Po Campo had made the hailstones into a kind of candy with the use of a little molasses. He dipped them in molasses and gave each of the hands one to lick. "Well, Senor," he said to Augustus, "I see you made it back in time for dessert." "I made it back in time to see a bunch of naked waddies cross a river," Augustus said. "I thought you'd all turned Indian and was aiming to scalp Jasper. Where's young Bill Spettle? Is he going into hiding?" There was an awkward silence. Lippy, sitting on the wagon seat, stopped licking the hailstone he had been given. "No, senor. He is buried," Po Campo said. "A victim of lightning." "That's a pity," Augusta said. "He was young and had promise." "It killed 13 head with 1 bolt," P.I. said. "You never seen such lightning, Gus?" "I seen it," Augusta said. "We had a little weather, too." Newt felt warm and happy, his clothes on and Mr. Gus back with the crew. The sky had cleared, and the clouds that had caused the terrible hail were only a few wisps on the eastern horizon. In the bright sun, with the river crossed and the cattle grazing on the wet grass, and Lorena rescued, life seemed like a fine thing, though every once in a while he would remember Bill Spettle, buried in the mud a few miles back, or Sean O'Brien, way down on the Nueces. The warm sun and bright air had brought them no pleasure. Po Campo had given him a hailstone dipped in molasses, and he sat licking it and feeling alternately happy and sad, while the men got dressed and prepared to be cowboys again.
"Are there any more trees, or does this plain just go on to Kennedy?"
Bert Borum asked. "I wouldn't bet on trees for the next few months," Augustus said. The men wondered about Lorena. Many still held her beauty in their minds. What had happened to her? What did she look like now? Hers was the most beauty many of them had seen, and now that she was near, it shone fresh in memory and made them all the more anxious to see her. Dish especially could not keep his eyes off the little tent. He longed for a glimpse of her and kept imagining that any minute she would step out of the tent and look his way. Surely she remembered him. Perhaps she would even wave and call him over. Lorena knew the cowboys were near, but she didn't look out of the tent. Gus had assured her he would be back soon, and she trusted him, though sometimes when he was gone for an hour looking for game, she still got the shakes. Blue Duck wasn't dead. He might come back and get her again if Gus didn't watch close. She remembered his face and the way he smiled when he kicked her. Gus was the only thing that kept the memories away, and sometimes they were so fresh and frightening that she wished she had died so her brain would stop working and just leave her in the quiet. But her brain wouldn't stop. Only Gus could distract it with talk and card games. Only his presence relaxed her enough that she could sleep. Now and then she peeped out and saw the wagon with Gus standing by it. He was easy to spot because of his white hair. As long as she could spot him, she didn't feel worried. Call let the men camp. They'd had a rough 24 hours. A big steer had crippled itself crossing the river. Bert roped it, and Pocampo killed it efficiently with a sharp blow of an axe. He butchered it just as efficiently, and soon had beefsteaks cooking. The smell reminded the men that they were famished. They wanted to meat like wolves. "A cow don't go far with this bunch," Augustus observed. "If you boys don't learn to curb your appetites, you'll have eaten the whole darn herd before we strike the Powder River. It'll be a big joke on you, Call," he added. "What will?" Call asked. His mind had been on Blue Duck. "Think of it," Augustus said. "You start off to Montana with a bunch of cattle and some hungry hands. By the time you get there, the hands will have ate the cattle, and you're back at nothing. Then the Cheyenne or the Sioux will wipe out the hands, and that'll leave you." "What about yourself?" Call asked. "You're along." "I'll have stopped and got married, probably," Augustus said. "It's time I started my family." "Are you marrying Lori then, Gus?" Dish asked in sudden panic. He was aware that Gus had saved Lorena from a bad fate and supposed she might be going to marry him in gratitude. "No, Dish, I've someone else in mind," Augustus said. "Don't run your hopes up no flagpole, though. Lori's apt to be skittish of men for the next few years." "Hell, she always was," Needle observed. "I offered her good money twice, and she looked right through me like I was a glass window or something." "Well, you are skinny," Augustus said. "Plus you're too tall to suit a woman. Women would rather have runts, on the whole." The remark struck the company as odd. Why would women rather have runts? And how did Gus know such a thing? But then it was a comforting remark, too, for it was like Gus to say something none of them expected to hear. Those that had night guard would be able to amuse themselves with the remark for hours, considering the pros and cons of it and debating among themselves whether it could be true. "Dern, I miss listening to you, Gus," P.I. said as Augustus was mounting to leave. Call rode a little way out of camp with Augustus. A flock of cranes came in and settled on the banks of the river. "This trip is hard on boys," Augustus said. "We've lost 2 already, and the young sheriff lost a boy and a girl." They stopped for a smoke. In the distance, the night guard was just going out to the herd. "We should have stayed lawmen and left these boys at home," Augustus said. "Half of them will get drowned or hit by lightning before we hit Montana. We should have just gone ourselves and found some rough old town and civilized it. That's the way to make a reputation these days." "I don't want a reputation," Call said. "I've had enough outlaws shoot at me. I'd rather have a ranch." "Well, I got to admit I still like a fight," Augustus said. "They sharpen the wits. The only other thing that does that is talking to women, which is usually more dangerous." "Now you've ended up the caretaker of that girl," Call said. "She ain't the woman you're after." "Nope, she ain't," Augustus said. He had been pondering that point himself. Of course, for all he knew, Clara was still a happily married woman, and all his thinking about her no more than idle daydreams. He had long wanted to marry her, and yet life was continually slipping other women between her and him. It had happened with his wives earlier. "I wish you'd been married," he said to Call. "Why?" Call asked. "I'd like your thoughts on the subject, that's why," Augustus said. "Only you ain't got no experience, so you can't be no help." Well, I never come close, Call said. I don't know why. No interest, Augusta said. Also, you ain't never figured yourself out and you don't like to take chances. I could argue that, Call said. I've taken my share of chances, I guess. In battle, not in love, Augusta said. Unless you want to call what you done with Maggie taking a chance. Why do you always want to talk about that? Call said. Because it was as close as you ever came to doing something normal, Augusta said. It's all I've got to work with. Here you've brought these cattle all this way with all this inconvenience to me and everybody else, and you don't have no reason in this world to be doing it. Call didn't answer. He sat smoking. The Irishman had begun to sing to the herd. Since you know so much about me, have you got any suggestions? He asked. Certainly have, Augusta said. Take these cattle over to the nearest cow town and sell 'em. Pay off whatever boys is still alive. Then what? I'll go deal with the ladies for a while, Augusta said. You take P and Dietz and ride up the Purgatory River until you find Blue Duck. Then either you'll kill him or he'll kill all of you. What about the boy? Call asked. Newt can go with me and learn to be a ladies' man, Augusta said. You won't claim him anyway. And the last boy that got near Blue Duck had his head smashed in with a rifle butt. Nope, Call said. I'm primed to see Montana. If we're the first ones there, we can take our pick of the land. You take your pick, Augusta said. I'm in the mood to travel. Once you boys get settled, I may go to China, for all you know. And with that, he rode off. Call smoked a while, feeling odd and a little sad. Jake had proved a coward. It would never be part of the old crew again. Of course, he hadn't been for 20 years. The old crew was mostly a memory, though P and Dietz were still there, and Gus in his strange way. But it was all changing. He saw the girl come out of the tent when Gus dismounted. She was just a shape in the twilight. Gus said she wouldn't talk much, not even to him. Call didn't intend to try her. He loped a mile or two to the west and put the mare on her lead rope. The sky overhead was still light, and there was a little fingernail moon. 64. Jake spent most of his days in a place called Bill's Saloon, a little clapboard place on the Trinity River bluffs. It was a 2-story building. The whores took the top story, and the gamblers and cowboys used the bottom. From the top floor, there were usually cattle in sight trailing north, small herds and large. Once in a while, a foreman came in for liquor and met Jake. When they found out he had been north to Montana, some tried to hire him, but Jake just laughed at them. The week after he left the Hat Creek herd had been a good week. He couldn't draw a bad card, and by the time the week was over, he had a stake enough to last him a month or two. I believe I'll just stay, he told the foreman. I like the view. He also liked a long-legged whore named Sally Skull. At least that was what she called herself. She ran the whoring establishment for Bill Sloan, who owned the saloon. There were 5 girls, but only 3 rooms, and with the herds coming through in such numbers, the cowboys were in the place practically all the time. Sally had alarm clocks outside the rooms. She gave each man 20 minutes, after which the big alarm clocks went off with a sound like a fire bell. When that happened, Sally would throw the door open and watch while the cowboys got dressed. Sally was skinny, but tall, with short black hair. She was taller than all but a few of the cowboys, and the sight of her standing there unnerved most of the men so much they could hardly button their buttons. The majority of them were just boys anyway, and not used to whorehouse customs and alarm clocks. 1 or 2 of the bolder ones complained, but Sally was unimpressed and uncompromising. If you can't squirt your squirt in 20 minutes, you need a doctor, not a whore, she said. Sally drank hard from the time she woke up until the time she passed out. She kept one of the 3 rooms for her own exclusive use, the one with a little porch off it. When Jake got tired of card playing, he would come and sit with his feet propped up on the porch rail and watch the wagons move up and down the streets of Fort Worth. Once Sally had the alarm clock set, she would come in for a few minutes herself with a whiskey glass and help him watch. He had hit it off with her at once, and she let him sleep in her bed. But the bed and the privileges that went with it cost him $10 a day, a sum he readily agreed to since he was on a winning streak. Once he had got his first $10 worth, he felt free to discuss the arrangements. "What if we don't do nothing but sleep?" he asked. "Is it still $10? "Yep," Sally said. "I can buy a darn bed for the night a sight cheaper than that," Jake pointed out. "If it's got me in it, it ain't just a bed," Sally said. "Besides, you get to sit on the balcony all you want to unless one of my good sweethearts is in town." It turned out that Sally Skull had quite a number of good sweethearts, some of them so rank that Jake didn't see how she could stand them. She didn't mind mule skinners or buffalo hunters. In fact, she seemed to prefer them. "Hell, I'm the only one of your customers that's taken a bath this year," Jake complained. "You could take up with bankers and lawyers and the sheets wouldn't stink so." "I like 'em muddy and bloody," Sally said. "I ain't nice. This ain't a nice place, and it ain't a nice life. I'd take a hog to bed if I could find one that walked on two legs." Jake had seen hogs that kept cleaner than some of the men Sally Skull took upstairs, but something about her raw behavior stirred him, and he stayed with her and paid the daily $10. The cowboys that came through were very poor card players, so he could usually make his fee back in an hour. He tried other whores in other saloons, skinny ones and fat ones, but with them a time came when he would remember Lorena and immediately lose interest. Lorena was the most beautiful woman he had ever known, and her beauty grew in his memory. He thought of her often with a pang, but also with anger, for in his view it was entirely her own fault that she had been stolen. Whatever was happening to her, it was her punishment for stubbornness. She could easily have been living with him in a decent hotel in Austin or Fort Worth. Sally Skull had bad teeth and a thin body with no particular beauties. Her long legs were skinny as a bird's, and she had nothing that could match Lorena's fine bosom. If anyone said a wrong word to her, they got a tongue-lashing that would make the coarsest man blush. If one of her girls got too sweet on a cowboy, which could always happen in her profession, Sal promptly got rid of her, shoving her out the back door of the saloon into the dusty street. "Don't get in love around me," she would say. "Go do it in the alley if you want to give it away." Once she fired 3 girls in one day for lazing around with the boys. For the next week, she serviced most of the customers herself. Jake decided he was crazy for taking up with Sally. She lived too raw for him. Besides the drinking and the men, she also took powders of various kinds, which she bought from a druggist. She would take the powders and lay beside him wide-eyed, not saying a word for hours. Still, he would be awakened at dawn when she pulled the cork out of the whiskey bottle she kept by the bed. After a few swigs to wake herself up, she would always want him, no matter that she had serviced 20 cowboys the night before. Sally flared with the first light. He couldn't think what he liked about her, yet he couldn't deny her either. She made $100 a day or more, but spent most of it on her powders, or on dresses, most of which she only wore once or twice. When the Hat Creek outfit passed through, some of the men came in and said hello to Jake, but he froze them out. It was their fault that Lorena was lost, and he had no more use for them. But tales about him were told, and they soon got back to Sally Skull. "Why'd you let that Indian get you a whore?" she asked him bluntly. "He was a tricky bandit," Jake said. "For all I know, she may have liked him. She never liked me much." Sally Skull had green eyes, which dilated when she took her powders. She looked at him like a mean cat that was about to pounce on a lizard. Though it was barely sunup, they had already been at it, and the grimy sheets were a puddle of sweat. "She never would mind," Jake said, wishing the Hat Creek outfit had kept their mouths shut. "I wouldn't mind you either, Jake," Sally said. "I wish I could trade places with her." "You what?" he asked, mightily startled. "I've went with a nigger but never an Indian," she said. "I'd like to try one." The news about the nigger was a shock to Jake. He knew Sal was wild, but hadn't supposed she was that wild. The look on her face frightened him a little. "You know something else? I paid that nigger," she said. "I give him $10 to turn whore, and then he never got to spend it." "Why not?" Jake asked. "He bragged and they hung him from a tree," Sally said. "Wrong thing to brag about in Georgia. Some of them want to hang me, but they didn't have the guts to hang a woman. I just got run out of town." That night there was trouble. A young foreman gave Sally some lip when she tried to rush him off, and she shot him in the shoulder with a derringer she kept under her pillow. He wasn't hurt much, but he complained, and the sheriff took Sally to jail and kept her. Jake tried to bail her out, but the sheriff wouldn't take his money. "Leave her sit," he said. Only Sally did more than sit. She bribed one of the deputies into bringing her some powders. She looked a mess, but somehow it was the mess about her that men couldn't resist. Jake couldn't himself. Somehow she could bring him to it despite her teeth and her oniony smells and the rest. She brought the deputy to it, too, and then tried to grab his gun and break jail, although if she had waited, the sheriff would have let her out in a day or two. Somehow, in fighting over the one gun, she and the deputy managed to shoot each other fatally. They died together on the cell floor in a pool of blood, both half naked. The deputy had 9 children, and his death caused an uproar against whores and gamblers, so much so that Jake thought it prudent to leave town. He searched Sally's room before he left and found $600 in a hat box. Since Sally was dead and buried, he took it. The whores who were left were so scared that they hired a buggy and came with him over to Dallas, where they soon found work in another saloon. In Dallas, Jake won some money from a soldier who reported that he had met a deputy sheriff from Arkansas. The deputy was looking for the sheriff, and the sheriff was looking for a man who had killed his brother. The soldier had forgotten all the names, and Jake didn't mention that he was the man being sought. The information made him nervous, though. The sheriff from Arkansas was evidently in Texas somewhere, and might show up any time. While he was pondering what his next move might be, a hard-looking crew showed up in the saloon where he was playing. It consisted of 3 brothers, the Suggs brothers. Dan Suggs was the oldest and most talkative. The younger 2, Ed and Roy, were sullen and restless, always watching the doors to see who might be coming in. Dan had no interest in doors or any apparent concern other than a need to have his whiskey glass filled rather often. All 3 were scraggly-bearded men. "Didn't you ranger?" Dan asked, when he heard Jake's name. "I rangered some," Jake said. "You run with Call and McCrae, didn't you?" Dan said. "I've never met Call and McCrae, but I've heard they're hard men." It irked Jake a little that those 2 had such reputations. It seemed to him that he had done about as much as they had in the rangering days. After all, he was the man who had shot one of the most famous bandits on the border. While they talked and played cards a little, Roy Suggs kept spitting tobacco on the barroom floor. It irked Ralph, the man who owned the bar. He brought over a spittoon and put it by Roy's chair, but Roy Suggs looked at him with a cold eye and continued to spit on the floor. "Roy will spit where he pleases," Dan said with a mean grin. "Spoon, how'd you like to be a regulator?" he asked a little later. "I recall from stories I've heard that you can shoot a gun." "What is a regulator?" Jake asked. "I've not heard the term." "Folks up in Kansas are getting tired of these Texas cattle tramping in constantly," Dan said. "They want this trail driving business regulated." "Regulated how?" "Well, taxed," Dan said. "People can't go on driving cattle just anywhere. If they want to cross certain rivers at certain crossings, they've got to pay for the privilege. If they won't pay in cash, then they've got to pay in cattle." "Is it the law in Kansas or what?" Jake asked. "It ain't, but some folks think it ought to be," Dan said. "Us folks mainly," Roy said, spitting. "I see," Jake said. "If Call and Gus try to take some cattle across one of them rivers you're regulating, then you stop them and tell them they have to pay? Is that how the scheme works?" "That's it," Dan said. "I'd like to see you tell Woodrow Call he has to pay you money to drive cattle across a river," Jake said. "I ain't a friend of the man. He's recently treated me poorly. But unless there's a law and you can show it to him, you won't be collecting no double eagles." "Then he'll have to suffer the consequences," Dan said. Jake laughed. "The consequences of that would be that somebody would have to dig your grave," he said. "If Call didn't shoot you, Gus would. They ain't used to taking orders from you regulators." "By God, then they'll learn," Roy Suggs said. "Maybe, but you won't teach them," Jake said. You'd be sitting dead in your saddle if you tried it. Though he was annoyed with Call and Gus, it amused him that 3 scraggly bandits thought they could beat them. Dan Suggs was not pleased with the conversation either. "I thought you might be a man with some gumption," he said. "I see I was wrong." "I can supply enough gumption," Jake said, "but I don't ride with inexperienced men. If you think you can ride up to Call and McCrae and collect money from them with a few threats, then you're too inexperienced for me." Dan was silent for a bit. "Well, they're just one bunch," he said. "There are plenty of other herds on the trail." "That's right," Jake said. "If I was you, I'd try to regulate some of the ones that ain't been led by Texas Rangers." Roy and Ed looked at him hostilely. They didn't like hearing it suggested that they weren't up to the job, but Dan Suggs was a cooler man. After they'd played some cards and worked through a bottle of whiskey, he admitted that the regulating scheme was something he'd just thought up. "My notion was that most cowboys can't fight," Dan said. "Hell, they're just boys. Them settlers up there can't fight neither. A lot of them might pay us to keep the beeves out of their corn patches." "They might, but it sounds like you're speculating," Jake said. "Before I leave this here easy life to go and get shot at, I'd like a little better prospect to think about." "How about robbing banks if the regulating don't work out?" Dan asked bluntly. "You got any objections to robbing banks?" "It would depend on the bank," Jake said. "I wouldn't enjoy it if there was too much law stacked up against me. I'd think you'd want to pick small towns." They talked for several hours. Roy Suggs resolutely spitting tobacco on the floor. Dan Suggs pointed out that all the money seemed to be in Kansas. If they went up there and weren't too particular about what they did, they ought to be able to latch on to some of it. Jake found the Suggs brothers unattractive. They all had cold, mean eyes and no great affection even for one another. Roy and Ed almost got into a gunfight over a hand of cards. He offered to get them whores, for he had stayed friendly with several of the girls who had come over from Fort Worth, but the Suggs brothers weren't interested. Drinking and card-playing appealed to them more. Had it not been for the threat of July Johnson somewhere around, he would have let the Suggs brothers head for Kansas without him. He was comfortable where he was and had no appetite for hard riding and gunfighting. But Dallas wasn't far from Fort Smith, and July Johnson might arrive any time. That was an uncomfortable thought. So uncomfortable that 3 days later Jake found himself riding north with the 3 Suggs boys and a tall black man they called Frog Lip. Jake equipped himself with a new rifle before they left. He had made the Suggs brothers no promises, and as soon as he found a nice saloon in Kansas, he meant to let them go their way. Frog Lip owned 5 guns of various calibers and spent most of his time cleaning them. He was a fine marksman. The first day out, he brought down a deer at a distance Jake would have considered impossible. Frog Lip seemed to take the shot for granted. Jake had the strong feeling that the black man's guns would soon be pointed at something besides deer, but he himself didn't plan to be around to see it. 65. July rode for days without seeing any person, or for that matter, many signs of life except the hawks and buzzards circling in the blue prairie sky. Once he saw a wolf loping along a ridge, and at night he heard coyotes, but the only game he saw were jackrabbits, and it was mostly rabbit he ate. He kept going north, reminding himself that it was a long way to any towns. But soon the unvarying emptiness of the country began to disturb him, and he was already disturbed enough by the deaths of the 3 people buried on the Canadian. He thought of them more or less all day. Waking in the gray dawn, he would have Roscoe's face in his mind. When he dreamed, it was of Roscoe and Joe and the young girl. Several times he cried at the thought of the finality of it. He had a longing to get them back in places they belonged. Fort Smith in the case of Roscoe and Joe. He didn't know where the girl had belonged, though it wasn't in a grave on the Canadian. What he was doing, indeed his whole life, now seemed to him completely futile. He rode through the empty land without hope of anything, simply going on because he had to do something. As he went farther and farther onto the plains, he ceased to be able to imagine Fort Smith as a place where he might ever live and work again. What would he do if he did go back? Sit in the jail where he had worked with Roscoe? Or in the cabin where he had lived with Elmira? July didn't see how things could get worse, since he had lost his wife and led 3 people to their deaths. But 4 days after he left Augustus, his horse went lame. Some small spiky cactus hidden by the tall prairie grass proved more deadly than a snake. A thorn worked its way far up into the horse's hoof. July had to tie the horse down to get the thorn out, and even then he was not sure he had got it all. They were 3 days north of the Cimarron when it happened. Water was scarce, and the horse soon too lame to ride. He led the horse, taking it slow, hoping the hoof would get better, but it did no good. The horse was lamed and could put no weight on the hoof at all. Finally, sadly feeling that he was parting with his last companion in life, July unsaddled the horse and shot him. He left his saddle, but took his rifle and started walking east. The next day from a ridge, he saw a great cloud of buzzards over the place where the horse lay. The sight made him cry. He walked all day, hoping to cross a creek but finding none. He had a half canteen of water, not enough to get him back to the Cimarron, and he had nothing to eat. He made a dry camp and sat all night on his blanket, so wakeful he thought he would never sleep again. He sat for hours, watching the moon climb high amid the bright stars. He remembered the cold nights in their Arkansas cabin when he was a boy. How his mother piled quilts on top of him and his brothers. How peaceful it seemed under the quilts. Then it seemed like sleep was one of the most wonderful things in life. July wondered if perhaps the sleep of death would be as good, as comforting and warming as his boyhood slumber. He had a rifle and a pistol. One pull of the trigger would bring him all the sleep he wanted. In his 5 years as a lawman, he had never shot anyone, though he had a reputation as a dangerous fighter. It would be a joke on everyone if the only person he ever killed was himself. He'd always assumed that people who killed themselves were cowards. His own uncle had done it in a painful way by drinking lye. His uncle had been deep in debt. Now, as he sat and watched the moon, killing himself merely seemed sensible. His life had been ruined, surprisingly, inexplicably, swiftly, but ruined for sure. He had made wrong choices all along, and it had cost 3 lives. Killing himself would put him at one with Roscoe, Janie, Joe, and the horse. They had started traveling together. It would be fitting that they all ended in the same place. He began to think about which gun to use. The barrel of the rifle gleamed in the moonlight. The pistol was heavy in its holster. He took out the pistol and slowly turned the cylinder, listening to the heavy clicks, but he didn't put it to his head. He remembered Elmira. It seemed to him he had to find her, to tell her what had happened to her son. It was true she had never seemed fond of the boy. Elmira had never seemed fond of anyone, but Joe had been her son, and she might want to know. July thought all night. Knowing that he had only to raise the pistol eased his mind a little. He had better go and find Elmira first. He wanted to explain to her that he had never meant to do whatever had caused her to run off. Once that was done, he could go off with a pistol and join his dead. The next morning he started walking, but he didn't feel the same. He felt like he no longer belonged to life. It would not have surprised him to see a cloud of buzzards circling over him. In spirit, he had gone to visit Roscoe. He finished his water that night, having walked all day through the brown, wavy grass. He tried a long shot at a deer but missed. The next morning he was awakened by the cawing of crows. He looked up to see several of them flapping overhead in the early grayness. He was tired from his long day's walk and didn't get up immediately. There was nothing to get up for but the bright sun and the shimmering plains. But he kept hearing the crows cawing and quarreling not far away. When he stood up, he saw a little grove of low trees not 200 yards away. They weren't much, but they were trees, and the crows were resting in them. Among the trees he found a spring, just a trickle of a spring, but it had formed a shallow pool 10 feet wide. A black snake was curled on a rock at the water's edge. It was probably what the crows were complaining about. July spent the day by the spring. He drank, bathed, and soaked his dirty clothes, spreading them out on the grass to dry. While he rested, a big badger walked up to the spring, and July shot him with his pistol. He had never eaten badger, but he ate this one and drank the spring water. Even better than food were the trees. Being in the shade again eased his spirit a little. He could look across the hot prairies for miles from the comfort of his shade. The sun couldn't parch him while he was under the trees. But he couldn't live forever on spring water and one badger. Besides, he had his chore to do. He waited until the cool of the evening and then set out again. The second day, he crossed a wagon track coming from the south. It led him to a running creek, but he saw no wagon. The next day, he saw a dust cloud, which turned out to be a small cow herd. The cowboys were mighty surprised to see a lone figure walking toward them from the west, and dumbfounded to learn that he was a sheriff from Arkansas. "Did you come from California, or where?" the trail boss asked. He was an old white-mustached man named Johns, suspicious at first. Not many men came walking out of Texas. But July soon persuaded the old man to sell him a horse. It was the worst horse in the remuda, but it was a horse. July gave $40 for it. The Johns outfit had no saddle to spare, but they did give him directions. They tried to get him to stay the night with them. They had been on the trail 6 weeks, and a stranger was a welcome novelty. But once he was mounted, July felt a sense of hurry seize him. He ate with them, thanked them again, and left under a rising moon. 4 days later, sore from riding bareback on the little sharp-spined bay, he trotted into Dodge City. 66. Long before they struck the Republican River, Elmira had begun to wonder if any of it was worth it. For 2 weeks, when they were on the open plain, it rained, hailed, lightning flashed. Everything she owned was wet, and she didn't like feeling like a muskrat, though it didn't bother Luke and Zway. It was cold at night. She slept on wet blankets in the hard wagon and woke up feeling more tired than when she lay down. The plains turned soggy and the wagon bogged time after time. The hide smelled and the food was chancy. The wagon was rough, even when the going was good. She bounced around all day and felt sick to her stomach. If she lost the baby in such a place, she felt she would probably die. It occurred to her that she had taken a hard route just to escape July Johnson. Her own folly amused her. She had once thought of herself as smart, but look at where she was. If D. Boot could see her, he would laugh his head off. D. loved to laugh about the absurd things people did for bad reasons. The fact that she had done it because she wanted to see him would only amuse him more. Dee would tell her she ought to have gone back to Dodge and asked one of the girls to get her work. Instead, she was driving a mule wagon across northern Kansas. They had been lucky and seen no Indians, but that could always change. Besides, it soon developed that Luke was going to be as much trouble as an Indian. It was something she knew that Zway hadn't noticed. Zway treated her kindly, insofar as he treated her at all. Now that he had got her to come on a trip, he seemed well content. She didn't have to do anything but be there, and he was surprised when she offered to cook, which she mainly did out of boredom, and because Zway and Luke were such dirty cooks, she was afraid she would get poisoned if she didn't take that chore into her own hands. Zway exhibited no lustful intentions at all. He seemed happy just to rest his eyes on her at the end of the day. Luke, on the other hand, was a feisty little rabbit who lost no time in making his wants known. In the early morning, he would stand and relieve himself in plain sight of her grinning and looking at her while he did it. Zwei, who slept like a rock, never noticed this strange habit. Luke was not easy to discourage. Soon he took a new tack, which was to persuade Zwei that when they hunted, the two of them ought to hunt in separate directions. It was true that game was scarce, but that wasn't the reason Luke hunted by himself. All he was hunting was Elmira. As soon as he knew that Zwei was 2 or 3 miles from the wagon, he circled back and pressed his suit. He was direct about it, too. He would tie his horse to the wagon and climb right in with her. He put his arm around her and made crude suggestions. "No," Elmira said. "I came with Zwei. He told me I wouldn't be bothered." "What bother?" Luke asked. "I'm going to have a baby," she said, hoping that would discourage him. Luke looked at her belly. "Not for a while yet," he said. "This ain't going to take no month. It probably won't take 6 minutes. I'll pay you. I won good money playing cards back at the fort." "No," Elmira said. "I'm afraid of Zwei." She wasn't really, but it made a handy excuse. She was more afraid of Luke, who had mean eyes. There was something crazy in his looks. He also had a disgusting habit, which was that he liked to suck his own fingers. He would do it sitting by the fire at night. Suck his fingers as if they were candy. Luke kept climbing up on the wagon and putting his hands on her, but Elmira kept saying no. She dreamed of Dee occasionally, but other than that she had no interest in men. She thought about telling Zwei that Luke was bothering her, but Zwei was not an easy man to talk to. Anyway, it might start a fight, and Luke might win, in which case her goose would be cooked. Zwei was strong, but slow, and Luke didn't look like a man who would fight fair. So when Luke snuck back and climbed onto the wagon seat, Elmira possumed. She couldn't stop his hands entirely, but she made herself into a tight little package and concentrated on driving the mules. When Luke saw he wasn't going to change her mind with talk or the offer of money, he tried threats. Twice he cuffed her, and once shoved her completely off the wagon seat. She fell hard and barely got out of the way of the wagon wheel. Immediately she thought of the baby, but she didn't lose it. Luke cursed her and rode off, and she climbed back up and drove the wagon. Next day he threatened to kill Zwei if she didn't let him. "Zwei's dumb," he said. "He ain't no smarter than a buffalo. I'll shoot him while he sleeps." "I'll tell him that," Elmira said. "Maybe he won't sleep. Maybe he'll kill you while you're at it." "What have you got against me?" Luke said. "I mostly treat you nice." "You knocked me off the wagon," she said. "If that's nice treatment, I'll pass." "I only want a little," Luke said. "Only once. We're still a long ways from Nebraska. I can't go that long." The next day he caught her off guard and shoved her back in the wagon by the hides. He was on her like a terrier, but she kicked and scratched him before he could do anything. The mules took fright and started to run away. Luke had to grab the reins with his pants half down, and when he did, Elmira grabbed Zwei's extra rifle. When Luke got the mules stopped, he found a buffalo gun pointed at him. Luke smiled his mean smile. "That gun would break your shoulder if you fired it," he said. "Yes, and what would it do to you?" she said. "When I get you, you'll wish you'd give it to me," Luke said, flushing red with anger. He got on his horse and rode off. Zwei came back well before sundown with a wild turkey he had managed to shoot. But Luke wasn't back. Elmira decided she might as well tell Zwei. She couldn't tolerate any more of Luke. Zwei was mildly puzzled that Luke wasn't there. "I chased him off with the gun," Elmira said. Zwei looked surprised. His mouth opened, and the look spread up his big face. "With the gun?" he asked. "Why?" "He tried to interfere with me," Elmira said. "He tries it nearly every day once you go off." Zwei pondered that information for a time. They had made a mess of cooking the turkey, but at least it was something to eat. Zwei gnawed on a big drumstick while he pondered. "Was it he tried to marry you?" he asked. "You can call it that if you like," she said. "He tries to do me." I want him to let be." Sway said nothing more until he had finished his drumstick. He cracked the bone with his teeth, sucked at the marrow a minute, and then threw the bone into the darkness. "I guess I better kill him, if he's going to act that way," he said. "You could take him with you when you hunt like you used to," she said. "He couldn't pester me if he's with you." She had hardly spoken when a shot rang out. It passed between the two of them and hit the turkey, knocking it off its stick into the ashes. They both scrambled for the cover of the wagon and waited. An hour later, they were still waiting. There were no more shots, and Luke didn't appear. "I wonder why he shot the turkey," Sway said. "It was done dead." "He didn't shoot the turkey. He missed you," Elmira suggested. "Well, it tore up the turkey," he said when they came out of cover and picked up the cold bird. That night, he slept under the wagon with a cocked pistol, but there was no attack. They ate cold turkey for breakfast. 2 days later, Luke showed up, acting as if he'd never been away. Elmira was apprehensive, fearing a fight then and there, but Sway seemed to have forgotten the whole business. About the time Luke rode up, they spotted 2 or 3 buffalo and immediately rode off to shoot them, leaving Elmira to drive the wagon. They came back after dark with 3 fresh hides and seemed in good spirits. Luke scarcely looked at her. He and Sway sat up late cooking slices of buffalo liver. They were both as bloody as if they'd been skinned. Elmira hated the smell of blood and kept away from them as best she could. The next morning before good light, she woke up gagging at the blood smell and looked up to see Luke sitting astraddle of her. He was rubbing his bloody hands over her bosom. Her stomach heaved from the smell. Luke was fumbling with her blanket, trying to get her uncovered. When he raised up to loosen his clothes, Elmira rolled on her stomach, thinking that might stop him. It did annoy him. He bent over her, and she felt his hot breath at her ear. "You're no better than a bitch dog, we'll have it that way," he said. She squeezed her legs together as tightly as she could. Luke pinched her, but she kept squeezing. Then he tried to wedge a knee between her legs, but he wasn't strong enough. The next thing she knew, Sway was dragging Luke over the side of the wagon. Sway was smiling, as if he were playing with a child. He lifted Luke and began to smash his head into the wagon wheel. He did it 2 or 3 times, smashing Luke into the iron rim, and then he dropped him as if he were deadwood. Sway didn't really seem angry. He stood by the wagon, looking at Elmira. Luke had pulled her clothes half off. "I wish he wouldn't act that way," Sway said. "I won't have nobody to hunt with if I kill him." He looked down at Luke, who was still breathing, though his head and face were a pulp. "He just keeps wanting to marry you," Sway said. "Looks like he'd quit it." Luke did quit at that point. He lay in the wagon for 4 days trying to get his breath through his broken nose. One of his ears had been nearly scraped off on the wheel. His lips were smashed and several of his teeth broken. His face swelled to such a point that they couldn't tell at first if his jaw was broken, but it turned out it wasn't. The first day he could barely mumble, but he did persuade Elmira to try and sew his ear back on. Sway was for cutting it off since it just hung by a bit of skin, but Elmira took pity on Luke and sewed on the ear. She made a bad job of it, mainly because Luke yelped and jerked every time she touched him with the needle. When she finished, the ear wasn't quite in its right place. It sat a little lower than the other, and she had pulled the threads a little too tight so that it didn't have quite the right shape. But at least it was on his head. Sway laughed about the fight as if he and Luke had just been 2 boys playing, although Luke's nose was bent sideways. Then Luke developed a fever and got chills. He rolled around in the wagon moaning and sweating. They had no medicine and could do nothing for him. He looked bad, his face swollen and black. It was strange, Elmira thought, that he would bring such punishment on himself just because he wanted to interfere with her. There was no more danger of that. When Luke's fever broke, he was so weak he could barely turn over. Sway went off and hunted, as he had been doing, and Elmira drove the wagon. Twice she got the wagon stuck in a creek and had to wait until Sway found her and pulled it out. He seemed as strong as either of the mules. They had not seen one soul since leaving the fort. Once she thought she saw an Indian watching her from a little ridge, but it turned out to be an antelope. It was 2 weeks before Luke could get out of the wagon. All that time Elmira brought him his food and coaxed him to eat it. All the passion seemed to have been beaten out of him. But he did say once, watching Zway, "I'll kill him someday." "You shouldn't have missed that shot you had," Elmira said, thinking to tease him. "What shot?" he asked. She told him about the shot that hit the turkey, and Luke shook his head. "I never shot no turkey," he said. "I was thinking to ride off and leave you, but I changed my mind." "Who shot it then?" she asked. Luke had no answer. She reported this to Zway, but he had forgotten the incident. He wasn't very interested. After that, though, she grew afraid of the nights. Whoever had shot the turkey might still be out there. She huddled in the wagon, scared, and spent her days wishing they would come to Ogallala. 67. All through the territory, Newt kept expecting to see Indians. The prospect was all the cowboys talked about. Dish claimed there were all manner of Indians in the territory and that some of them were far from whipped. The claim upset P.I., who liked to believe that his Indian fighting days were over. "They ain't supposed to fight us no more," he said. "Gus claims the government paid him to stop."
"Yes, but who ever heard of an Indian doing what he was supposed to do?"
Lippy said.
"Maybe some of them consider that they wasn't paid enough."
"What would you know?" Jasper inquired. "When did you ever see an Indian?"
"I seen plenty," Lippy informed him. "What do you think made this hole in my stomach? An Apache Indian made that hole."
"Apache?" Dish said. "Where did you find an Apache?"
"West of Santa Fe," Lippy said. "I traded in them parts, you know. That's where I learned to play the piano."
"I wouldn't be surprised if you forgot how before we come to a place that's got one," P.I. said. He found himself more and more depressed by the prospect of endless plains. Normally in his traveling days he had ridden through one kind of country for a while and then come to another kind of country. It had even been true on the trail drive. First there had been brush, then the limestone hills, then some different brush, and then the plains. But after that there had just been more and more plains, and no end in sight that he could see. Once or twice he asked Dietz how soon they could expect to come to the end of them, for Dietz was the acknowledged expert on distances, but this time Dietz had to admit he was stumped. He didn't know how long the plains went on. "Over 1,000, I guess," he said. 1,000 miles? P said. "We'll all get old and grow beards before we get that far." Jasper pointed out to him that at an average of 15 miles a day, it would only take them about 2 months to get 1,000 miles. Thinking of it in terms of months proved more comforting than thinking of it in terms of miles, so P tried that for a while. "When will it be a month up?" he asked Po Campo one night. Po was another much relied-on source of information. "Don't worry about months," Po Campo said. "Months won't bother you. I'm more worried about it being dry." "Lord, it ain't been dry yet," P said. "It's rained a-plenty." "I know," Po said, "but we may come to a place where it will forget to rain." He had long since won the affection of Gus's pigs. The shoat followed him around everywhere. It had grown tall and skinny. It had annoyed Augustus that the pigs had shown so little fidelity. When he came to the camp and noticed the shoat sleeping right beside Po Campo's workplace, he was apt to make tart remarks. The fact that many of the men had come to regard Po Campo as an oracle also annoyed Augustus. "Po, you're too short to see far, but I hear you can tell fortunes," he said one morning when he had ridden over for breakfast. "I can tell some fortunes," Po allowed. "I don't know if I can tell yours." "I don't want nobody to tell mine," Jasper said. "I might find out that I'm going to drown in the Republican River." "I'd like to know mine," Augustus said. "I've had mine told a few times by old black women in New Orleans, and they always say the same thing." "Probably they tell you that you'll never be rich and you'll never be poor," Po said, whipping at his scrambled eggs. "That's right," Augustus said. "It's a boring fortune. Besides, I can look in my pocket and tell that much myself. I ain't rich and I ain't poor exactly."
"What more would you like to know about your fortune?" Pocampo inquired politely.
"How many more times I'm likely to marry?" Augustus said. "That's the only interesting question, ain't it? Which river I drown in don't matter to me. That's Jasper's interest. I'd just like to know my matrimonial prospects."
"Spit," Poe said. "Spit in the wagon here." Augustus walked over to the wagon and spat on the boards. The day before, Pocampo had caught 6 prairie chicken hatchlings for some reason, and they were running around in the wagon bed chirping. Poe came over and looked for a moment at Augustus's expectoration. "No more wives for you," he said immediately, and turned back to his eggs.
"That's disappointing," Augustus said. "I've only had 2 wives so far, and neither of them lived long. I figured I was due one more."
"You don't really want another wife," Poe said. "You're like me, a free man. The sky is your wife."
"Well, I've got a dry one then," Augustus said, looking up at the cloudless sky.
The shoat stood on its hind legs and put its front hooves on the side of the wagon. It was trying to see the hatchlings.
"I'd have turned you into bacon long since if I'd known you were going to be so fickle," Augustus said.
"Can you tell stuff about a feller from looking at his spit?" P.I. asked. He had heard of fortune-tellers, but thought they usually did it with cards. "Yes," Pocampo said, but he didn't explain.
Just as they were about to cross into Kansas, some Indians showed up. There were only 5 of them, and they came so quietly that nobody noticed them at first. Newt was on the drags. When the dust let up for a moment, he looked over and saw the captain talking to a small group of riders. At first he supposed them to be cowboys from another herd. He didn't think about them being Indians until the captain came trotting over with them.
"Take him," the captain said, pointing to a steer with a split hoof who was hobbling along in the rear.
By the time it registered that they were really Indians, they had already cut off the steer and were driving it away as the captain sat and watched.
Newt was almost afraid to look at them, but when he did, he was surprised at how thin and poor they looked. The old man who was their leader was just skin and bones. He rode near enough for Newt to see that one of his eyes was milky white. The other Indians were young. Their ponies were as thin as they were. They had no saddles, just saddle blankets, and only one had a gun, an old carbine. The Indians boxed the steer out of the herd as skillfully as any cowboys, and soon had him headed across the empty plain. The old man raised his hand to the captain as they left, and the captain returned the gesture. That night there was much talk about the event.
"Why, they didn't look scary," Jimmy Rainey said. "I reckon we could have whipped them easy enough."
Pocampo chuckled. "They weren't here to fight," he said. "They're just hungry. When they're fighting, they look different."
"That's right," Lippy said. "It don't take but a second for one to shoot a hole in your stomach. It happened to me."
Call had formed a habit of riding over with Augustus every night as he took Lorena her supper. Augustus usually camped about a mile from the herd, so it gave them a few minutes to talk. Augustus had not seen the Indians, but he had heard about the gift of the beef. "I guess you're getting mellow in your old age," he said. "Now you're feeding Indians."
"They were just Wichitas," Call said, "and they were hungry. That steer couldn't have kept up anyway. Besides, I knew the old man," he added. "Remember old Bacon Rind? Or that's what we called him anyway."
"Yes, he was never a fighter," Augustus said. "I'm surprised he's still alive."
"He fed us buffalo once," Call said. "It was only fair he should have a beef." They were 50 yards from the tent, so Call drew rein. He couldn't see the girl, but he took care not to come too close. Augustus said she was spooked.
"Look how blue it is toward the sunset," Augustus said. "I've heard about what they call the Blue Mounds. I guess those must be them."
The prairie was rolling, and there were hump-like rises to the north as far as they could see. Though the sky was still bright yellow with afterglow, the mounds ahead did have a bluish electric look, almost as if blue lightning had condensed over their tops. In the dawn, the blue mounds shimmered to the north. Augustus usually came out of the tent early so he could see the sunrise. Lorena had stopped having so many nightmares, and she slept heavily, so heavily that it was hard to get her awake in the mornings. Augustus never rushed her. She had regained her appetite and put on flesh, and it seemed to him her sleeping late was healthy. The grass was wet with dew, so he sat on his saddle blanket watching Dish Boggett point the cattle into the blue distances. Dish always swung the point as close to the tent as he dared, hoping for a glimpse of Lorena, but it was a hope seldom rewarded. When Lorena awoke and came out of the tent, the herd was almost out of sight, though Lippy and the wagon were not far away. Po Campo and the 2 pigs were walking along looking at things, 100 yards ahead of the wagon. Augustus made room for Lorena on the blanket, and she sat down without a word, watching the strange little man walk along with the pigs. As the sun rose, the blueness to the north diminished, and it could be seen that the mounds were just low brown hills. "It must be that wavy grass that gives it the blue look, or else it's the air," Augustus said. Lorena didn't say anything. She felt so sleepy that she could hardly sit up, and after a moment she leaned against Gus and shut her eyes. He put his arms around her. His arms were warm, and the sun on her face was warm. Sleep had pulled at her so much lately that it seemed she was never fully awake, but it didn't matter so long as Gus was there to talk to her and sleep close beside her. If he was there, she could let go and slide into sleep. He didn't mind. Often she would rest in his arms while he held forth, talking almost to himself, for she only half heard. Only when she thought of coming to a town did she feel worried. She stayed in her sleeps as long as she could, so as not to have to worry about the towns. Augustus stroked her hair as she lay against him. He was thinking how strange life was, that he and Lorena were sitting on a saddle blanket on the south edge of Kansas, watching Call's cattle herd disappear to the north. One little shot during a card game in Arkansas had started things happening, things he couldn't see the end of. The shot had ended up killing more than a dentist, Sean O'Brien, Bill Spettle, and the 3 people who were traveling with July Johnson had lost their lives so far, and Montana nowhere in sight. "He ought to have taken his hanging," Augustus said out loud. Actually, Jake couldn't fairly be blamed for any of the deaths, though he could be blamed for Lorena's troubles, which were worth a hanging by Augustus's reckoning. "Who ought?" Lorena asked. Her eyes were open, but she still rested her head against Augustus's chest. "Jake," he said, "look at all the bad that happened since he showed up." "He wanted to take me to town," Lorena said. "I wouldn't go. I didn't want no towns." "I still don't want no towns," she said a little later, beginning to tremble at the thought of all the men that would be in them. Augustus held her close and didn't try to discuss it with her. Soon she stopped trembling. 2 big hawks were skimming the surface of the prairie, not far away. "Look at them birds," Augustus said. "I'd give a passel if I could fly like that." Lorena had an uneasy thought in her mind. Gus was holding her in his arms as he had every day and night since he had rescued her. Yet he had not approached her, had never mentioned it. She understood it was kindness. He was letting her get well. She didn't want him to approach her, never would want any man to again. And yet it troubled her. She knew what men wanted with her. It wasn't just a bedfellow. If Gus had stopped wanting her, what did that mean? Would he take her to a town someday and say goodbye? "My goodness, Lori, you smell fresh as dew," he said, sniffing her hair. "It's a miracle you can keep fresh out in these raw parts." One button had come off his shirt, and a few tufts of the white hair on his chest were sticking out. She wanted to say something, but she was afraid to. She tried to poke the little white chest hairs back under his shirt. Augustus laughed at the tidy way she did it. "I know I'm a shameful sight," he said. "It's all Call's fault. He wouldn't let me bring my tailor on this trip." Lorena was silent, but fear was building up in her. Gus had become too important to her. It was disturbing to think that he might leave her someday. She wanted to make sure of him, but she didn't know how to do it. After all, he had already told her there was a woman in Ogallala. She began to tremble again from her sudden fear. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Here it is, a beautiful morning, and you're sitting here shaking." She was afraid to speak, but began to cry. "Laurie, we're an honest pair," he said. "Why don't you tell me why you're so upset?" He seemed so friendly that it eased her mind a little. "You can have a poke," she said, "if you want one. I wouldn't charge you." Augustus smiled. "That's neighborly of you," he said. "But why should a beauty like you drop her price? You ought to raise it, for you're getting more beautiful than ever. I ain't never seen nothing wrong with paying a toll to beauty." "You can have one if you want one," she said, trembling still. "What if I want 5 or 6? He asked, rubbing her neck with his warm hand. It relieved her. He was still the same. She could see it in his eyes. "The truth is, you want to stay clear of such doings for a while," Augustus said. "That's natural. You best take your time." "It won't matter how much time," she said, and began to cry again. Gus held her. "I'm glad we didn't break camp," he said. "There's a rough cloud to the north. We'd be in for a drenching. I bet them cowboys is already floating." It suited her that it was going to rain and they would stay longer. She didn't like being too close to the cowboys. It was more restful just being with Gus. When he was there, it was easier not to think of the things that had happened. For some reason, Gus was still watching the cloud, which seemed to her no worse looking than many another cloud, but he was studying it intently. "That's a darn funny cloud," he said. "I don't care if it rains," Lorena said. "We got the tent." "The funny part is, I can hear it," Augustus said. "I never heard a cloud make a noise like that before." Lorena listened. It seemed she did hear something, but it was a long way off and faint. "Maybe it's the wind getting up," she said. Augustus was listening. "It don't sound like no wind I ever heard," he said, standing up. The horses were looking at the cloud, too. They were acting nervous. The sound the brown cloud made had become a little louder, but was still far away and indefinable. Suddenly Augustus realized what it was. "Good Lord," he said. "It's grasshoppers, Laurie. I've heard they came in clouds out on the plains, and there's the proof. It's a cloud of grasshoppers." The horses were grazing on long lead ropes. There were no trees to tie the ropes to, so he had loosened a heavy block of soil and put the lead ropes under it. Usually that was sufficient, for the horses weren't troublesome, but now they were rolling their eyes and jerking at the ropes. Augustus grabbed the ropes. He would have to hold them himself. Lorena watched the cloud, which came down on them faster than any rain cloud. She could plainly hear the hum of millions of insects. The cloud covered the plain in front of them from the ground far up in the air. It was blotting out the ground as if a cover were being pulled over it. "Get in the tent," Augustus said. He was holding the terrified horses. "Get in and pile whatever you can around the bottom to keep 'em out." Lorena ran in, and before Augustus could follow, grasshoppers covered the canvas, every inch. Augustus had 50 on his hat, though he tried to knock them off outside the tent, and more on his clothes. He backed in, hanging to the lead ropes as the horses tried to break free. "Pull the flaps," he said, and Lorena did. Soon there was just the hole the 2 ropes fed through. It was dim and dark in the tent as more and more grasshoppers covered the canvas, insects on top of insects. The hum they made as they spread over the prairie grass was so loud, Lorena had to grit her teeth. As the tent got darker, she began to cry and shake. It was just more trouble and more fear, this life. "It's all right, honey, it's just bugs," Augustus said. "Hang on to me and we'll be fine. I don't think bugs will eat canvas when they've got all this grass." Lorena put her arms around him and shut her eyes. Augustus peeked out and saw that every inch of the lead ropes were covered with grasshoppers.
"Well, that old cook of Call's that likes to fry bugs will be happy at least," he said. "He can fry up a damn wagon full tonight." When the cloud of grasshoppers hit the Hat Creek outfit, they were on a totally open plain and could do nothing but watch it come in terror and astonishment. Lippy sat on the wagon seat, his mouth hanging open.
"Is them grasshoppers?"
he asked. "Yes, but shut your mouth unless you want to choke on them," Pocampo said. He promptly crawled in the wagon and pulled his hat down and his serape close around him. The cowboys who saw the cloud while on horseback were mostly terrified. Dish Boggett came racing back to the captain, who sat with Dietz watching the cloud come. "Captain, what'll we do?" he asked. "There's millions of them. What'll we do?"
"Live through it," Call said. "That's all we can do." "It's the plague," Dietz said. "Ain't it in the Bible?" "Well, that was locusts," Call said. Dietz looked in wonderment as the insects swirled toward them, a storm of bugs that filled the sky and covered the land. Though he was a little frightened, it was more the mystery of it that affected him. Where did they come from? Where would they go? The sunshine glinted strangely off the millions of insects. "Maybe the Indians sent them," he said. "More likely they ate the Indians," Call said. "The Indians and everything else." Newt's first fear when the cloud hit was that he would suffocate. In a second, the grasshoppers covered every inch of his hands, his face, his clothes, his saddle. 100 were stuck in Mouse's mane. Newt was afraid to draw a breath for fear he'd suck them into his mouth and nose. The air was so dense with him that he couldn't see the cattle and could barely see the ground. At every step, Mouse crunched them underfoot. The worrying they made was so loud he felt he could have screamed and not been heard, although P.I. and Ben Rainey were both within yards. Newt ducked his head into the crook of his arm for protection. Mouse suddenly broke into a run, which meant the cattle were running, but Newt didn't look up. He feared to look, afraid the grasshoppers would scratch his eyes. As he and Mouse raced, he felt the insects beating against him. It was a relief to find he could breathe. Then Mouse began to buck and twist, trying to rid himself of some of the grasshoppers, and almost ridding himself of Newt in the process. Newt clung to the saddle horn, afraid that if he were thrown, the grasshoppers would smother him. From the way the ground shook, he knew the cattle were running. Mouse soon stopped bucking and ran too. When Newt risked a glimpse, all he saw was millions of fluttering bugs. Even as he raced, they clung to his shirt. When he tried to change his reins from one hand to another, he closed his hand on several grasshoppers and almost dropped his rein. It would have been a comfort if he could have seen at least one cowboy, but he couldn't. In that regard, running through a bug cloud wasn't much different than running in rain. He was alone and miserable, not knowing what his fate might be. And as in the rainstorms, his misery increased to a pitch and then was gradually replaced by fatigue and resignation. The sky had turned to grasshoppers. It seemed that simple. The other day it had turned to hailstones. Now it was grasshoppers. All he could do was try and endure it. He couldn't shoot grasshoppers. Finally the cattle slowed, and Mouse slowed, and Newt just plodded along, occasionally wiping the grasshoppers off the front of his shirt when they got 2 or 3 layers deep. He had no idea how long a grasshopper storm might last. In this case, it lasted for hours. Newt mainly hoped it wouldn't go on all night. If he had to ride through grasshoppers all day and then all night, he felt he'd just give up. It was already fairly dark from the cloud they made, though it was only midday. Finally, like all other storms, the grasshopper storm did end. The air cleared. There were still thousands of grasshoppers fluttering around in it, but thousands were better than millions. The ground was still covered with them, and Mouse still mashed them when he walked, but at least Newt could see a little distance, though what he saw wasn't very cheering. He was totally alone with 50 or 60 cattle. He had no idea where the main herd might be or where anything might be. Dozens of grasshoppers still clung to his shirt and to Mouse's mane, and he could hear them stirring in the grass, eating what little of it was left. Most of it had been chewed off to the roots.
He gave Mouse his head, hoping he would have some notion of where the wagon might be, but Mouse seemed as lost as he was. The cattle were walking listlessly, worn out from their run. A few of them tried to stop and graze, but there was nothing left to graze on except grasshoppers. There was a rise a mile or two to the north, and Newt rode over to it. To his vast relief, he saw several riders coming and waved his hat to make sure they saw him. The hoppers had nibbled on his clothes, and he felt lucky not to be naked. He went back to get the cattle, and when he glanced again at the boys, they looked funny. They didn't have hats. A second later, he realized why. They were Indians. All of them. Newt felt so scared he went weak. He hated life on the plains. 1 minute was pretty, then a cloud of grasshoppers came, and now Indians. The worst of it was that he was alone. It was always happening, and he felt convinced it was Mouse's fault. Somehow he could never stay with the rest of the boys when there was a run. He had to wander off by himself. This time the results were serious, for the 5 Indians were only 50 yards away. He felt he ought to pull his gun, but he knew he couldn't shoot well enough to kill 5 of them. Anyhow, the captain hadn't shot when the old chief with the milky eye had asked for a beef. Maybe they were friendly. Indeed, that proved the case, although they were rather smelly and a little too familiar to suit Newt. They smelled like the lard Bolivar had used on his hair. They crowded right around him, several of them talking to him in words he couldn't understand. All of them were armed with old rifles. The rifles looked in bad repair, but they would have sufficed to kill him if that had been what the Indians wanted to do. Newt was sure they would want the cattle, for they were as skinny as the first bunch of Indians. He began to try and work out in his mind how many he could let them have without risking dishonor. If they wanted them all, of course, he would just have to fight and be killed, for he could never face the captain if he had been responsible for the loss of 50 head. But if they could be bought off with 2 or 3, that was different. Sure enough, a little short Indian began to point at the cattle. He jabbered a lot, and Newt assumed he was saying he wanted them all. "No sabby," he said, thinking maybe some of the Indians knew Mexican. But the little short Indian just kept jabbering and pointing west. Newt didn't know what to make of that. Meanwhile, the others crowded around, not being mean exactly, but being familiar, fingering his hat and his rope and his quirt, and generally making it difficult for him to think clearly. One even lifted his pistol out of its holster, and Newt's heart nearly stopped. He expected to be shot with his own gun and felt foolish for allowing it to be taken so easily. But the Indians merely passed it around for comment and then stuck it back in the holster. Newt smiled at them, relieved. If they would give him his gun back, they couldn't mean to harm him. But he shook his head when they pointed at the cattle. He thought they wanted to take the cattle and go west. When he shook his head, it caused a big laugh. The Indians seemed to think everything he did was pretty comical. They jabbered and pointed to the west, laughing, and then, to his dismay, 3 of them began to whoop at the cattle and got them started west. It seemed they were just going to take them. Newt felt sick with confusion. He knew the point had been reached when he ought to draw his pistol and try to stop it, but he couldn't seem to do it. The fact that the Indians were laughing and seemed friendly made it difficult. How could you shoot people who were laughing? Maybe the captain could have, but the captain wasn't there. The Indians motioned for him to come with them, and very reluctantly Newt went. He felt he ought to make a break for it, go find the cowboys and get them to help him reclaim the 60 head. Of course, the Indians might shoot him if he ran, but what really stopped him was the fact that he had no idea where the rest of the boys were. He might just charge off and be lost for good. So, with a sinking heart, he slowly followed the 5 Indians and the cattle. At least he wasn't deserting by doing that. He was still with the cattle for what it was worth. Before he had gone a mile or 2, he wished he had thought of another alternative. The plains had always seemed empty, and somehow with the grass chewed off and him captured by Indians, they seemed even more empty. He began to remember all the stories he had heard about how tricky Indians were, and decided these were just laughing to trick him. Probably they had a camp nearby, and when they got there, they might stop laughing and butcher him and the cattle both. The surprising thing was how young they were. None of them looked any older than Ben Rainey. Then they rode over a ridge so low it hardly seemed like a ridge, and there was the herd, and the cowboys, too. They were 2 or 3 miles away, but it was them. He could even see the wagon. Instead of stealing him, the Indians had just been keeping him from getting lost, for he had been angling off in the wrong direction. He realized then that the young Indians were laughing because he was so dumb he didn't even know which way his own cattle were. He didn't blame them. Now that he was safe, he felt like laughing, too. He wanted to thank the Indians, but he didn't know their words. All he could do was smile at them. Then Dish Boggett and Soupy Jones rode over to help him hurry the cattle along. Their clothes had little holes in them where the grasshoppers had nibbled through. "It's a good thing they found you and ain't had time to look," Soupy said. "If we'd gone on north, it would be 60 miles to water, the Indians say. Most of these cattle wouldn't make no 60 miles. Nor most of these men either," Dish said. "Did the grasshoppers hurt anybody?" Newt asked, still amazed that such a thing could happen. "No, but they ruined my Sunday shirt," Soupy said. "Jasper's horse spooked and he got thrown and claims his collarbone might be broken, but Dietz and Poe don't think so." "I hope Laurie didn't suffer," Dish said. "Their horses could have spooked. They might be afoot and a long way from grub." "I suppose you'd like to go check on their safety?" Soupy said. "Somebody ought," Dish said. "Ask the captain," Soupy said. "I expect he'll want to assign you the chore." Dish thought otherwise. Already the captain was looking at him as if he expected him to rush back to the point, although the cattle were moving along fine. "You ask him, Newt," Dish said. "Newt?" Soupy said. "Why, Newt was just lost himself. If he weren't looking for Gus, he'd just be lost again." "Ask him, Newt," Dish said again, with such intensity that Newt knew he had to do it. He knew it meant Dish trusted him a lot to ask such a thing of him. The captain was talking in sign to 10 or 12 young Indians. Then the Indians went over to the herd and cut out 3 beeves. Newt rode over feeling foolish. He didn't want to ask the captain, but on the other hand, he couldn't ignore Dish's request. "Do you think I ought to go check on Mr. Gus?" Newt asked. "The boys think they might be in trouble." Call noticed how nervous the boy seemed and sensed that somebody had put him up to asking the question. "No, we better all drive," he said. "Gus had a tent. I imagine he's happy as a badger. They're probably just sitting there playing cards." It was what he had expected, but Newt still felt chastened as he turned back to the drags. He felt he would never learn to say the right thing to the captain. 68. Almost at once, before the group even got out of Texas, Jake had cause to regret that he had ever agreed to ride with the Suggs brothers. The first night he camped with them, not 30 miles north of Dallas, he heard talk that frightened him. The boys were discussing 2 outlaws who were in jail in Fort Worth waiting to hang, and Dan Suggs claimed it was July Johnson who had brought them in. The robbers had put out the story that July was traveling with a young girl who could throw rocks better than most men could shoot. "I'd like to see her throw rocks better than Frog can shoot," Roy Suggs said. "I guess Frog could cool her off." Frog Lip didn't say much. He was a black man, but Jake didn't notice anyone giving him many orders. Little Eddie Suggs cooked the supper such as it was, while Frog Lip sat idle, not even chopping wood for the fire. The horse he rode was the best in the group, a white gelding. It was unusual to see a bandit who used a white horse, for it made him stand out in a group. Frog Lip evidently didn't care. "We ought to go get them boys out of jail," Roy Suggs said. "They might make good regulators." "If a girl and 1 sheriff can take 'em, I wouldn't want 'em," Dan Suggs said. "Besides, I had some trouble with Jim once myself. I'd go watch him hang if I had time, damn him." Their talk, it seemed, was mostly of killing. Even little Eddie, the youngest, claimed to have killed 3 men, 2 Nestors and a Mexican. The rest of the outfit didn't mention numbers, but Jake had no doubt that he was riding with accomplished killers. Dan Suggs seemed to hate everybody he knew. He spoke in the vilest language of everyone, but his particular hatred was cowboys. He had trailed a herd once and not done well with it, and it had left him resentful of those with better luck. "I'd like to steal a whole goddamn herd and sell it," Dan said.
"There ain't but 5 of us," Eddie pointed out. "It takes more than 5 to drive cattle."
Dan Suggs had a mean glint in his eye. He had made the remark idly, but once he thought about it, it seemed to make a great deal of sense. "We could hire a little more help," he said.
"I remember that time we tried to drive cattle," Roy said. "The Indians run off half of them. We all nearly drowned in them rivers. Why try it again?"
"You ain't heard the plan, so shut up," Dan said with a touch of anger. "What we done wrong the first time was doing it honest. I'm through with honest. It's every man for himself in this country, and that's the way I like it. There ain't much law, and mostly it can be outrun."
"Whose herd would you steal?" Jake asked.
"Oh, the closest one to Dodge," Dan said. "Find some herd that's just about there and steal it, maybe a day or 2 shy of the towns. Then we could just drive it in and sell it and be gone. We'd get all the money and none of the work."
"What about the boys who drove it all that way?" Jake asked. "They might not want to give up their profits that easy."
"We'd plant 'em," Dan said. "Shoot them and sell their cattle and be long gone before anyone ever missed them."
"What if one run off and didn't get planted?" Roy said. "It don't take but one to tell the story, and then we'd have a posse to fight."
"Frog's got a fast horse," Dan said. "He could run down any man who escaped."
"I'd rather rob banks myself," little Eddie said. "Then you got the money right in your hands. You don't have to sell no cows."
"Well, you're lazy, Ed," Dan said, looking at his brother as if he were mad enough to shoot him. In fact, the Suggs brothers seemed to live on the edge of fratricidal warfare.
"What do you boys know of this Blue Duck?" Jake asked, mainly to change the subject.
"We know to let him be," Dan said. "Frog don't care for him."
"Why not?"
"Stole my horse," Frog Lip said. He didn't elaborate. They were passing a whiskey bottle around, and he took his turn as if he were a white man. Whiskey had no effect on any of them except little Eddie, who turned red-eyed and wobbly after 5 or 6 turns. Jake drank liberally, for he felt uncomfortable. He had not meant to slip into such rough company and was worried, for now that he had slipped in, he could see that it wasn't going to be any too easy to slip back out. After all, he had heard them discuss killing a whole crew of cowboys, calculating the killings as casually as they might pick ticks off a dog. He had been in much questionable company in his life, but the Suggs brothers weren't questionable. They were just hard. Moreover, the silent black man, Frog, had a very fast horse. Escaping them would need some care. He knew they didn't trust him. Their eyes were cold when they looked his way.
He resolved to be very careful and make no move that might antagonize them until the situation was in his favor, which it wouldn't be until they got into the Kansas towns. With a crowd around, he might slip away. Besides that, killing could always work 2 ways. Gus was fond of saying that even the meanest bad man could always run into someone meaner and quicker. Dan Suggs could easily meet a violent end, in which case the others might not care who stayed or went. The next day they rode on to Doan's store on the banks of the Red River and stopped to buy whiskey and consider their route. A trail herd was crossing the river a mile or more to the west.
"There's one we could steal right there," little Eddie said. "That one's barely in the territory," Dan said. "We'd have to follow it for a month, and I ain't in the mood."
"I say we head for Arkansas first," Roy said. "We could rob a bank or 2.
Jake was not listening to the palaver very closely. A party of nesters, 4 wagons of them, had stopped at the store buying supplies. They were farmers, and they had left Missouri and were planning to try out Texas. Most of the menfolk were inside the store buying supplies, though some were repairing wagon wheels or shoeing horses. Most of the womenfolk were starved-looking creatures in bonnets, but one of them was neither starved nor in a bonnet. She was a girl of about 17 with long black hair. She sat on the seat of one of the wagons, barefoot, waiting for her folks to finish shopping. To Jake, she looked like a beauty. It occurred to him that beauties were his real calling if he had one, and he wondered what could have possessed him to start out with a rough bunch like the Suggses when there were beauties right there in Texas that he hadn't even met, including the one on the wagon seat. He watched her for a while, and since her folks hadn't reappeared, decided he might just stroll over and have a word with her. Already he felt a yearning for a woman's talk, and he'd only been gone from Dallas a little more than a day. He had been lounging in the shade of the store, but he stood up and carefully dusted his pants. "Are you fixing to go to church, or what?" Dan Suggs asked. "No, but I fancy a word or two with that black-haired gal sitting there on the wagon," Jake said. "I've never talked to a woman from Missouri. I figure I might like it." "Why wouldn't they talk like any other gals?" Roy wondered. "I heard you was a ladies' man," Dan said, as if it were a condemnation of some sort. "You met me in a whorehouse, why would you doubt it?" Jake said, tired of the little man's biting tone. "If I like that gal, maybe I'll elope with her," he said, just to remind everyone that he was still his own man. The closer he got to the girl, the better he liked her looks. She had fine features, and her thin, worn-out dress concealed a swelling young bosom. She realized Jake was coming her way, which agitated her a little. She looked off, pretending not to notice him. At close range, she looked younger, perhaps only 15 or 16. Probably she had scarcely even had beaux, or if she had, they would only have been farm boys with no knowledge of the world. She had a curling upper lip, which he liked. It indicated she had some spirit. If she had been a whore, he would have contracted with her for a week, just on the strength of that lip and the curve of her bosom. But she was just a barefoot girl sitting on a wagon with dust on her bare feet. "Hello, miss," he said when he walked up. "Going far?" The young girl met his eye, though he could see that she was agitated that he had spoken to her. "My name's Jake Spoon," he said. "What's yours?" "Lou," she said, not much more than whispering the information. He did like the way her upper lip curved and was about to say more, but before he could get the words out, something slammed him in the back and his face was in the dirt. He hit the ground so hard he busted his lip. He rolled over, wondering if somehow one of the mules had got in a kick. It wouldn't have been the first time he was surprised by a mule. But when he looked up and blinked the dust out of his eyes, he saw an angry old man with a long, sandy beard standing over him, gripping a 10-gauge shotgun. It was the shotgun that had knocked him down. The old fool had whacked him across the shoulder blades with it. The man must have been standing behind the wagon. Jake's head was ringing, and he couldn't see good, though he could tell the old man was gripping the shotgun like a club. He wasn't planning to shoot. Jake got to his knees and waited until he caught his wind. "You get," the old man said. "Don't be talking to my wife." Jake looked up in surprise. He had assumed the old man must be her father. Though certainly a brusque greeting, it was not much more than he would have expected from a father. Fathers had always been touchy when he attempted to talk to their daughters. But the girl on the wagon seat was already a wife. He looked at her again, surprised that such a fresh pullet would be married to a man who looked to be in his 70s at least. The girl just sat there, pretty as ever, watching the scene without expression. That Jake had deigned to look at her again infuriated the farmer more, and he drew back the shotgun to deliver another blow. "Hold on, mister," Jake said. One lick he might let pass, but not two. Besides, the 10-gauge was a heavy gun, and used as a club it could break a shoulder or do worse. When Jake spoke, the old man hesitated a second. He even glanced at the girl on the wagon seat, but at the sight of her he drew back his lips in a snarl and raised the shotgun again. Before he could strike the second blow, Jake shot him. It surprised him as much as it did the nester, for he was not aware of having pulled his gun. The bullet caught the nester in the breast and knocked him back against the wagon. He dropped the shotgun, and as he was sliding to the ground, Jake shot again. The second shot as much a surprise to him as the first. It was as if his arm and his gun were acting on their own. But the second shot also hit the old nester in the breast. He slid to the ground and rolled partly under the wagon on top of his own shotgun.
"He never needed to hit me,"
Jake said to the girl. He expected her to scream, but she didn't. The shooting seemed not to have registered with her yet. Jake glanced at the nester and saw that he was stone dead, a big blood stain on his gray work shirt. A line of blood ran down the stock of the shotgun he lay across. Then nesters began to boil out of Doan's store. Seemed there were 20 or 30 of them. Jake felt discouraged by the sight, for it reminded him of how people had boiled out of the saloons in Fort Smith when they discovered Benny Johnson lying dead in the mud. Now another man was lying dead, and it was just as much an accident. If the old nester had just announced himself politely as the girl's husband, Jake would have tipped his hat and walked off, but the old man had whacked him and offered to do it again. He'd only shot to protect himself. This time he was up against 20 or 30 nesters. They were grouped in front of the store as if puzzled by the situation. Jake put his gun back in its holster and looked at the girl once more. "Tell him I had to do it," he said. "That old man might have cracked my skull with that gun." Then he turned and walked back toward the Suggs brothers. He looked back once at the girl, and she smiled at him. A smile that was to puzzle him whenever he thought about it. She had not even got down from the wagon to see if her husband was dead, yet she gave him that smile, though by that time the nesters were all around the wagon. The Suggs boys were already mounted. Little Eddie handed Jake his rein. "I guess that's the end of that romance," Dan Suggs said. "Dern, I just asked her name," Jake said. "I never knowed she was married." The nesters were all grouped around the body. The girl still sat on the wagon seat. "Let's cross the river," Dan Suggs said. "It's that or hire you a lawyer, and I say why waste the money?" "That store don't sell lawyers anyway," Roy Suggs remarked. Jake mounted, but he was reluctant to leave. It occurred to him that if he went back to the nesters, he might bluff his way out of it. After all, it had been self-defense. Even dirt farmers from Missouri could understand that. The nesters were looking their way, but none of them were offering to fight. If he turned and rode into the territory, he would be carrying 2 killings against his name. In neither case had he meant to kill or even known the man he killed. It was just more bad luck. Noticing a pretty girl on a wagon seat was where it started in this case. But the law wouldn't look at it like that, of course. If he rode across the river with a hard bunch like the Suggses, he would be an outlaw, whereas if he stayed, the nesters might try to hang him, or at least try to jail him in Fort Worth or Dallas. If that happened, he'd soon be on trial for one accident or another. It was a poor set of choices, it seemed to him. But when the Suggs brothers rode off, he followed, and in 15 minutes was across the Red River. Once he looked back and could still see the wagons grouped around the little store. He remembered the girl's last smile. Yet he had killed a man before he had even seen her smile. The nesters made no pursuit. "Them punkin rollers," Dan Suggs said contemptuously. "If they was to follow, we'd thin them out in a hurry." Jake fell into a gloom. It seemed he could do nothing right. He hardly asked for more in life than a clean saloon to gamble in and a pretty whore to sleep with, that and a little whiskey to drink. He had no desire to be shooting people. Even during his years in the Rangers, he seldom actually drew aim at anyone, although he cheerfully threw off shots in the direction of the enemy. He certainly didn't consider himself a killer. In battle, Call and Gus were capable of killing 10 to his 1. And yet now Call and Gus were respectable cattlemen, looked up to everywhere they went, and he was riding with a gang of hardened outlaws who didn't care who they killed. Somehow, he had slipped out of the respectable life. He had never been a churchgoer, but until recently, he had had no reason to fear the law. The Suggs brothers kept plenty of whiskey on hand, and Jake began to avail himself of it. He stayed half drunk most of the time as they rode north. Even though he had killed a man in plain sight of them, the Suggses didn't treat him with any new respect. Of course, they didn't offer one another much respect either. Dan and Roy both poured scorn on little Eddie if he slipped up in his chores or made a remark they disagreed with. The only man of the company who escaped their scorn was Frog Lip. They seldom spoke to him, and he seldom spoke, but everyone knew he was there. They rode through the territory without incident, frequently seeing cattle herds on the move, but always swinging around them. Dan Suggs had an old pair of spy glasses he had brought back from the war, and once in a while he would stand up in his stirrups and look one of the cattle outfits over to see if they contained enemies of his or any cowboys he recognized. Jake watched the herds too, for he still had hope of escaping from the situation he was in. Rude as Call and Gus had treated him, they were still his compañeros. If he spotted the Hat Creek outfit, he had it in mind to sneak off and rejoin them. Even though he had made another mistake, the boys wouldn't know about it, and the news might never reach Montana. He would even cowboy if he had to. It beat taking his chances with the Suggses. He was careful not to give his feelings away, though. He never inquired about the herds, and if the subject of Call and McCrae came up, he made it plain that he harbored a grudge against them and would not be sorry to see them come to grief. When they got up into Kansas, they began to see the occasional settler, sod house nesters mostly. Jake hardly thought any of them could have enough money to be worth the trouble of robbing, but the younger Suggs brothers were all for trying him. "I thought we was going to regulate the settlers," Roy said one night. "What are we waiting for?" "A nester that's got something besides a milk cow and a pile of buffalo chips," Dan Suggs said. "I'm looking for a rich one." "If one was rich, he wouldn't be living in a hole dug out of a hill up here in Kansas," Jake said. "I slept in one of those soddies once. So much dirt leaked out of the roof during the night that I woke up darn near buried." "That don't mean some of them couldn't have some gold," little Eddie said. "I'd like to practice regulating a little so I'd have the hang of it when we do strike the rich ones." "All we aim to let you do is watch anyway," Dan said. "It don't take no practice to watch." "I've shot a nester," little Eddie reminded him. "Shot 2. If they don't pay up, I might make it 3. "The object is to scare them out of their money, not shoot them," Dan said. "You shoot too many and pretty soon you've got the law after you. We want to get rich, not get hung." "He's too young to know what he's talking about," Roy said. "Well, I won't shoot them then, I'll just scare them," little Eddie said. "No, that's Frog Lip's job, scaring them pumpkin eaters," Dan said. "He'll scare them a sight worse than you will." The next day, Frog Lip got his chance. They saw a man plowing beside a team of big horses. A woman and a small boy were carrying buffalo chips in a wheelbarrow and piling them beside a low sod house that was dug into a slope. 2 milk cows grazed nearby. "He can afford them big horses," Roy pointed out. "Maybe he's got money." Dan had been about to ride past, and Jake hoped he would. He still hoped they'd hit Dodge before the Suggs boys did any regulating. He might get free of them in Dodge. 2 accidents wouldn't necessarily brand him for life, but if he traveled much farther with a gun outfit like the Suggses, he couldn't expect a peaceful old age, or any old age probably. But Dan decided on a whim to go rob the farmer if he had anything worth being robbed of. "They usually hide their money in the chimney," he said. "Either that or they bury it in the orchard, though I don't see no orchard." Frog Lip kept an extra pistol in his saddlebags. As they approached the farmer, he got it out and stuck it in his belt. The farmer was plowing a shallow furrow through the tough prairie grass. Seeing the riders approach, he stopped. He was a middle-aged man with a curly black beard, thoroughly sweated from his work. His wife and son watched the Suggses approach. Their wheelbarrow was nearly full of buffalo chips. "Well, I guess you can expect a fine crop along about July if the damn Texas cattle don't come along and eat it all up," Dan said. The man nodded in a friendly way as if he agreed with the sentiment. "We're here to see you reap what you sow," Dan went on. "It'll cost you $40 gold, but we'll deal with the herds when they show up and your crops won't be disturbed." "No speak on English," the man said, still smiling and nodding in a friendly way. "Oh, hell. A damn German," Dan said. "I figured this was a waste of time. Round up the woman and the sprout frog. Maybe this old Dutchman married an American gal." Froglip loped over and drove the woman and the boy near the farmer. He rode so close to them that if they had fallen, his horse would have stepped on them. He had taken the pistol out of his belt, but he didn't need it. The woman and the boy were terrified, and the farmer too. He put his arms around his wife and child, and they all stood there crying.
"Look at them blubber," little Eddie said. "I never seen such cowards."
"Will you shut your damn mouth?" Dan said. "Why wouldn't they be scared? I would be in their place, but I'd like to get the woman hushed crying long enough to see if she can talk English."
The woman either couldn't or wouldn't. She didn't utter a word in any language. She was tall and skinny, and she just stood there by her husband crying. It was plain all three of them expected to be killed. Dan repeated his request for money, and only the boy looked as if he understood it. He stopped crying for a minute.
"That's it, sonny. It's only cash we want," Dan said. "Tell your pa to pay us, and we'll help him guard his crops."
Jake hardly expected a scared boy to believe that, but the boy did stop crying. He spoke to his father in the old tongue, and the man, whose face ran with tears, composed himself a little and jabbered at the boy. The boy turned and ran lickety-split for the sod house.
"Go with him and see what you can find, boys," Dan said.
"Me and Jake can ride herd on the family, I guess. They don't look too violent." 10 minutes later, the boy came racing back, crying again, and Froglip and the two younger Suggses followed. They had an old leather wallet with them, which Roy Suggs threw to Dan. It had 2 small gold pieces in it.
"Why, this ain't but $4, Dan said. "Did you look good?"
"Yeah, we tore up the chimney and opened all the trunks," Roy said. "That purse was under the pallet they sleep on. They don't have a darn thing worth taking besides that."
$4 to see him through, Dan said. "That won't help him much. We might as well take it."
He took the 2 gold pieces and tossed the worn leather purse back at the man's feet. "Let's go," he said. Jake was glad to see it come to no worse than that, but as they were riding away, Froglip turned and loped over to the milk cows.
"What's he aim to do, shoot the milk cows?"
little Eddie asked, for Froglip had his pistol in his hand.
"I didn't ask him and he didn't say," Dan replied.
Froglip rode up beside the cows and fired a couple of shots into the air. When the cows started a lumbering run, he skillfully turned them up the slope and chased them right onto the roof of the sod house. The sod on the roof had grass still on it and looked not unlike the prairie. The cows took a few steps onto the roof, and then their forequarters disappeared as if they had fallen into a hole. Then their hindquarters disappeared too. Froglip reined in his horse and watched as both cows fell through the roof of the sod house. A minute later, one came squeezing out the small door, and the other followed. Both cows trotted back to where they had been grazing.
"That frog," Dan Suggs said. "I guess he just wanted to ventilate the house a little."
"All we got was $4, little Eddie said.
"Well, it was your idea," Dan said. "You wanted to practice, and you got it."
"He's mad because he didn't get to shoot nobody," Roy said. "He thinks he's a shooter." "Well, this is a gun outfit, ain't it?" little Eddie said. "We ain't cowboys, so what are we then?"
"Travelers," Dan said. "Right now, we're traveling to Kansas, looking for what we can find."
Froglip rejoined them as silently as he had left. Despite himself, Jake could not conquer his fear of the man. Froglip had never said anything hostile to him or even looked his way on the whole trip, and yet Jake felt a sort of apprehension whenever he even rode close to the man. In all his travels in the West, he had met few men who gave off such a sense of danger. Even Indians didn't, although of course there had been few occasions when he had ridden close to an Indian.
"I wonder if them soddies will get that roof fixed before the next rain," Dan Suggs said. "If they had had a little more cash, Frog might have left them alone."
Froglip didn't comment. 69. It took July only a day or two to determine that Elmira was not in Dodge City. The town was a shock to him, for almost every woman in it seemed to be a whore, and almost every business a saloon. He kept trying to tell himself he shouldn't be surprised, for he had heard for years that Kansas towns were wild. In Missouri, where he had gone to testify at the trial,
there was much talk of Kansas. People in Missouri seemed to consider that they had gotten rid of all their riffraff to the cow towns. July quickly concluded that they were right. There might be rough elements in Missouri, but what struck him in Kansas was the absence of any elements that weren't rough. Of course, there were a few stores and a livery stable or two in Dodge, even a hotel of sorts, though the whores were in and out of the hotel so much that it seemed more like a whorehouse. Gamblers were thick in the saloons, and he'd never seen a place where as many people went armed. The first thing July did was buy a decent horse. He went to the post office, for he felt he owed Fort Smith an explanation as to why he had not come back. For some reason, he felt a surge of optimism as he walked down the street to the post office. Now that he had survived the plains, it seemed possible that he could find Ellie after all. He had lost all interest in catching Jake Spoon. He just wanted to find his wife and go home. If Peach didn't like it, and she wouldn't, she would just have to lump it. If Ellie wasn't in Dodge, she would probably be in Abilene. He would soon catch up with her. But to his surprise, the minute he stepped inside the door of the post office, his optimism gave way in a flash to bitter depression. In trying to think of what he would say in his letter, he remembered all that had happened. Roscoe was dead. Joe was dead. The girl was dead. And Ellie not found. Maybe she too was dead. All he had to report was death and failure. At the thought of poor Roscoe, gutted and left under a little pile of rocks on the prairie, his eyes filled with tears, and he had to turn and walk back out the door to keep from embarrassing himself. He walked along the dusty street for a few minutes, wiping the tears out of his eyes with his shirt sleeve. One or two men observed him curiously. It was obvious that he was upset, but no one said anything to him. He remembered walking into the post office in Fort Worth and getting the letter that told him about Ellie. Since then, it had all been puzzlement and pain. He felt that in most ways it would have been better if he had died on the plains with the rest of them. He was tired of wandering and looking. But he hadn't died, and eventually he turned and went back to the post office, which was empty except for an elderly clerk with a white mustache. "Well, you're back," the clerk said. "That was you a while ago, wasn't it?" "That was me," July admitted. He bought an envelope, a stamp, and a couple of sheets of writing paper, and the clerk, who seemed kindly, loaned him a pencil to write with. "You can write it right here at the window," the clerk said. "We're not doing much business today." July started, and then, to his embarrassment, began to cry again. His memories were too sad, his hopes too thin. To have to say things on paper seemed a terrible task, for it stirred the memories. "I guess somebody died and you've got to write their folks, is that it?" the clerk said. "Yes," July said. "Only two of them didn't have no folks." He vaguely remembered that Roscoe had a few brothers, but none of them lived around Fort Smith or had been heard of in years. He wiped his eyes on his shirt sleeves again, reflecting that he had cried more in the last few weeks than he had in his whole life up to that point. After standing there staring at the paper for a few minutes, he finally wrote a brief letter addressed to Peach. "Dear Peach, Roscoe Brown was killed by a bad outlaw. So was Joe. A girl named Janie was also killed. I don't know much about her. Roscoe said he met her in the woods. I don't know when I will be back. The folks can hire another sheriff if they want to. Somebody has to look after the town. Your brother-in-law, July Johnson." He had already pretty well convinced himself that Elmira was not in Dodge City, for he had been in every public place in town and had not seen her. But since the old clerk seemed kindly, he thought he might as well ask. Maybe she had come in to mail a letter at some point. "I'm looking for a woman named Elmira," he said. "She's got brown hair, and she ain't very big." "Ellie?" the clerk said. "Why, I ain't seen Ellie in 2 or 3 years. Seems like I heard she moved to Abilene." "That's her," July said, encouraged again all of a sudden. Ellie had been living in Abilene before she moved to St. Joe, where he had found her. "I thought she might have come back," he added. "No, I ain't seen her," the clerk said. "But you might ask Jenny up at the third saloon. She and Elmira used to be thick once. I think they even married the same man, if you want to call it married."
"Oh, Mr. Boot?" July asked.
"Yes, D. Boot, the scoundrel," the clerk said.
"How could he be married to the two of them?" July asked, not sure he wanted the information, but unable to stop talking to a man who could tell him something about Ellie.
"Why, D. Boot would bed down with a possum if the possum was female. He was a cutter with the ladies."
"Didn't he die of smallpox?" July asked.
The clerk shook his head. "Not so far as I know," he said. "He's up in Ogallala or Deadwood or somewhere, where there's lots of whores and not too much law. I imagine he's got 5 or 6 whores in his string right now. Of course, he could have died, but he's my nephew, and I ain't heard no news to that effect."
"Thank you for the loan of the pencil," July said. He turned and walked out. He went straight to the livery stable and got his new horse, whose name was Pete. If Elmira wasn't in Dodge, she might be in Abilene, so he might as well start. But he didn't start. He rode halfway out of town and then went back to the third saloon from the post office and inquired about the woman named Jenny. They said she had moved to another bar up the street. A cowboy was even kind enough to point out the bar. A herd had been sold that morning and was being loaded onto boxcars. July rode over and watched the work a while. Slow work, and made slower by the cattle's long horns, which kept getting tangled with one another as the cattle were being forced up the narrow loading chute. The cowboys yelled and popped their quirts, and the horses behaved expertly, but despite that, it seemed to take a long time to fill a boxcar. Still, July liked the look of the cowboys. He always had, even when they got a little rowdy, as they sometimes did in Fort Smith. They were young and friendly and seemed not to have a care in the world. They rode as if they were grown to their horses. Their teamwork when the cattle misbehaved and tried to break out was interesting to see. He saw a cowboy rope a running steer by the horns and then cleverly trip it so that the steer fell heavily. When the animal rose, it showed no more fight and was soon loaded. After watching the loading for a while, he went back to the saloon where the woman named Jenny was said to work. He inquired for her at the bar, and the bartender, a skinny runt, said she was busy and asked if he wanted a whiskey. July seldom drank whiskey, but he said yes to be courteous, mainly. If he was taking up space in a bar, he ought to pay for it, he figured. So he took the whiskey and sipped it until it was gone, then took another. Soon he was feeling heavy, as if it would be difficult to walk fast if he had to. But in fact, he didn't have to. Women came and went in the saloon, but the bartender who poured the whiskeys kept assuring him that Jenny would be down any minute. July kept drinking. It seemed to him that he was taking on weight in a hurry. He felt that just getting out of his chair would be more than he could do, he felt so heavy. The bartender kept bringing whiskeys, and it seemed to July he must be running up quite a bill, but it didn't worry him. Occasionally a cowboy would pass by, his spurs jingling. Some of them gave July a look, but none of them spoke to him. It was comfortable to sit in the saloon. As sheriff, he had usually avoided them unless he had business in one. It had always puzzled him how some men could spend their days just sitting in a saloon drinking, but now it was beginning to seem less puzzling. It was restful, and the heavy feeling that came with the drinking was a relief to him, in a way. For the last few weeks he had been struggling to do things which were beyond his powers. He knew he was supposed to keep trying, even if he wasn't succeeding, but it was pleasant not to try for a little while. Then he looked up and saw a woman standing by the table. She was skinny, like Elmira, and had stringy black hair. "Let's get going, cowboy," she said. "You can't do nothing sitting there." "Get going where?" he asked, taken by surprise. No one had ever called him cowboy before, but it was a natural mistake. He had taken off his sheriff's star for a few days, a precaution he often took in a strange town. "I'm Jenny," she said. "Sam said you were looking for me, or have I got the wrong cowboy?" "Oh," July said, embarrassed. He'd even forgotten he was waiting for someone named Jenny.
We could get going, even if you ain't the right cowboy, Jenny said. If you can afford that much whiskey, you can afford me. You could even buy me a drink if you felt polite.
July had never in his life bought a woman a drink, or even sat with a woman who liked to drink. Any other time such an invitation would have shocked him, but in this case it just made him feel that his manners weren't all they should be. Jenny had huge brown eyes, too large for her thin face. She was looking at him impatiently. "Yes, have a drink," he said. "I'm running up a bill." Jenny sat down and waved at the bartender, who immediately appeared with a bottle. "This one's drinking like a fish," he said cheerfully. "I guess it's been a long, dry trail." July suddenly remembered why he was waiting to see the girl named Jenny. "Did you know Ellie?" he asked. "I heard you knowed her." It was Jenny's turn to be surprised. Elmira had been her best friend for 3 years, and she hardly expected a drunken young cowboy to mention her name. "You mean Ellie Timms?" she asked. "Yes," July said. "That's the Ellie. I was hoping you had news of her. I don't know where she is." "Well, she moved to Missouri," Jenny said. "Then we heard she married a sheriff from Arkansas, but I didn't put no stock in that kind of rumor. I can't imagine Ellie staying married to no sheriff." "She didn't," July said. "She run off while I was chasing Jake Spoon, and I got 3 people killed since I started looking for her." Jenny looked at the young man more closely. She had noticed right off that he was drunk, but drunks were an everyday sight and she had not looked close. The man seemed very young, which is why she had taken him for a cowboy. They were mostly just boys. But this man didn't have the look of a cowboy once she looked close. He had a solemn face and sad eyes, the saddest she had looked into for a while. On the basis of the eyes, he was an unlikely man for Ellie to have married. Ellie liked her laughs, but then people often did unlikely things. "Are you a sheriff?" she asked, sipping the whiskey Sam had poured. "I was," July said. "I'm most likely going to have to give it up." "Why do that?" Jenny asked. "I ain't a good fighter," July said. "I can crack a drunk on the head and get him to jail, but I ain't really a good fighter. When we rode into that camp, the man with me killed 6 or 7 men, and I never killed one. I went off and left Roscoe and the others, and they got killed before I could get back. It was only Jake Spoon I went to catch, but I made a mess of it. I don't want to be a sheriff now." He had not expected such words to rush out. He had suddenly lost control of his speech somehow. Jenny had not expected it either. She sipped her whiskey and watched him. "They say Ellie left on a whiskey boat," July said. "I don't know why she would have done it, but that's what they say. Roscoe thought a bear might have got her, but they didn't see no tracks." "What's your name?" Jenny asked. "July Johnson," he said, glad that she was no longer looking at him quite so impatiently. "It sounds like Ellie to me," Jenny said. "When Ellie gets enough of a place, she jumps in the first wagon and goes. I remember when she went to Abilene, I didn't have no idea she was even thinking of leaving. And then before it was even time to go to work, she'd paid some mule skinner to take her and she was gone." "I got to find her," July said simply. "You come to the wrong town, mister," Jenny said. "She ain't in Dodge." "Well, then I'll have to keep looking," July said. He thought of the empty plains, which it seemed to him he had been lucky to get across. There seemed only the smallest chance that Ellie would have been so lucky. "I fear she's dead," he said. "She's hunting Dee, I'd say," Jenny said. "Did you know Dee?" "Well, no," July said. "I was told he died of smallpox." Jenny chuckled. "Dee ain't dead," she said. "He's an Ogallala. There's a gambler sitting right over there who seen him not 2 months ago." "Where?" July asked, and Jenny pointed to a pudgy man in a white shirt and black coat who sat alone at a table shuffling cards. "That's Webster Witter," Jenny said. "He keeps up with D-Boot. I used to, but I quit." "Why?" July asked. He sensed that it was a rather loose-tongued question, but the fact was his tongue was out of control and behaving ever more loosely. "It's like trying to keep up with a tumbleweed," Jenny said. "D wears out one town and then he's off to another. I ain't that way. I like to settle in. I've been here in Dodge 5 years already, and I guess this is where I'll stay."
I don't know why she married me, July said. I ain't got any idea about it. Jenny looked at him for a bit. Do you always drink like this? She asked. No, I seldom drink, July said, though I do like toddy in the winter. Jenny looked at him a while. You ought to stop worrying about Ellie, mister, she said. No man's ever been able to stop Ellie for long, not even Dee. She married me, July said. He felt he had to insist on that point. Well, I married Dee once myself, Jenny said. I just did it because he was good-looking. That and the fact that I was mad at somebody else. Ellie and me are a lot alike, she added. July just looked at her sadly. Jenny sighed. She had not expected to encounter such misery in the middle of the afternoon. You're right good-looking, she said. I expect that explains it. If I were you, I'd start getting over it. I got to find her, July said. I got to tell her about little Joe. He got killed on the Canadian. She oughtn't to had him, Jenny said. I told her not to. I wouldn't have one for anything. I've had offers, too. July drank 2 more whiskeys, but had little more to say. Well, the bar's getting rich, but I ain't, Jenny said. Don't you want a little fun to take your mind off it? It seemed to July that he was not so much sitting in the chair as floating in it. The world seemed kind of watery to him, but it was all right because he was easily able to float. Jenny giggled, looking at him. You sure are drunk, Mr. Johnson, she said. Let's go have a little fun. I always liked stealing Ellie's boys, and here I've got a chance to steal her husband. The way she giggled made July feel happy suddenly. He had not heard a woman giggle in a long time. Ellie never giggled. So he got up and followed Jenny up the stairs, walking carefully so as not to embarrass himself. He got upstairs all right, but before they could get to Jenny's room, he began to feel wrong. His stomach began to float higher than he was. It began to float right out of his mouth. Jenny had kept a close eye on him, and she quickly guided him to the outside stairs. July knelt down on the little landing and vomited over the edge. The next thing he knew, he was lying flat on the landing, still vomiting. From time to time, he quit vomiting and just lay there, but then he would start again, his body heaving upward like a bucking horse. He held to the rail of the landing with one hand so he wouldn't accidentally heave himself over. It was a bright day, the Kansas sun beating down, but July felt like he was in darkness. Cowboys rode up and down the street below him. Once in a while, one would hear him vomiting and look up and laugh. Wagons went by, and the drivers didn't even look up. Once, while he was resting, 2 cowboys stopped and looked at him. I guess we ought to rope him and drag him to the graveyard, one said. He looks dead to me. Hell, I wish all I had to do was lay on them stairs and vomit, the other cowboy said. It beats loading them longhorns. July lay face down for a long time. The heaves finally diminished, but from time to time he raised his head and spat over the edge to clear his throat. It was nearly sundown before he felt like sitting up, and then it was only to sit with his back against the building. He was high enough that he could see over the main street and the cattle pens and west to where the sun was setting far off on the plain. He was sitting behind a large herd of cattle being held a mile or 2 from town. There were thousands of cattle, but only a few cowboys holding them. He could see the other cowboys racing for town. The dust their running horses kicked up was turned golden by the sun. No doubt they were just off the trail and couldn't wait for a taste of Dodge, the very taste he had just vomited up. The last sunlight filtered through the settling dust behind the cowboys' horses. July sat where he was until the afterglow was just a pale line on the western horizon. The white moon shone on the railroad ties that snaked out of town to the east. He felt too weak to stand up, and he sat listening to the sounds of laughter that came from the saloon behind him. When he finally stood up, he was indecisive. He didn't know if he should go in and thank Jenny or just slip away and continue the search for Elmira. He had an urge to just ride on out into the dark country. He didn't feel right in a town anymore. The crowds of happy cowboys just made him feel more lonesome somehow. On the plains with nobody in sight, He wasn't reminded so often of how cut off he felt. He decided, though, that politeness required him to at least say goodbye to Jenny. As he stepped back in the door, a cowboy came out of her room, looking cheerful, and went clumping down the stairs. A moment later, Jenny came out too. She didn't notice July standing there. To his astonishment, she stopped and lifted her skirts so that he saw her thin legs and more. There was a smear of something on one thigh, and she hastily wet her fingers with a little spit and wiped it off. Just then she noticed July, who wished he had not bothered to come through the door. He had never seen a woman do such an intimate thing, and the shock was so strong he thought his stomach might float up again. When Jenny saw him, she was not very embarrassed. She giggled again and lowered her skirts. "Well, you got a free look, but I won't count on it," she said. "I guess you didn't die." "No," July said. Jenny looked closely at him, as if to make sure he was all right. She had a poor complexion, but he liked her frank brown eyes. "What about the fun?" she said. "You lost out this afternoon." "Oh," July said, "I'm not much fun." "I guess you wouldn't be after vomiting up your stomach," Jenny said. "I can't wait, though, mister. 3 herds came in today, and there's a line of cowboys waiting to fall in love with me." She looked down the stairs. The noise from the saloon was loud. "It's what I did with Ellie," July said. Meeting her friend Jenny had made his life clearer to him suddenly. He was as simple as the cowboys. He had fallen in love with a whore. Jenny looked at him a moment. She had come out of her room briskly, prepared for more business, but something in July's eyes slowed her down. She had never seen eyes with so much sadness in them. To look at him made her heart drop a little. "Ellie was tired of this business," she said. "It was the buffalo hunters made her decide to quit. I guess you just come along at the right time." "Yes," July said. They were silent, looking at one another. Jenny reluctant to go down into the well of noise, July not ready to go out the door and head for the livery stable. "Don't you want to quit?" he asked. "Why, are you going to fall in love with me too?" Jenny asked in her frank way. July knew he could if he wasn't careful. He was so lonely, and he didn't have much control. "Don't you want to quit?" he asked again. Jenny shook her head. "I like to see the boys coming in," she said. "People are always coming in here in Dodge. The cowboys are nicer than the buffalo hunters, but even the buffalo hunters was people." She thought a moment. "I couldn't sit around in a house all day," she said. "If someone was ever to marry me, I expect I'd run off too. The time I get blue is the winter. There ain't no people coming in." July thought of Ellie, sitting in the cabin loft all day, dangling her legs. No people came in at all except him and Joe, and Roscoe once in a while when they caught a catfish. Hearing Jenny talk put his life with Ellie in a very different light. "You ought to go on back home," Jenny said. "Even if you catch her, it won't do no good." July feared it wouldn't, but he didn't want to go back. He just stood there. Something in his manner made Jenny suddenly impatient. "I got to go," she said. "If you ever do find Ellie, tell her I still got that blue dress she gave me. If she ever wants it back, she'll have to write." July nodded. Jenny gave him a final look, half pitying, half exasperated, and hurried on down the stairs. July felt sad when she left. He had the feeling that an opportunity had been missed, though he didn't know what kind of opportunity. The streets were full of cowboys going from one saloon to the next. There were horses tied to every hitch rail. He went to the livery stable and saddled his new horse. The old man who ran the stable was sitting with his back against a barrel of horseshoe nails, drinking now and then from a jug he had between his legs. July paid him, but the old man didn't stand up. "Which outfit are you with?" the old man asked. "I'm with myself," July said. "Oh," the man said, "a small outfit. This is a funny time of night to be starting out, ain't it?" "I guess it is," July said, but he started anyway. 70. Once they got west, beyond the line of the grasshopper plague, the herd found good grass. The skies stayed clear for nearly 2 weeks, and the drive went the smoothest it had gone. The cattle settled down and moved north toward the Arkansas without stampedes or other incidents, except for one, a freak accident that cost Newt his favorite horse, Mouse. Newt wasn't even riding Mouse when the accident occurred. He had traded mounts for the day with Ben Rainey. The day's work was over, and Ben had ridden into the herd with Call's permission to cut out a beef for the cook. He rode up to a little brindled cow, meaning to take her yearling calf, and while he was easing the calf away from her, the cow turned mean suddenly and hooked Mouse right back of the girth. She was a small cow with unusually sharp horns, and her thrust was so violent that Mouse's hindquarters were lifted off the ground. Ben Rainey was thrown and had to scramble to keep from being hooked himself. Soupy Jones saw it happen. He loped in and soon turned the mad cow, but the damage was done. Mouse was spurting blood like a fountain from his abdomen.
"Get Dietz,"
Soupy said. Dietz was the best horse doctor in the outfit, though Po Campo was also good. Both men came over to look at the wound, and both shook their heads. Newt, on the other side of the herd, saw people waving at him and loped over. When he saw Mouse gushing blood, he felt faint from the shock. "I don't know what went wrong with her," Ben Rainey said, feeling guilty. "I wasn't doing nothing to her. She just hooked the horse. Next thing I knew, she was after me. She has them little sharp, twisty horns." Mouse's hind legs were quivering. "Well, you better put him down," Call said, looking at Newt. "He's finished." Newt was about to take the reins when Dish Boggett intervened. "Oh, now, Captain," he said quietly, "a feller oughtn't to have to shoot his own horse when there's others around that can do it as well." And without another word, he led the bleeding horse 100 yards away and shot him. He came back carrying the saddle. Newt was very grateful. He knew he would have had a hard time shooting Mouse. "Wish now we'd never traded," Ben Rainey said. "I never thought anything would happen." That night, there was much discussion of the dangers of handling cattle. Everyone agreed there were dangers, but no one had ever heard of a small cow hooking a horse under the girth before and killing it. Newt traded shifts with the Irishman, and then traded again with his replacement 4 hours later. He wanted to be in the dark where people couldn't see him cry. Mouse had never behaved like other horses, and now he had even found a unique way to die. Newt had had him for 8 years and felt his loss so keenly that for the first time on the drive, he wished it wouldn't get light so soon. But the sun came up beautifully, and he knew he would have to go in to breakfast. He rubbed the tear streaks off his face as best he could and was about to head for the wagon when he saw Mr. Gus standing outside his little tent waving at him. Newt rode over. As he passed the open flap of the tent, he saw Lorena sitting on a pallet just inside. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and she looked very beautiful. Augustus had made a fire of buffalo chips and was complaining about it. "Dern, I hate to cook with shit," he said. "I hear you lost your pony." "Yes, Ben was riding him. It wasn't his fault, though," Newt said. "Get down and drink a cup of coffee to cut the grief," Augustus said. As he was drinking the coffee, Lorena came out of the tent. To Newt's surprise, she smiled at him. She didn't say anything, but she smiled. It was such a joy that he immediately started feeling better. All the way from Texas, he had been worrying secretly that Lorena would blame him for her kidnap. After all, he had been supposed to watch her the night she got taken, but she obviously bore him no grudge. She stood in front of the tent, looking at the beautiful morning. "I've got so I like this looking far," she said. Augustus handed her a cup of coffee, and she held it in both hands, the smoke drifting in front of her face. Newt was sure he had never seen anyone as beautiful as her. That he was getting to share breakfast with her was like a miracle. Dish or any of the other boys would give their spurs and saddles to be doing what he was doing. She sat down in front of the tent and blew on her coffee until it was cool enough to drink. Newt drank his and felt a lot better. Poor Mouse was lost, but it was a wonderful day, and he was enjoying the rare privilege of having breakfast with Mr. Gus and Lorena. Across the plain they could see the herd strung out to the north. The wagon and the remuda were a mile behind them. Po Campo, a tiny dot on the plain, walked well behind the wagon.
"That old cook is a sight," Augustus said. "I guess he plans to walk all the way to Canada."
"He likes to watch the grass," Newt explained. "He's always finding stuff. He'll cook most anything he picks up." "Does he cook grass?" Lorena asked, interested. She had never seen Po Campo close up, but was intrigued by the sight of the tiny figure walking day after day across the great plain. "No, but he cooks things like grasshoppers once in a while," Newt said. Lorena laughed, a delightful sound to Newt. As she blew on her coffee, she looked at Gus. She had spent many hours looking at him since he had rescued her. It was comfortable traveling with him, for he never got angry or scolded her as other men had. In the weeks when she trembled and cried, he had expressed no impatience and made no demands. She had become so used to him that she had begun to hope the trip would last longer. It had become simple and even pleasant for her. No one bothered her at all, and it was nice to ride along in the early summer sun, looking at the miles and miles of waving grass. Gus talked and talked. Some of what he said was interesting and some of it wasn't, but it was reassuring that he liked to talk to her. It was enough of a life, and better than any she had had before. But she could not forget the other woman Gus had mentioned. The other woman was the one thing he didn't talk about. She didn't ask, of course, but she couldn't forget either. She dreaded the day when they would come to the town where the other woman lived, for then the simple life might end. It wouldn't if she could help it, though. She meant to fight for it. She had decided to tell Gus she would marry him before they got to the town. Never before had she given any thought to marrying a man. It had not seemed a likely thing. She had had enough of the kind of men who came into the saloons. Some of them wanted to marry her, of course, young cowboys mostly, but she didn't take that seriously. Gus was different. He had never said he wanted to marry her, but he was handier than most at complimenting her on her beauty. He complimented her still, almost every day, telling her she was the most beautiful woman on the plains. They got along well. They didn't quarrel. To her, it all said that he might want to marry her when they stopped. She was glad he had waved the boy over for breakfast. The boy was harmless, even rather sweet and likable. If she was friendly to the boy, it might make Gus think better of her as a wife-to-be. Though he had still not approached her, she felt him stirring when they slept close at night, and she meant to see that he did approach her before they got to Ogallala. She meant to do what she could to make him forget the other woman. When Newt rode back to the herd, he practically floated over the ground, he felt so happy. The death of Mouse was forgotten in the pleasure of remembering Lorena. She had smiled at him as he was mounting to leave. It was not lost on the cowboys that Newt had secured a rare invitation. As he loped back to the drags, many heads were turned his way, but the drive had started and no one got much of a chance to question him until that evening, when they were all getting their grub. Dish, the friend who had relieved him of the burden of killing his own horse, was the most curious. "Did you get to see Lori?" Dish asked point blank. He still felt such love for Lori that even speaking her name caused him to feel weak sometimes. "I seen her. She was drinking coffee," Newt said.
"Yes, she always took coffee in the morning,"
Lippy said, demonstrating a familiarity with Lorena's habits that offended Dish at once. "Yes, and I'm sure you spied on her every opportunity you got," he said hotly.
"It didn't take no spying. She took it right in the saloon," Lippy said. "It was watch her go blind."
He was aware, as all the hands were, that Dish was mighty in love. But Dish was not the first cowboy to fall in love with a whore, and Lippy didn't feel he had to make too many concessions to the situation.
"Dish don't allow low types like us the right even to look at the girl," Jasper remarked.
He had met with nothing but rejection at the hands of Lorena and was still bitter about it.
"I bet Newt got a good look," Soupy said. "Newt's getting to an age to have an eye for the damsels."
Newt kept silent, embarrassed. He would have liked to brag a little about his visit, perhaps even repeat one of the remarks Lorena had made, but he was aware that he couldn't do so without causing Dish Boggett to feel bad that it wasn't him who had got the visit.
Is Laurie still pretty, or has all this traveling ruined her looks? Needle Nelson asked.
As if it could, Dish said angrily.
She's real pretty still, Newt said.
Mr. Gus did most of the talking.
Oh, Gus always does the most of it, P.I. said. If they just pitched their tent a little closer, we could all hear it. Gus has a loud voice.
I wouldn't care to listen, Dish said. It rankled him continually that Gus had all of Lorena's company day after day.
I never seen such a jealous bug as you are, Dish, Jasper said.
Call had eaten quickly and left with Dietz. The Arkansas was only a few miles away, and he wanted to have a look at the crossing. They loped up to the river through the long prairie dusk and sat on the riverbank a while. Even in the moonlight, they could see that the current was strong.
I've always heard the Arkansas was swift, Call said. Did you try it?
Oh, yes, Dietz said. It took me down a ways.
Comes out of the same mountains as the Rio Grande, Call said. Just a different side.
Reckon we'll ever get back, Captain? Dietz asked. He had not planned to ask, but at mention of the Rio Grande he felt a sudden homesickness. He had been back and forth across the Rio Grande for so many years that it made him sad to think he might never see it again. The Rio Grande was shallow and warm and no trouble to cross, whereas the farther north they went, the colder and swifter the rivers became. Call was surprised by the question. Why, some of the boys will be going back, I guess, he said. I doubt that I'll return myself, he added, and hoped that Dietz wouldn't want to go either. He relied on Dietz too much. None of the other hands had his judgment.
Dietz said no more about it, but his heart was heavy with a longing for Texas. Call looked up the river toward Colorado.
That darn bandit's up there somewhere, he said. I wish Gus had got him.
Dietz could tell by the grim way the captain was looking toward the mountains that he wished he could go after the man. Pursuit was what he and the captain did best, and now he was wishing he could pursue Blue Duck. Thinking to turn the captain's mind from the outlaw, Dietz mentioned something he had considered keeping to himself. It was something he had noticed the day before while scouting to the east a few miles.
Wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Jake is around, he said.
Jake? Call asked. Why would he be around?
Might not be him, but his horse is around, Dietz said. I crossed the track yesterday. It was that pacing horse he come home on.
I'll swear, Call said. Are you sure about the horse?
Oh, yes, Dietz said. I know the track.
4 other horses with him.
I guess Mr. Jake could have sold the horse.
I doubt he would, Call said. Jake likes a pacer. He thought the information over as they trotted back toward the herd. He had meant it when he told Gus he wanted no more to do with Jake Spoon. Jake had only come back to Lonesome Dove to use them for support, and no doubt he would try to do it again if he got in trouble. This time it would probably be worse trouble, too. Once a man like Jake, who had got by on dash and little else all his life, started sliding, he might slide faster and faster.
Oh, well, Call said. We ain't far from Dodge. He may just be looking for a summer of gambling. Keep your eye out, though, he added. If you strike his track again, let me know.
Dietz went on back to camp, but Call stopped a mile away and staked his mare. He considered riding over to see Gus and passing on the news, but decided it could wait until morning. News of Jake might disturb the girl. If he was right, and Jake was just headed for Dodge, there was nothing to worry about. He sat up much of the night, listening to the Irishman sing to the cattle. As he was listening, a skunk walked between him and the mare. It nosed along, stopping now and then to scratch at the dirt. Call sat still, and the skunk soon went on its way. The hell bitch paid it no mind. She went on quietly grazing. 71. I'll be glad to get to Dodge, Jake said. I'd like a bath and a whore, and a good barber to shave me. There's a barber there named Sandy that I fancy if nobody ain't shot him. You'll know tomorrow, I guess, Dan Suggs said. I've never liked barbers myself.
Dan don't even like whores, Roy Suggs said.
Dan's hard to please." Jake was cheered by the thought that Dodge was so close. He was tired of the empty prairie and the sullen Suggses and was looking forward to jolly company and some good card games. He had every intention of wiggling loose from the Suggses in Dodge. Gambling might be his ticket. He could win a lot of money and tell them he'd had enough of the roving life. They didn't own him, after all. It was a sunny day, and Jake rode along happily. Sometimes he got a lucky feeling, the feeling that he was meant for riches and beautiful women, and that nothing could keep him down for long. The lucky feeling came to him as he rode, and the main part of it was his sense that he was about to get free of the Suggs brothers. They were hard men, and he had made a bad choice in riding with them, but nothing very terrible had come of it, and they were almost to Dodge. It seemed to him he had slid into bad luck in Arkansas the day he accidentally shot the dentist, and now he was about to slide out of it in Kansas and resume the kind of enjoyable life he felt he deserved. Frog Lip was riding just in front of him, and he felt how nice it would be not to have to consort with such a man again. Frog Lip rode along silently, as he had the whole trip, but there was menace in his silence, and Jake was ready for lighter company, a whore particularly. There was sure to be plenty of them in Dodge. In the afternoon, though, Dan Suggs, the man who was hard to please, saw something he liked, a herd of about 25 horses being driven south by 3 men. He rode over to a ridge and inspected the horses through his spyglasses. When he came back, he had a pleased look on his face. At the sight of it, Jake immediately lost his lucky feeling. "It's old Will Barker," Dan said. "He's just got 2 hands with him." "Well, I've heard of him," Jake said. "We returned some of his horses to him out of Mexico. Pedro Flores had them. I never met Will Barker myself." "I've met him, the son of a bitch," Dan said. "I rode for him once." "Where's he going with them horses, back to Texas?" Roy asked. "He's probably sold his lead herd in Dodge and has got another bunch or 2 headed for Denver. He's taking his boys some fresh mounts." Will Barker and his horses were soon out of sight, but Dan Suggs made no move to resume the trip to Dodge. "I guess Dan's feeling bloody," Roy said, observing his brother. "I thought Will Barker was rough," little Eddie said. "He is, but so am I," Dan Suggs said. "I never liked the man. I see no reason why we shouldn't have them horses." Roy Suggs was not greatly pleased by his brother's behavior. "Have 'em and do what with 'em?" he asked. "We can't sell 'em in Dodge if Walbarger's just been there." "Dodge ain't the only town in Kansas," Dan said. "We can sell 'em in Abilene." With no further discussion, he turned and rode southwest at a slow trot. His brothers followed. Jake sat for a moment, his lucky feeling gone, and a sense of dread in its place. He thought maybe the Suggs brothers would forget him and he could ride on to Dodge, but then he saw Frog Lip looking at him. The black man was impassive. "You coming?" he asked, the first time on the whole trip that he had spoken to Jake directly. There was an insolence in his voice that caused Jake to flare up for a moment despite himself. "I guess if you watch, you'll find out," Jake said, bitter that the man would address him so. Frog Lip just looked at him, neither smiling nor frowning. The insolence of the look was so great that for a moment Jake contemplated gunplay. He wanted to shoot the look off the black man's face. But instead he touched his horse lightly with the spurs and followed the Suggs brothers across the plain. He felt angry. The barber and the whore he had been looking forward to had been put off. Soon he heard the black man's horse fall in behind him. Dan Suggs traveled at a leisurely pace. They didn't see Will Barker or his horses again that day. When they spotted a spring with a few low trees growing by it, Dan even stopped for a nap. "You don't want to steal horses in the daytime," he remarked when he awoke. "It works better at night. That way you can put it off on Indians if you're lucky." "We better pull the shoes off these horses then," Roy Suggs said. "Indians don't use horseshoes much." "You're a stickler for details, ain't you?" Dan said. "Who's going to track us?"
He lay back in the shade and put his hat over his eyes. "Wilbarger might if it's so rough," little Eddie said. Dan Suggs just chuckled. "Hell, I thought we'd come up here to rob banks and regulate settlers," Jake said. "I don't remember hiring on to steal horses. Stealing horses is a hanging crime, as I recall." "I never seen such a bunch of young ladies," Dan said. "Everything's a hanging crime up here in Kansas. They ain't got around to making too many laws." "That may be," Jake said. "Horse stealing don't happen to be my line of work." "You're young. You can learn a new line of work," Dan said, raising up on an elbow. "And if you'd rather not learn, we can leave you here dead on the ground. I won't tolerate a shirker." With that, he put his hat back over his face and went to sleep. Jake knew he was trapped. He could not fight 4 men. The Suggs brothers all took naps, but Frog Lip sat by the spring all afternoon, cleaning his guns. Late in the afternoon, Dan Suggs got up and took a piss by the spring. Then he lay down on his belly and had a long drink of water. When he got up, he mounted his horse and rode off without a word to anyone. His brothers quickly mounted and followed him, and Jake had no choice but to do the same. Frog Lip, as usual, brought up the rear. "Dan's feeling real bloody," little Eddie said. "Well, he gets that way," Roy said. "I hope you don't expect me to preach him a sermon." "He don't want them horses," little Eddie said. "He wants to kill that man." "I doubt he'll turn down free horses once he has them," Roy said. Jake felt bitter that the day had turned so bad. It was his bad luck again. He couldn't seem to beat it. If Wilbarger had been traveling even a half a mile farther west, they would never have seen him and his horses, and they would be in Dodge, enjoying the comforts of the town. On that vast plain, spotting 3 men and some horses was a mere accident, as much a matter of luck as the bullet that killed Benny Johnson. Yet both had happened. It was enough to make a man a pessimist that such things had started occurring regularly. They soon struck Wilbarger's trail and followed it west through the sunset and the long dusk. The trail led northwest toward the Arkansas, easy to follow even in the twilight. Dan Suggs never slowed. They struck the river and swam it by moonlight. Jake hated to ride sopping wet, but was offered no choice, for Dan Suggs didn't pause. Nobody said a word when they came to the river. Nobody said one afterward. The moon was well over in the west before Dan Suggs drew rein. "Go find them, Frog," he said. "I doubt they're far." "Do I shoot or not?" the black man asked. "Hell no, don't shoot," Dan said. "You think I'd ride all this way and swim a river just to miss the fun? Come on back when you find him." Frog Lip was back in a few minutes. "We nearly rode into them," he said. "They're close." Dan Suggs had been smoking, but he quickly put his smoke out and dismounted. "You hold the horses," he said to little Eddie. "Come on once you hear the shooting." "I can shoot as good as Roy," little Eddie protested. "Hell, Roy couldn't hit his foot if it was nailed to a tree," Dan said. "Anyway, we're going to let Jake shoot them. He's the man with the reputation." He took the rifle and walked off. Jake and the others followed. There was no sign of a campfire, no sign of anything but plains and darkness. Though Frog Lip had said the men were close, it seemed to Jake they walked a long time. He didn't see the horses until they almost bumped into one. For a moment he thought of trying to grab a horse and run away bareback. The commotion would warn Wilbarger, and maybe 1 or 2 of the Suggs boys would get shot. But the horse quickly stepped away from him, and the moment passed. He drew his pistol, not knowing what else to do. They had found the horses, but he didn't know where the camp was. Frog Lip was near him, watching, Jake supposed. When the first shot came, he didn't know who fired it, though he saw a flash from a rifle barrel. It seemed so far away that he almost felt it must be another battle. Then gunfire flared just in front of him, too much to be produced by 3 men, it seemed. So much shooting panicked him for a second, and he fired twice into the darkness with no idea of what he might be shooting at. He heard gunfire behind him. It was Frog Lip shooting. He began to sense running figures, although it was not clear to him who they were. Then there were 5 or 6 shots close together like sudden thunder and the sound of a running horse. Jake could see almost nothing. Once in a while he would think he saw a man, but he couldn't be sure. "Frog, did you get him?" he heard Dan Suggs ask. "No, he got me, damn him," he heard the black man say. "I swear I put 3 into him, but he made it to that horse anyway," Dan said. "You alive, Roy?" "I'm alive," Roy Suggs said from back near the horse herd. "Well, what are you doing over there?" Dan wanted to know. "The damn fight was over here." "We want the horses, don't we?" Roy asked, anger in his voice. "I wanted that goddamn Wilbarger worse," Dan said. "What about you, Spoon?" "Not hurt," Jake said. "Hell, you and Roy might as well have stayed in Dodge for all the good you are in the dark," Dan said. Jake didn't answer. He was just glad he had not been forced to shoot anybody. It seemed ridiculous attacking men in the dark. Even Indians waited until sunup. He took some hope from the fact that Frog Lip claimed to have been hit, though how anybody knew where to shoot was a mystery to him. "Where's that goddamn kid?" Dan asked. "I told him to bring them horses. Old Wilbarger's getting away. Where'd you get hit, Frog?" Frog Lip didn't answer. "God damn the old son of a bitch," Dan said. "I guess he's killed Frog. Go get Eddie, Roy." "You told him to come. I guess he'll come," Roy said. "You best go get him, unless you think you're bulletproof," Dan said in a deadly voice. "I ain't going if Wilbarger's out there," Roy said. "He won't shoot me, neither. I'm your brother." There were 2 more shots, so close that Jake jumped. "Did I get you?" Dan asked. "No, and don't shoot no more," Roy said in a surprised voice. "Why would you shoot at me?" "There ain't nobody else around to shoot at except Jake, and you know his reputation," Dan said sarcastically. They heard horses coming. "Boys?" little Eddie called out. "No, mostly girls here tonight," Dan said. "Are you waiting for election day or what? Bring the goddamn horses." Little Eddie brought them. The dawn was behind him, very faint but coming. Soon it was possible to make out the results of the battle. Wilbarger's 2 men were dead, still in their blankets. One was Chick, the little weasel Jake remembered seeing the morning they brought the horses in from Mexico. He had been hit in the neck by a rifle bullet. Frog Lips, Dan said. The bullet had practically torn his head loose from his body. The corpse reminded Jake of a dead rabbit, perhaps because Chick had rabbit-like teeth, exposed now in a stiff grimace. The other dead man was just a boy, probably Wilbarger's wrangler. Of Wilbarger himself there was no sign. "I know I put 3 into him," Dan Suggs said. "He must have slept with the damn reins in his hand, or he'd have never got to his horse." Frog Lip lay on the ground, still gripping his rifle. His eyes were wide open. He was breathing as heavily as a horse after a long run. His wound was in the groin. His pants were wet with blood. The rising sun shone in his face, which was beaded with sweat. "Who shot Frog?" little Eddie asked in surprise. "Why, that damn Wilbarger. Who else?" Dan said. He had no more than glanced at Frog Lip. He was scanning the plains with his spy glasses, hoping to catch a glimpse of the cowman. But the plains were empty. "I never thought anybody would get Frog," little Eddie said, unnerved by what he saw. Dan Suggs was snarling with frustration. He glared at his brothers as if they were solely responsible for Wilbarger's escape. "You boys ought to go home and teach school," he said. "It's all you're good for." "What'd you expect me to do?" Roy asked. "I can't see in the dark." Dan walked over and looked down at Frog Lip. He ignored his brothers. He knelt down and pulled the Negro's blood-stained shirt loose from his pants, exposing the wound. After a second, he stood up. "Frog, I guess this was your unlucky day," he said. "I guess we better just shoot you." Frog Lip didn't answer. He didn't move or even blink his eyes. "Shoot him, and let's go," Dan said, looking at little Eddie. "Shoot Frog?" little Eddie said, as if he had not heard quite right. "Yes, Frog's the one with the slug in his gut," Dan said. "He's the one that needs to finish up dying. Shoot him, and let's ride." "I hate to shoot Frog," little Eddie said in a dazed tone.
I guess we'll just leave 'em for the buzzards then if you're so squeamish, Dan said. He removed the rifle from the Negro's hand and took the big pistol out of his belt. Ain't you gonna let him keep his guns? Roy asked. Nope, Dan said. He won't need 'em, but we might. With that he mounted and rode over to look at the horse herd they had captured. You shoot him, Roy, little Eddie said. I hate to. No, Dan's mad at me anyway, Roy said. If I do something he ordered you to do, I'll be the one shot. With that he mounted and rode off too. Jake walked over to his horse feeling that it had been a black day when he met the Suggses. Would you like to shoot him, Jake? Little Eddie asked. I've known him all my life. I wouldn't care to, Jake said. He remembered how insolent Froglip had been only the day before and how he had wanted to shoot him then. It had been a rapid turnabout. The man lay on the ground, dying of a cruel wound, and none of the men he rode with even wanted to put him out of his misery. Well, damn, little Eddie said. Nobody's much help. He shrugged, drew his gun, and without another word walked over and shot Froglip in the head. The body jerked, and that was that. Get his money, Dan Suggs yelled. I forgot to. Little Eddie went through the dead man's bloody pockets before he mounted. Jake had supposed they might try to go after Wilbarger since he was wounded, but Dan Suggs turned the horse herd north. Aren't we going after that man? Roy asked. I couldn't track an elephant, and neither could you, Dan said. Frog was our tracker. I shot Wilbarger 3 times. I expect he'll die. I thought we was going to Abilene, little Eddie said. Abilene ain't this way. Dan sneered at his brother. I wish Wilbarger shot you instead of Frog, he said. Frog was a damn sight better hand. Jake thought maybe he'd seen the last of the killing. He felt it could be worse. The shooting had all been in pitch darkness. Wilbarger hadn't seen him. He couldn't be connected with the raid. It was luck, of a sort. If he could just get free of the Suggses, he wouldn't be in such hopeless trouble. As he rode along, trailing the 25 horses, he decided the best thing for him would be to leave the West. He could travel over to St. Louis and catch a boat down to New Orleans, or even go east to New York. Both of them were fine towns for gamblers, or so he had heard. In either one he could be safe and could pursue the kind of life he enjoyed. Looking back on it, it seemed to him that he had been remarkably lucky to survive as long as he had in such a rough place where killing was an everyday affair. No man's luck lasted forever, and the very fact that he had fallen in with the Suggses suggested that his was about exhausted. He resolved to bend his wits to getting out while the getting was possible. The death of Froglip made the task easier, for, as Dan said, Froglip was the only tracker in the crowd. If he could just manage to get a good jump somehow, he might get away. And if he did, he wouldn't stop until he hit the Mississippi. With his mind made up, he felt cheerful. It always gave a man a lift to escape death. It was a beautiful sunny day, and he was alive to see it. With any luck at all, he had seen the end of the trouble. His good mood lasted 2 hours, and then something occurred which turned it sour. It seemed as if the world was deserted except for them and the horses, and then to his surprise, he saw a tent. It was staked under a single tree directly ahead of them. Near the tent, 2 men were plowing with 4 mules. Dan Suggs was riding ahead of the horse herd, and Jake saw him lope off toward the settlers. He didn't think much about it. He was watching the tent to see if any women were around. Then he heard the faint pop of a shot and looked up to see one of the settlers fall. The other man was standing there, no gun in his hand, nothing. He stood as if paralyzed, and in a second Dan Suggs shot him too. Then he trotted over to the tent, got off his horse, and went inside. Jake hardly knew what to think. He had just seen 2 men shot in the space of seconds. He had no idea why. By the time he got near the tent, Dan Suggs had drug a little trunk outside and was rifling it. He pitched the clothes which were in the trunk out on the grass. His brothers rode over to join the fun and were soon holding up various garments to see if they fit. Jake rode over too, feeling nervous. Dan Suggs was clearly in a killing mood.
Both farmers lay dead on the grass near their mule team, which was quietly grazing. Both had bullet holes in their foreheads. Dan had shot them at point-blank range.
"Well, they didn't have much but a watch," Dan said, holding up a fine-looking silver pocket watch. "I guess I'll take the watch."
His brothers found nothing of comparable value, although they searched the tent thoroughly. While they were looking, Dan started a fire with some coal oil he had found and made some coffee.
"I tell you, let's hang 'em," he said, strolling over to look at the dead men.
Both were in their 40s, and both had scraggly beards. Roy Suggs looked puzzled.
"Why would you want to hang them?" he asked. "They're already dead."
"I know, but it's a shame to waste that tree," Dan said. "It's the only tree around. What's a tree good for if not to hang somebody from?" The thought made little Eddie giggle, a nervous giggle.
"Dan, you beat all," he said. "I never heard of hanging dead men."
Nonetheless, Dan meant it. He put ropes around both the dead men's necks and had his brothers drag them to the tree and hoist them up. It was not a large tree, and the dead men's feet were only a few inches off the ground. Jake was not called on to help, and he didn't. When the men were hung, twisting at the end of the ropes, Dan Suggs stood back to study the effect and evidently didn't like it. His brothers were watching him nervously. It was plain from his face that he was still in an angry mood.
"These goddamn sodbusters," he said. "I hate their guts and livers."
"Well, that's fine, Dan," Roy said. "They're dead enough."
"No, they ain't," Dan said. "Goddamn sodbuster can never be dead enough to suit me." With that, he went over and got the can of coal oil he had used to start the fire. He began to splash it on the hanged men's clothes.
"What's that for?" little Eddie asked. "You've already shot 'em and hung 'em?"
"Yes, and now I intend to burn them," Dan said. "Any objections from you school teachers?" He looked at all three of them, challenge in his angry eyes. No one said a word. Jake felt sickened by what was happening, but he didn't try and stop it. Dan Suggs was crazy, there was no doubt of that, but his craziness didn't affect his aim. The only way to stop him would be to kill him, a risky business in broad daylight. Little Eddie giggled his nervous giggle again as he watched his brother set the dead men's clothes on fire. Even with the coal oil, it wasn't easy. Dan had to splash them several times before he got their clothes wet enough to blaze. But finally he did, and the clothes flared up. It was a terrible sight. Jake thought he wouldn't look, but despite himself he did. The men's sweaty clothes were burned right off them, and their scraggly beards seared. A few rags of clothes fell off beneath their feet. The men's pants burned off, leaving their belts and a few shreds of cloth around their waists.
"Dan, you beat all,"
little Eddie repeated several times. He giggled often. He was unnerved. Roy Suggs methodically tore the tent apart and poked through all the men's meager belongings, hoping to find valuables.
"They didn't have nothing," he said. "I don't know why you even bothered to kill them."
"It was their unlucky day, same as it was Frog's," Dan said. "We'll miss Frog. The man could shoot. I wish I had that damn Wilbarger here. I'd cook him good." After drinking some more coffee, Dan Suggs mounted up. The two farmers, the trunks of their bodies blackened, still hung from the tree.
"Don't you intend to bury them?" Jake asked. "Somebody's going to find them, you know, and it could be the law."
Dan Suggs just laughed. "I'd like to see the law that could take me," he said. "No man in Kansas could manage it, and anyway I fancy seeing Nebraska." He turned to his brothers, who were dispiritedly raking through the settlers' clothes, still hoping to find something worth taking. "Get them mules, boys," Dan said. "No sense in leaving good mules." With that, he rode off.
"He's bloody today," Roy said, going over to the mules. "If we run into any more sodbusters, it's too bad for them."
Jake's happy mood was gone, though the day was as sunny as ever. It was clear to him that his only hope was to escape the Suggses as soon as possible. Dan Suggs could wake up feeling bloody any day, and the next time there might not be no sodbusters around to absorb his fury, in which case things could turn really grim. He trotted along all day, well back from the horse herd,
trying to forget the two blackened bodies whose shoes had still been smoldering when they left.
72. Dietz found Wilbarger by backtracking his horse. The horse, with dried blood on the saddle and crusted in its mane, was waiting for them on the north bank of the Arkansas. Several times as they were bringing the cattle to the crossing, the horse started to swim over to them, but turned back. Dietz crossed first, ahead of Old Dog, and recognized the horse even before he hit the bank. It was the big bay Wilbarger had ridden into Lonesome Dove several months before. He rode up and caught the horse easily, but then what looked to be a simple cattle crossing turned out to be anything but simple. Dish Boggett's horse, which had crossed many rivers calmly and easily, took fright in midstream and very nearly drowned Dish. The horse went crazy in the water, and if Dish hadn't been a strong swimmer, would have pawed him under. Even then it might have happened if Dietz had not dashed back into the water and fought the horse off long enough for Dish to get ashore. The trouble opened a gap in the line of cowboys, and some 300 cattle veered off and began to swim straight downstream. The line of cattle broke, and in no time there were pockets of cattle here and there swimming down the Arkansas, paying no attention to the riders who tried to turn them. Newt got caught beside such a bunch, and after swimming 200 yards downstream with them, ended up on the same bank he had started out on. Eventually the herd split into 5 or 6 groups. Augustus came over to help, but there was not much he could do. Most of the cattle went back to the south bank, but quite a few swam far downstream. "Looks like your herd's floating away, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I know. I'm surprised that it ain't hailing or shooting lightning bolts at us," Call said. Though the scattering was annoying, he was not seriously disturbed, for the river was fairly shallow and the banks rather low where they were crossing. It would only take a little more time to restart the cattle that had gone back to the south bank. Fortunately, no cattle were bogged, and this time no cowboys drowned. "Good Lord," Augustus said as Dietz came up leading the bay. "Where's Mr. Wilbarger, that he could afford to let his horse run loose?" "Dead, I fear," Call said. "Look at the blood on that horse's mane." "Hell, I liked Wilbarger," Augustus said. "I'd be right sorry if he's dead. I'll go have a look." "Who'll watch the girl while you're gone?" Call asked. Augustus stopped. "You're right," he said. "It might make her uneasy if I just ride off. Maybe Dietz better go have the look." "It could be Indians, you know," Call said. "I think you better move her a little closer to the wagon." Dietz didn't come back until mid-afternoon, by which time the herd was a few miles north of the Arkansas. "I doubt cattle has ever et this grass," Augustus said. "I doubt anyone's trailed cattle this far west of Dodge. Buffalo is probably all that's et it." Call's mind was on Wilbarger, a resourceful man if ever he had seen one. If such a man had got caught, then there could well be serious trouble waiting for them. "You're supposed to be able to smell Indians," he said to Augustus. "Do you smell any?" "No," Augustus said. "I just smell a lot of cow shit. I expect my smeller will be ruined forever before this trip is over by smelling so much cow shit." "It don't mention buffalo in the Bible," Augustus remarked. "Well, why should it?" Call said. "It might be that a buffalo is a kind of ox, only browner," Augustus said. "Ox are mentioned in the Bible." "What got you on the Bible?" Call asked. "Boredom," Augustus said. "Religious controversy is better than none." "If there's mad Indians around, you may get more controversy than you bargained for," Call said. Lorena heard the remark. She was riding behind them. Mention of Indians brought back memories and made her nervous. Finally, they saw Dietz coming along the river from the southeast. It was clear from the dried sweat on his horse that he had ridden hard. "They didn't get Dietz, whoever they are," Augustus said. "I found the man," Dietz said, drawing the rein. "He's shot." "Dead?" Call asked. "Dying, I expect," Dietz said. "I couldn't move him. He's hit 3 times. "How far away?" "About 10 miles, Dietz said. "I got him propped up, but I couldn't bring him." "Did he say much?" Augustus asked.
He wants to see you, if you're not too busy, Dietz said. He said if you were busy, don't make the trip.
Why would I be that busy?
Augustus asked. Dietz looked at him. He's real polite, that gentleman, he said. I guess he thinks he might be dead before you get there.
Oh, I see. The man don't want to put nobody out, Augustus said. I'll go anyway. I admire his conversation.
Change horses, Call said to Dietz, and Dietz loped off. He was trying to decide who they ought to take, and finally decided just to take P.I., Dietz, and the boy. The boy could watch the horses if there was trouble. It meant leaving the herd, but there was no help for it. There was good grazing, and the herd looked peaceful.
Dish and the rest of the crew ought to be about to handle it.
Was it Indians got him? He asked when Dietz returned. Dietz shook his head. White men, he said. Horse thieves.
Oh, Call said. Murdering horse thieves at that. But it relieved his mind, for horse thieves wouldn't attack an outfit as large as theirs. Augustus dropped back to explain matters to Lorena. She looked at him with worry in her eyes.
Now, Laurie, you relax, he said. It wasn't Indians, after all.
What was it then? She asked.
The man who loaned us this tent got shot, he said. He's in a bad way, it appears. We're going to see if we can help him.
How long will it take? Lorena asked. It was already late afternoon. It meant a night without Gus, and she had not had to face one since he rescued her.
I don't know, honey, he said. A few days, maybe, if we go after the horse thieves that shot him. If there's a chance to get them, we'll try. Carl won't let a horse thief off, and he's right.
I'll go, Lorena said. I can keep up. We don't need the tent.
No, Augustus said. You stay with the wagon. You'll be perfectly safe. I'll ask Dish to look after you.
Lorena began to shake. Maybe Gus was doing it because he was tired of her. Maybe he would never come back. He might slip off and find the woman in Nebraska. To her surprise, Gus read her mind. He smiled his devilish smile at her.
I ain't running for the bushes, if that's what you think, he said.
There ain't no bushes, she pointed out. I just don't want you to go, Gus.
I got to, Augustus said. A man's dying and he asked for me. We're kind of friends, and think what would have happened when the grasshoppers hit if we hadn't had this tent to hide in. I'll be back, and I'll see that Dish looks after you in the meantime.
Why him? She asked. I don't need him. Just tell him to leave me be.
Dish is the best hand, Augustus said. Just because he's in love with you don't mean he couldn't be helpful if a storm blew up or something. It ain't his fault he's in love with you. He's smitten, and that's all there is to it.
I don't care about him, Lorena said. I want you to come back.
I will, honey, he said, checking the loads in his rifle. Dish could hardly believe his luck when Augustus told him to take Lorena her meals and look after her. The thought that he would be allowed to go over to the tent made him a little dizzy.
Do you think she'll speak to me? He asked, looking at the tent. Lorena had gone inside and pulled the flaps, though it was hot.
Not today, Augustus said. Today she's feeling sulky. If I was you, I'd sing to her.
Sing to Laurie? Dish said, incredulous.
Well, I'd be so scared I'd choke. Well, if you require timid women, there's not much I can do for you, Augustus said. Just keep a good guard at night and see she don't get kidnapped.
Call hated to leave the herd, and most of the cowboys hated it that he was leaving. Though it was midsummer, the skies clear and the plains seemingly peaceful, most of the hands looked worried as the little group prepared to leave. They sat around worrying, all but Po Campo, who was singing quietly in his raspy voice as he made supper. Even Lippy was unnerved. He was modest in some matters and had just returned from walking a mile in order to relieve his bowels in private.
If you see any bushes, bring one back with you, he said to the mounted men. If we had a bush or two, I wouldn't have to walk so far just to do my business.
I don't know why you're so modest, Augustus said. Go over and squat behind a cow. You got a hole in your stomach anyway.
I wish we'd brought the piano, Lippy said. A little piano music would go good right now.
Call put Dish in charge of the outfit, meaning that he suddenly had two heavy responsibilities, Lorena and the herd. It left him subdued just thinking about it.
If anything should happen to the girl or the herd, he'd never be able to hold up his head again. "Ease 'em along," Call told Dish. "Bert can scout ahead and make sure there's water." If Dish felt subdued, Newt felt nothing but pride to have been selected for the trip. He could tell some of the other hands were envious, particularly the Rainey boys, but it was the captain's order, and no one dared say a word. When he saw the captain put 2 boxes of rifle shells into his saddlebag, he felt even prouder, for it meant he might be expected to fight. The captain must have decided he was grown to bring him on such a trip. After all, only the original Hat Creek outfit, the captain and Mr. Gus, P. and Dietz, were going along, and now he was included. Every few minutes as they rode east, he put his hand on his pistol to reassure himself that it was still there. They got back to Wilbarger a little after sundown, before the plains had begun to lose the long twilight. He had reached the Arkansas before collapsing, and lay under the shade of the bank on a blanket Dietz had left him. He was too weak to do more than raise his head when they rode up. Even that exhausted him. "Well, you just keep turning up," he said to Augustus, with a wan smile. "I've been lying here trying not to bleed on this good blanket your man left me." Augustus stooped to examine him, and saw at once there was no hope. "I've bled so much already, I expect I'm white as snow," Wilbarger said. "I'm a darn mess. I took one in the lung, and another seems to have ruined my hip. The third was just a flesh wound." "I don't think we can do anything about the lung," Call said. Wilbarger smiled. "No, and neither could a Boston surgeon," he said. He raised his head again. "Still riding that mare, I see," he said. "If I could have talked you out of her, I probably wouldn't be lying here shot. She'd have smelled the damn horse thieves. I do think she's a beauty." "How many were there?" Call asked. "Or could you get a count?" "I expect it was Dan Suggs and his 2 brothers, and a bad nigger they ride with," Wilbarger said. "I think I hit the nigger." "I don't know the Suggses," Call said. "They're well known around Fort Worth for being murdering rascals," Wilbarger said. "I never expected to be fool enough to let them murder me. It's humbling. I lived through the worst war I ever fought and then got killed by a damn sneaking horse thief. That galls me, I tell you." "Any of us can oversleep," Augustus said quietly. "If you was to lie quiet, that lung might heal." "No, sir, not likely," Wilbarger said. "I saw too many lung-shot boys when we were fighting the Rebs to expect that to happen. I'd rather just enjoy a little more conversation." He turned his eyes toward the hell bitch and smiled. The sight of her seemed to cheer him more than anything. "I do admire that mare," he said. "I want you to keep that mean plug of mine for your troubles. He's not brilliant, but he's sturdy." He lay back and was quiet for a while, as the dusk deepened. "I was born on the Hudson, you know," he said a little later. "I fully expected to die on it, but I guess the darn Arkansas will have to do." "I wish you'd stop talking about your own death," Augustus said in a joking tone. "It ain't genteel." Wilbarger looked at him and chuckled, a chuckle that brought up blood. "Why, it's because I ain't genteel that I'm bleeding to death beside the Arkansas," he said. "I could have been a lawyer, like my brother, and be in New York right now eating oysters." He didn't speak again until after it was full dark. Newt stood over with the horses, trying not to cry. He had scarcely known Mr. Wilbarger, and had found him blunt at first, but the fact that he was lying there on a bloody blanket dying so calmly affected him more than he had thought it would. The emptiness of the plains as they darkened was so immense that affected him too, and a sadness grew in him until tears began to spill from his eyes. Captain Call and Mr. Gus sat by the dying man. Dietz was on the riverbank, 100 yards away, keeping watch, and P.I. stood with Newt by the horses, thinking his own thoughts. "How long will it take him to die?" Newt asked, feeling he couldn't bear such a strain for a whole night. "I've seen boys linger for days," P.I. said quietly. He'd always thought it impolite to talk about a man's death within his hearing. Gus's joke had shocked him a little. "But then sometimes they just go," he added. "Go when they're ready, or even if they ain't. This man's lost so much blood he might go over pretty soon." Call and Augustus knew there was nothing to do but wait, so they sat beside Wilbarger's pallet, saying little. 2 hours passed with no sound but Wilbarger's faint breathing. Then to Call's surprise, Wilbarger's hand reached out and clutched him for a moment. "Let's shake for the favors you've done me," Wilbarger said weakly. When Call had given him a handshake, Wilbarger reached for Augustus, who shook his hand in turn. "McCrae, I'll give you credit for having written a damn amusing sign," he said. "I've laughed about that sign many a time, and laughing's a pleasure. I've got 2 good books in my saddlebags. One's Mr. Milton, and the other's a Virgil. I want you to have them. The Virgil might improve your Latin." "I admit it's rusty," Augustus said. "I'll apply myself, and many thanks." "To tell the truth, I can't read it either," Wilbarger said. "I could once, but I lost it. I just like to look at it on the page. It reminds me of the Hudson and my schooling and all. Now and then I catch a word." He coughed up a lot of blood, and both Call and Augustus thought it was over, but it wasn't. Wilbarger was still breathing, though faintly. Call went over and told P.I. and Newt to start digging the grave. He wanted to get started after the horse thieves as soon as it was light enough to track. Restless, he walked over and helped Dietz keep watch. To Augustus's surprise, Wilbarger raised his head. He had heard the digging. "Your friends are fishing, ain't they?" he said. "They're fishing," Augustus agreed. "He likes to chase horse thieves, too. Seems like we're always having to get your horses back, Wilbarger. Where do you want 'em delivered this time?" "Oh, hell. Sell 'em," Wilbarger said in shaky tones. "I'm done with the cow business finally. Send the money to my brother, John Wilbarger, 50 Broadway, New York City." He coughed again. "Keep the tint," he said. "How's the shy young lady?" "She's improved," Augustus said. "I wish we'd met sooner, McCrae," Wilbarger said. "I enjoy your conversation. I hope you'll bury my man Chick and that boy that was with us. I wish now I'd never hired that boy." "We'll tend to it," Augustus said. An hour later, Wilbarger was still breathing. Augustus stepped away for a minute to relieve himself, and when he came back, Wilbarger had rolled off the blanket and was dead. Augustus rolled him on his back and tied him in the blanket. Call was down by the river, smoking and waiting. He looked up when Augustus approached. "He's gone," Augustus said. "All right," Call said. "He said he was traveling with a man and a boy," Augustus said. "Let's go then," Call said, standing up. "We won't have to backtrack him. We can just look for the buzzards." Augustus was troubled by the fact that he could find nothing with which to mark Wilbarger's grave. The plains and the riverbank were bare. He gave up and came to the grave just as P.I. and Dietz were covering the man with dirt. "If he had a family and they cared to look, they'd never find him," Augustus said. "Well, I can't help it," Call said. "I know something," Dietz said, and to everyone's surprise mounted and loped off. A few minutes later he came loping back with the skull of a cow buffalo. "I seen the bones," he said. "It's better than nothing," Augustus said as he sat the skull on the grave. Of course it wasn't much better than nothing. A coyote would probably just come along and drag the skull off, and Wilbarger too. Dietz had found Wilbarger's rifle and offered it to Augustus. "Give it to Newt," Augustus said. "I got a rifle." Newt took the gun. He'd always wanted a rifle, but at the moment he couldn't feel excited. It was such a strain, people always dying. He had a headache and wanted to cry or be sick or go to sleep. He didn't know which. It was such a strain that he almost wished he'd been left with the wagon, although being selected to go had been his greatest pride only a few hours before. Augustus, riding beside him, noticed the boy's downcast look. "Feeling poorly?" he asked.
Newt didn't know what to say. He was surprised that Mr. Gus had even noticed him.
"You've been on too many burying parties," Augustus said. "Old Will Barger had a sense of humor. He'd laugh right out loud if he knew he had the skull of a buffalo cow for a grave marker. Probably the only man who ever went to Yale College who was buried under a buffalo skull."
How he died hadn't been funny, Newt thought.
"It's all right, though," Augustus said. "It's mostly bones we're riding over anyway. Why, think of all the buffalo that have died on these plains. Buffalo and other critters, too. And the Indians have been here forever. Their bones are down there in the earth. I'm told that over in the old country you can't dig 6 feet without uncovering skulls and leg bones and such. People have been living there since the beginning, and their bones have kind of filled up the ground. It's interesting to think about, all the bones in the ground. But it's just fellow creatures. It's nothing to shy from."
It was such a startling thought that under him, beneath the long grass, were millions of bones, that Newt stopped feeling so strained. He rode beside Mr. Gus, thinking about it the rest of the night.
73. As soon as he had the herd well settled, Dish decided to see if there was anything he could do for Lorena. It had been months since the afternoon in Lonesome Dove when he had got so drunk, and in all that time he had not even spoken to her. He was out of practice. In fact, had never been in practice, though that was not his fault. He would cheerfully have talked to Lorena all day and all night, but she didn't want it, and they had never exchanged more than a few words. His heart was beating hard, and he felt more fearful than if he were about to swim a swift river as he approached her tent. Gus had set up the tent before he left, but it was supper time, so Dish got a plate of beef for Lorena's supper. He took his responsibilities so seriously that he had tried to pick out the best piece, in the process holding up the line and irritating the crew, none of whom were the least impressed with his responsibilities. "That gal don't need beefsteak. She can just eat you if she's hungry, Dish," Jasper said. "I expect you'd make about 3 good bites for a woman like her." Dish flared up at Jasper's insulting tone, but he had the plate in his hand and was in no position to fight. "I'll settle you when I come back, Jasper," he said. "You've provoked me once too often." "Hell, you better run for the border then, Jas," Soupy Jones said. "With a top hand like Dish after you won't stand a chance." Dish had to mount holding the plate, which was awkward, but no one offered to help. "Why don't you walk?" Pocapo suggested. "The tent is not very far." That was true. But Dish preferred to ride, which he did, managing not to spill any of Lorena's food. She was sitting just inside the tent with the flaps open. "I'm come with some food," Dish said, still on his horse. "I'm not hungry," Lorena said. "I'll wait till Gus gets back." It seemed to Dish that she was as grudging in her tone as ever. He felt foolish sitting on a horse holding a plate of beefsteak, so he dismounted. "Gus is after them horse thieves," he said. "He might not be back for a day or 2. I'm supposed to look after you." "Send Newt," Lorena said. "Well, he went too," Dish said. Lorena came out of the tent for a moment and took the plate. Dish was paralyzed to be so close to her after so many months. She went right back into the tent. "You don't need to stay," she said. "I'll be all right." "I'll help you with the tent in the morning," he said. "Captain said we're to ease on north." Lorena didn't answer. She closed the flaps of the tent. Dish walked back toward the campfire, but he stopped about halfway and staked his horse. He didn't want to go back to camp, even to eat, for he would just have to box Jasper Fant if he did. It was full dusk, but to his irritation, Lippy spotted him and came walking over. "Did you get a good look at her, Dish?" Lippy asked. "Why, yes," Dish said. "I delivered her supper, if you don't mind." "Is she still as beautiful?" Lippy asked, remembering their days together at the dry bean when she had come down toward noon every day. He and Xavier would both wait for her and would feel better just watching her walk down the stairs.
"Why, yes," Dish said, not wanting to discuss it, though at least Lippy had spoken respectfully.
"Well, that Gus, he would end up with her," Lippy said. "Gus is too sly for the girls."
"I'd like to know what you mean by that," Dish said.
"I seen him trick her once,"
Lippy said, remembering the extraordinary wager he had witnessed.
"He offered to cut the cards for a poke, and he won. Then he paid her $50 anyway. And he paid me 10 not to tell Jake. He didn't pay me nothing not to tell you, though, Dish," Lippy added.
It occurred to him suddenly that Gus might consider that they had breached their bargain. $50? Dish said, genuinely astonished. He had never heard of such extravagance in his life. Did he actually pay it?
"Well, he gave me the 10, Lippy said. "I imagine he gave Laurie the 50, too. Gus ain't cheap, he's just crazy."
Dish remembered the night before he had hired on with the Hat Creek outfit, when Gus had lent him $2 for the same purpose on which he'd apparently spent $50. There was no figuring the man out. "You oughtn't to blabbed," he told Lippy.
"I ain't told nobody else,"
Lippy said, realizing himself that he shouldn't have blabbed. Lippy soon went back to the wagon, subdued by his own indiscretion, but not before assuring Dish that the story would go no further. Dish unsaddled his horse and got his bedroll. He lay on the blanket all night, his head on his saddle, thinking of Laurie, wondering if his chance with her would ever come. The Kansas sky was thickly seeded with stars. He listened to the Irishmen sing the sad songs that seemed to soothe the cattle. He spent the whole night thinking about the woman in the tent nearby, imagining things that might happen when they finally came to Montana and were through with the trail. He didn't sleep, or want to sleep, for there was no telling when he would get a chance to spend another night close to her. His horse grazed nearby on the good grass, which grew wet with dew as the morning came. Dish saddled a little before sunup and rode out to look at the herd, which was perfectly peaceful. Then he went to the wagon, ignoring Jasper and Soupy, who were as insolent as ever. He wanted to teach them both a lesson, but couldn't afford the time. The herd had to be set moving, and somebody would have to hold the point. It was a ticklish problem, for he couldn't hold the point and help Laurie, too. He fixed a plate for Lorena and just grabbed a hunk of bacon for himself. "Well, look at him. He's taking her breakfast," Jasper said. "Dish, you're so good at toting food, you ought to work in a hotel." Dish ignored this sally and walked over to the tent with the plate of food. He was hoping she would be in a talking mood. All night as he had lain awake, he had thought of things he might say to her, things that would make her see how much he loved her, or convince her how happy he could make her. If he could just get her talking for 5 minutes, he might have the opportunity to change everything. But when he walked up to the tent, Lorena was already standing outside it, buttoning her shirt. She turned and he stopped and blushed, fearful that he had ruined everything by approaching at the wrong time. All the speeches he had practiced in the night left him at once. "I brought your breakfast," he said. Lorena saw that he was embarrassed, although she had only had the top button to go on her shirt. It was just a second of awkwardness, but it brought back memories of her old life and reminded her how it had once pleased her to embarrass men. They might pay her, but they could never really get their money's worth for being embarrassed. She had only to look them in the eye for it to happen. It was her revenge. It didn't work on Gus, but there were precious few like Gus. "I'll take down the tent while you eat," Dish said. Lorena sat on her saddle and ate. It took Dish only a few minutes to roll up the tent and carry it to the wagon. Then he came back and saddled her horse for her. "I've got to ride the point," he said. "Just follow along with the wagon. Lippy and the cook will look after you. If you need anything, send for me." "I need Gus," Lorena said. "I wish he hadn't left. Do you think he'll come back?" "Why, of course he will," Dish said. He was the friendliest she had ever talked to him, though it was about Gus. "I get shaky," she said. "Gus knows why. I hope he gets back tonight." "It depends on how big a start the horse thieves had," Dish said. The day passed, and there was no sign of Gus. Lorena rode close to the wagon. Every few minutes Lippy turned and looked back at her as if he had never seen her before. Almost every time he did, he tipped his hat, which was even filthier than it had been when he worked in the saloon. Lorena didn't acknowledge him. She remembered how he had always tried to look up her skirts when she came downstairs. She just rode along, watching the horizon to see if she could spot Gus returning. The horizon shimmered so that it would have been hard to see Gus in any case. They crossed a little creek about noon. There were a few scraggly bushes growing along the line of the creek. Lorena didn't pay them much attention, but Po Campo did. When the herd had moved on, he came walking over to her, his sack half full of wild plums. "These plums are sweet," he said, handing her a few. She dismounted and ate the plums, which indeed were sweet. Then she walked over and washed her face in the creek. The water was green and cold. "Snow water," Po Campo said. "I don't see no snow," she said. "It comes from up there," Po Campo said, pointing west. "From those mountains you can't see." Lorena looked, but could only see the brown plain. She ate a few more of the wild plums. "I've been finding onions," Po said. "That's good. I'll put them in the beans." "I wish you'd find Gus," she thought, but of course that was impossible. They rode into the dusk, but Gus did not return. Soon after the herd was bedded, Dish came and unrolled the little tent. He could tell from Lorena's face that she was sad. She had unsaddled, and she sat by her saddle in the grass. It pained him to see her look so alone and so tired. He tried to think of something to say that might cheer her up, but words had deserted him again. They always seemed to desert him just when he needed them most. "I guess those horse thieves had a big start on them," he said. "He could be dead," Lorena said. "No, not Gus," Dish said. "He's had lots of experience with horse thieves. Besides, he's got the captain with him. They're expert fighters." Lorena knew that. She had seen Gus kill the Kiowas and the buffalo hunters, but it didn't ease her fears. She would have to lie in the tent all night worrying. A bullet could hit anyone, she knew, even Gus. If he didn't come back, she would have no hope of protection. "Well, I'll always help, if you'll let me," Dish said. "I'll do about anything for you, Lori." Lorena knew that already, but she didn't want him to do anything for her. She didn't answer, and she didn't eat either. She went into the tent and lay awake all night while Dish Boggett sat nearby keeping watch. It seemed to him he had never felt so lonely. The mere fact that she was so close and yet they were separate made the loneliness keener. When he had just thrown his blanket down with the boys, he didn't imagine her so much and he could sleep. Now she was just a few yards away. He could have crept up to the tent and heard her breathing. And yet it seemed he would never be able to eliminate those few yards. In some way, Lori would always be as distant from him as the Kansas stars. At times he felt that he'd almost rather not be in love with her, for it brought him no peace. What was the use of it, if it was only going to be so painful? And yet, she had spoken to him in a friendly voice only that day. He couldn't give up while there was a chance. He lay awake all night with his head on his saddle, thinking of Lori, not sleeping, nor even wanting to. 74. When they found Wilbarger's man Chick and the boy who had been traveling with him, there wasn't much left to bury. The coyotes and buzzards had had a full day at them. As they rode toward the little knoll where the buzzards swarmed, they passed a fat old badger carrying a human hand, a black hand at that. Newt was stunned. He assumed they would shoot the badger and get the hand back so it could be buried, but no one seemed concerned that the badger had someone's hand. "He had a hand," he pointed out to P.I. "Well, whosever it was won't be using it no more, and that old badger had to work for it with all them darn buzzards around," P.I. said. "A hand is mostly just bone, anyway." Newt didn't see what that had to do with it. It was still a human hand. "Yes, that's interesting," Augustus said.
That old badger made a good snatch and got himself a few bones. But the ground will get his bones, too, in a year or two. It's like I told you last night, son. The earth is mostly just a boneyard. But pretty in the sunlight, he added. It was a fine, bright day, but Newt didn't feel fine. He wanted to go catch up with the badger and shoot him, but he didn't. There seemed to be hundreds of buzzards on the knoll. Suddenly, a big coyote ran right out of the midst of them carrying something. Newt couldn't see what. I guess the buzzards outnumber the coyotes in these parts, Augustus said. Usually the buzzards have to wait until they get through. When they rode up on the knoll, the smell hit them. A few of the buzzards flew off, but many stood their ground defiantly, even continuing to feed. Captain Call drew rein, but Augustus rode up to them and shot 2 with his pistol. The rest reluctantly flew off. You like to eat? See how you like being eaten, he said to the dead buzzards. There's that bad black man. Will Barger did get him. The smell suddenly got to Newt. He dismounted and was sick. P.I. dug a shallow grave with the little shovel they had brought. They rolled the remains in the grave and covered them, while the buzzards watched. Many stood on the prairie like a black army, while others circled in the sky. Dietz went off to study the thieves' tracks. Newt had vomited so hard that he felt lightheaded, but even so, he noticed that Dietz didn't look happy when he returned. How many are we up against? Call asked. 4, Dietz said. Just 4. Hell, there's 5 of us, Augustus said. There's less than 1 apiece of the horse thieves, so what are you so down about? Dietz pointed to a horse track. Mr. Jake is with them, he said. That's his track. They all looked at the track for a moment. Well, they're horse thieves and murderers, Augustus reminded them. They could have stolen Jake's horse. They could have even murdered him for it. Dietz was silent. They could speculate all they wanted, he knew. A different man would have resulted in a different track. Mr. Jake tended to ride slightly sideways in the saddle, which the track showed. It was not just his horse. It was him. The news hit Call hard. He had stopped expecting anything of Jake Spoon and had supposed they would travel different routes for the rest of their lives. Jake would gamble and whore. He always had. No one expected any better of him, but no one had expected any worse either. Jake hadn't the nerve to lead a criminal life in Call's estimation. But there was his track, beside the tracks of 3 killers. Well, I hope you're wrong, he said to Dietz. Dietz was silent. So for once was Augustus. If Jake was with the killers, then there was no hope for him. I wish he'd had the sense to stay with Lori, Augustus said. She might have aggravated him some, but she wouldn't have led him to this. It's his darn laziness, Call said. Jake just kind of drifts. Any wind can blow him. He touched the mare and rode on. He didn't need Dietz in order to follow the tracks of nearly 30 horses. He put the mare into a slow lope, a gait she could hold all day if necessary. Newt rode beside P.I., who appeared to be solemn too. Do you think it's Jake? Newt asked. I can't read a darn track, P.I. said. Never could. But Dietz can read 'em easier than I could read a newspaper. I guess it's Jake. It'd be a pity if it's us that has to hang him, he added a little later. We couldn't, Newt said, startled. It had not dawned on him that Jake could have put himself in that bad a position. P.I. looked at him, an unhappy expression on his face. It was unusual for P to change expressions. Usually he just looked puzzled. The captain would hang you if he caught you with a stolen horse, P.I. said. So would Gus. A few hours later they came upon the dead settlers, still hanging, shreds of charred clothes clinging to their bodies. A coyote was tugging at the foot of one of them, trying to pull the body down. It ran when the party approached. Newt wanted to be sick again, but had nothing in his stomach. He had never expected to see anything more awful than the buzzard-torn bodies they had buried that morning, and yet it was still the same day, and already there was a worse sight.
It seemed the farther they went through the plains, the worse things got. "Those boys are bad ones, whoever they are," Augustus said. "Hung those poor bastards and burned them too." Call had ridden in for a closer look. "No," he said. "Shot 'em, then hung 'em, then burned 'em. They cut the men down and buried them in one grave." "Hell, grave diggers could make a fortune in these parts," Augustus said. "P, you ought to buy you a bigger spade and go in business." "No, I'll pass, Gus," P.I. said mildly. "I'd rather dig wells." Call was thinking of Jake, that a man who had ridden with them so long could let such a thing happen. Of course, he was outnumbered, but it was no excuse. He could have fought or run once he saw the caliber of his companions. Dietz had ridden on to evaluate the trail. They overtook him a few hours later. His face was sad. "They're close," he said. "Stopped at a creek." "Probably stopped to baptize one another," Augustus said. "Did you see 'em or just smell 'em?" "I seen 'em," Dietz said. 4 men. "What about Jake?" Call asked. "He's one," Dietz said. "Are they just watering the stock or have they camped?" Call wanted to know. "They're camped," Dietz said. "They killed somebody in a wagon and he had whiskey." "More work for the grave diggers," Augustus said, checking his rifle. "We better go challenge them before they wipe out Kansas." P.I. and Newt were left with the horses. Dietz led Call and Augustus on foot for a mile. They crept up the crest of a ridge and saw Wilbarger's horses grazing 3 or 4 miles away on the rolling prairie. Between them and the horse herd was a steep banked creek. A small wagon was stopped on the near bank, and 4 men were lounging on their saddle blankets. One of the men was Jake Spoon. The corpse of the man who had been driving the wagon lay some 50 yards away. The men on the blankets were amusing themselves by shooting their pistols at the buzzards that attempted to approach the corpse. One man, annoyed at missing with his pistol, picked up a rifle and knocked over a buzzard. "They're cocky, I'd say," Call said. "They don't even have a guard." "Well, they've killed the whole population of this part of the country except us, and we're just wandering through," Augustus said. "Let's wait a while," Call said. "When they're good and drunk, we'll come along the creek bed and surprise them." Augustus watched for a few minutes. "I hope Jake makes a fight," he said. "He can't fight, and you know it," Call said. "The point is, I'd rather shoot him than hang him," Augustus said. "I wouldn't relish hanging him," Call said, "but there he is." He walked back and explained the situation to P.I. and Newt. There was nothing they need do except bring the horses fast when they heard shooting. "Jake with them?" P.I. asked. "He's there," Call said. "It's a bad situation, but he put himself in it." They waited until late afternoon when the sun was angling down toward the horizon. Then, walking a wide circle to the east, they struck the creek a mile below where the men were camped and walked quietly up the creek bed. The banks were high and made a perfect shelter. They saw 3 horses watering at the creek, and Call feared the animals would give them away, but the horses were not alarmed. Soon they heard the faint talk of the men. They were still lounging on their saddle blankets. Call, in the lead, crept a little closer. "Let's stay the night," he heard a man say. "I'm too full of liquor to be chousing the horses in the dark." "It'll sober you up," another voice said. "It's cooler traveling at night." "Why travel?" the first man said. "Some more wagons might come along and we could rob them. It's easier than banks." "Eddie, you're as lazy as Jake," the second voice said. "Neither one of you pulls your weight in this outfit." "I'd have to be quick to beat you at killing people, Dan," little Eddie said. Call and Augustus looked at one another. Dan Suggs was the name Wilbarger had mentioned. He had called his killers accurately. Jake was lying on his saddle blanket feeling drunk and depressed. Dan Suggs had shot the old man driving the wagon at 100 yards distance without even speaking to him. Dan had been hiding in the trees along the creek, so the old man died without even suspecting that he was in danger. He only had about $30 on him, but he had 4 jugs of whiskey, and they were divided equally, although Dan claimed he ought to have 2 for doing the shooting. Jake had been drinking steadily, hoping he would get so drunk the Suggses would just go off and leave him, but he knew they wouldn't. For one thing, he had $800 on him, won in poker games in Fort Worth, and if Dan Suggs didn't know it, he certainly suspected it. They wouldn't leave him without robbing him, or rob him without killing him, so for the time being his hope was to ride along and not rile Dan. He had been lying flat down, for he felt very weary, but he raised up on his elbow to take another swig from the jug, and he and little Eddie saw the 3 men at the same moment. 3 men with leveled rifles standing on the riverbank with the sun at a blinding angle right behind them. Jake had taken off his gun belt. He couldn't rest comfortably with it on. Little Eddie had his pistol on and grabbed for it, but a rifle cracked and a bullet took him in the shoulder and kicked him back off the saddle blanket. Dan and Roy Suggs were sitting with their backs to the creek, each with a jug between their legs. They were caught cold, their rifles propped on their saddles well out of reach. "Sit still, boys," Call said, as soon as the crack of the shot died. Dietz, who had the best angle, had shot little Eddie. Dan Suggs leaped to his feet and turned to see the bright sun glinting on 3 rifle barrels. "Who are you?" he asked. "We're horse traders, so hold your damn fire." He realized it would be suicide to draw and decided a bluff was his best chance, though the shock, plus the whiskey he had just drunk, made him unsteady for a moment. It was a moment too long, for a black man with a rifle stepped behind him and lifted his pistol. Roy Suggs was sitting where he was, his mouth open, too surprised even to move. Little Eddie lay flat on his back, stunned by his shoulder wound. Augustus took little Eddie's pistol as he stepped over him, and in a moment had Roy's. Dietz got the rifles. Call kept his gun trained right on Dan Suggs, who, because of the sun, still could not see clearly whom he faced. Dietz, with a downcast look, picked up Jake's gun belt. "Why, Dietz, do you think I'd shoot you?" Jake asked, though he knew too well where he stood, and if he had moved quicker would have shot, whatever the cost. A clean bullet was better than a scratchy rope, and his old partners could shoot clean when they wanted to. Dietz, without answering, removed the rifle from Jake's saddle scabbard. "Get your boots off, boys," Call said, coming closer. "God damned if we will," Dan Suggs said, his anger rising. "Didn't you hear me? I told you we were horse traders." "We're more persuaded by that dead fellow over there," Augustus said. "He says you're murderers, and Mr. Wilbarger's good horses says you're horse thieves to boot." "Hell, you don't know what you're talking about," Dan Suggs said. He was genuinely furious at having been taken without a shot, and he used his anger to try and carry the bluff. "I bought these horses from Wilbarger," he said. "I gave him $30 apiece." "You're a black liar," Augustus said calmly. "Take off your boots, like Captain Call said. It's time to collect the boot guns." Dan Suggs stood quivering, for it galled him to be caught, and galled him more to be coolly given orders, even if it was Augustus McCrae who was giving them. Besides, he had a derringer in his right boot, and knew it was his last hope. One of his brothers was shot, and the other too drunk and too stunned to take in what was happening. "I'll be damned if I'll go barefoot for you or any man," Dan said. Augustus drew his big dragoon Colt and jammed the barrel into Dan's stomach. "You can keep your socks, if you're that refined," he said. Call quickly knelt behind Dan Suggs and got the derringer. "Just ask Jake if we didn't buy these horses," Dan said. "Jake's a friend of yours, ain't he?" "Did you buy that old man?" Call asked. "Did you buy them 2 farmers you burned? Did you buy Wilbarger and his man and that boy?" Little Eddie sat up. When he saw that his shirt was drenched with blood, his face went white. "I'm bleeding, Dan," he said. Jake looked at Call and Augustus, hoping one or the other of them would show some sign of concern, but neither would even look at him. Call covered Roy Suggs while Dietz tied his hands with his own saddle strings. Augustus stood calmly, The barrel of the big Colt still stuck into Dan Sugg's stomach. Dan's face was twitching. Jake could see he longed to go for his gun, only he had no gun. Jake thought Dan might go anyway. His whole frame was quivering so. He might go, even if it meant getting shot at point-blank range. "This gun leaves a hole the size of a tunnel, Mr. Suggs," Augustus said. "If you'd like to land in hell with a tunnel through you, just try me." Dan quivered, his eyes popping with hatred. When Dietz came over with some rawhide strings, he snarled at him, baring his teeth. "Don't you try me, nigger boy," he said. "I'll not forget you if you do." "You're dying to try it, ain't you?" Augustus said. "Go on, try it. See what you look like with a tunnel through your ribs." Dan held back, though he shook and snarled while Dietz tied him securely. "Tie Jake," Call said when Dan was secure. Augustus grinned and put the Colt back in its holster. "I guess you ain't as hard as you talk, Mr. Suggs," he said. "You sneaking son of a bitch. Who do you think you are?" Dan said. "Dietz don't need to tie me," Jake said. For a moment his spirits rose just from the sound of Gus's voice. It was Call and Gus, his old compañeros. It was just a matter of making them realize what an accident it had been, him riding with the Suggses. It was just that they had happened by the saloon just as he was deciding to leave. If he could just get his head clear, the whiskey could soon explain it all. Little Eddie could not believe that he was shot, and his brother Dan tied up. He was white and trembling. He looked at Dan in disbelief. "You said there wasn't a man in Kansas that could take you, Dan," Eddie said. "Why didn't you fight?" Augustus went over and knelt by little Eddie, tearing his shirt so he could look at the wound. "You oughtn't to listen to your big brother, son," he said. "He was plumb easy to catch. This is just a flesh wound. The bullet went right through." Call went over to Jake. Dietz seemed hesitant to tie him, but Call nodded and covered Jake with his rifle while Dietz tied his hands. As he was doing it, P.I. and Newt came over the hill with the horses. "Call, he don't need to tie me," Jake said. "I ain't done nothing. I just fell in with these boys to get through the territory. I was aiming to leave them the first chance I got." Call saw that Jake was so drunk he could barely sit up. "You should have made a chance a little sooner, Jake," Augustus said. "A man that will go along with 6 killings is making his escape a little slow." "I had to wait for a chance, Gus," Jake said. "You can't just trot off from Dan Suggs." "You shut your damn mouth, Spoon," Dan Suggs said. "These friends of yours are no more than rank outlaws. I don't see no badges on them. They got their damn gall taking us to jail." P.I. and Newt stopped and dismounted. Newt saw that Jake was tied like the rest. "Saddle these men's horses," Call said to the boy. Then he walked off toward the nearest trees. "Where's he going?" Roy Suggs asked, finding his voice at last. "Going to pick a tree to hang you from, son," Augustus said mildly. He turned to Dan Suggs, who looked at him with his teeth bared in a snarl. "I don't know what makes you think we'd tote you all the way to a jail," Gus said. "I tell you, we bought them horses," Dan said. "Oh, drop your bluff," Augustus said. "I buried Will Barger myself, not to mention his 2 cowboys. We buried them farmers, and we'll bury that body over there. I imagine it's all your doings, too. Your brothers don't look so rough, and Jake ain't normally a killer." Augustus looked at Jake, who was still sitting down. "What's the story on that one, Jake?" he asked. "Why, I merely said hello to a girl," Jake said. "I didn't know she was anybody's wife, and the old bastard knocked me down with a shotgun. He was going to do worse, too. It was only self-defense. No jury will hang you for self-defense." Augustus was silent. Jake got to his feet awkwardly, for his hands were tied behind him. He looked at P.I., who was standing quietly with Dietz. "P, you know me," Jake said. "You know I ain't no killer. Old Dietz knows it, too. You boys wouldn't want to hang a friend, I hope." "I've done many a thing I didn't want to do, Jake," P.I. said. Jake walked over to Augustus. "I ain't no criminal, Gus," he said.
Dan's the only one that done anything. He shot that old man over there and he killed them farmers. He shot Wilbarger and his men. Me and the other boys have killed nobody. We'll hang him for the killings and the rest of you for the horse theft then, Augustus said. Out in these parts, the punishment's the same, as you well know. Ride with an outlaw, die with him, he added. I admit it's a harsh code, but you rode on the other side long enough to know how it works. I'm sorry you crossed the line, though. Jake's momentary optimism had passed, and he felt tired and despairing. He would have liked a good bed in a whorehouse and a nice night's sleep. I never seen no line, Gus, he said. I was just trying to get to Kansas without getting scalped. Newt had saddled the men's horses. Call came back and took the ropes off the 4 saddles. We're lucky to have caught him by the trees, he said. Newt felt numb from all that he had seen. Have we got to hang Jake, too? He asked. He was my ma's friend. Call was surprised by the remark. Newt was surprised, too. It had just popped out. He remembered how jolly Jake had been then. It was mainly on Jake's visits that he had heard his mother laugh. It puzzled him how the years could have moved so, to bring them from such happy times to the moment at hand. Yes, he's guilty with the rest of them, Call said. Any judge would hang him. He walked on, and Newt put his cheek for a moment against the warm neck of the horse he had just saddled. The warmth made him want to cry. His mother had been warm, too, in the years when they first knew Jake. But he couldn't bring any of it back, and Jake was standing not 20 yards away, weaving from drink, his hands tied, sad-looking. Newt choked back his feelings and led the horses over. The men had to be helped onto the horses because of the way their hands were tied. Little Eddie had lost a lot of blood and was so weak he could barely keep his seat. I'll lead yours, Jake, Newt said, hoping Jake would realize he meant it as a friendly gesture. Jake had several days' stubble on his face and looked dirty and tired. His eyes had a dull look in them, as if he merely wanted to go to sleep. Call took the rein of Dan Suggs' horse, just in case Dan tried something, though there was little he could try. Augustus walked behind, and P.I. led the other 2 horses. Dietz went ahead to fix the nooses. He was good with knots. Dan, ain't you going to fight? Little Eddie kept asking. He had never seen his brother tied up and could not quite believe it. That Dan had been outsmarted and taken without a battle shocked him more than the fact that he himself was about to be hung. Shut up, you damn whining pup, Dan said. If you'd been standing guard, this wouldn't have happened. You never told him to, Roy Suggs said. He too was in a daze, the result of shock and whiskey, but it annoyed him that Dan would try to put the blame on little Eddie. Well, do I have to do everything? Dan said. He was watching, hoping to get called to relax a minute. He meant to kick the horse and try to run over him. It might startle everyone long enough that he could jump the horse down into the creek bed where he would be hard to hit. He had said what he had merely to distract the crowd, but it didn't work. Call kept the horse under tight control, and in no time they came to the tree with the 4 dangling nooses. It took a while for Dietz to fix the knots to his satisfaction. The twilight began to deepen into dusk. Jake tried to get his mind to work, but it wouldn't snap to. He had the feeling that there ought to be something he could say that would move Call or Gus on his behalf. It made him proud that the 2 of them had caught Dan Suggs so easily, although it had brought him to a hard fix. Still, it cut Dan Suggs down to size. Jake tried to think back over his years of rangering, to try and think of a debt he could call in or a memory that might move the boys, but his brain seemed to be asleep. He could think of nothing. The only one who seemed to care was the boy Newt. Maggie's boy, Jake remembered. She had fat legs, but she was always friendly, Maggie. Of all the whores he'd known, she was the easiest to get along with. The thought crossed his mind that he ought to have married her and not gone rambling. If he had, he wouldn't be in such a fix. But he felt little fear, just an overpowering fatigue. Life had slipped out of line. It was unfair. It was too bad, but he couldn't find the energy to fight it any longer. Dietz finally got the nooses done. He mounted and rode behind each man to carefully set the knots. Little Eddie submitted quietly, but Dan Suggs shook his head and struggled like a wildcat when Dietz came to him. "Nigger boy, don't you get near me," he said. "I won't be hung by no black nigger." Call and Augustus had to grab his arms and hold him steady. Dan dug his chin into his chest so that Dietz had to grab his hair and pull his head back to get the rope around his neck. "You're a fool, Suggs," Augustus said. "You don't appreciate a professional when you see one. Men Dietz hangs don't have to dance on the rope like some I've seen." "You're yellow bellies, both of you, or you would have fought me fair," Dan Suggs said, glaring down at him. "I'll fight you yet barehanded if you'll just let me down. I'll fight the both of you right now, and this nigger boy, too." "You'd do better to say goodbye to your brothers," Cole said. "I expect you got them into this." "They're not worth a red piss, and neither are you," Dan said. "I'll say this for you, Suggs. You're the kind of son of a bitch it's a pleasure to hang," Augustus said. "If Guff's all you can talk, go talk it to the devil." He gave Dan Suggs' horse a whack with a coiled rope, and the horse jumped out from under him. When Dan's horse jumped, little Eddie's bolted too, and in a moment the two men were both swinging dead from the limb. Roy Suggs looked pained. A brother dangled on either side of him. "I ought to have been second," he said. "Little Eddie was the youngest." "You're right, and I'm sorry," Augustus said. "I never meant to scare that boy's horse." "That horse never had no sense," Roy Suggs remarked. "If I was little Eddie, I would have got rid of him long ago." "I guess he waited too long to make the change," Augustus said. "Are you about ready, sir?" "Guess so, since the boys are dead," Roy Suggs said. "Right or wrong, they're my brothers." "It's damn bad luck having a big brother like Dan Suggs, I'd say," Augustus said. He walked over to Jake and put a hand on his leg for a moment. "Jake, you might like to know that I got Laurie back," he said. "Who?" Jake asked. He felt very dull, and for a second the name meant nothing to him. Then he remembered the young blonde whore who had been so much trouble. She had put him off several times. "Why, Laurie, have you had so many beauties that you've forgotten?" Augustus said. "That damn outlaw took her away." To Jake it seemed as remote as his rangering days. He could barely get his mind back to it. Call walked over. Now that they were about it, he felt a keen sorrow. Jake had ridden the river with them and been the life of the camp once. Not the steadiest boy in the troop, but lively and friendly to a fault. "Well, it'll soon be dark," he said. "I'm sorry it's us, Jake. I wish it had fallen to somebody else." Jake grinned. Something in the way Call said it amused him, and for a second he regained a bit of his old dash. "Hell, don't worry about it, boys," he said. "I'd a damn sight rather be hung by my friends than by a bunch of strangers. The thing is, I never meant no harm," he added. "I didn't know they was such a gun outfit." He looked down at P.I. and Dietz and at the boy. Everyone was silent, even Gus, who held the coiled rope. They were all looking at him, but it seemed no one could speak. For a moment, Jake felt good. He was back with his old compañeros, at least, those boys who had haunted his dreams. Straying off from them had been his worst mistake. "Well, adios, boys," he said. "I hope you won't hold it against me." He waited a moment, but Augustus seemed dumbstruck, holding the rope. Jake looked down again and saw the glint of tears in the boy's eyes. Little Newt cared for him, at least. "Newt, why don't you take this pony?" he said, looking at the boy. "He's a pacer. You won't find no easier gait. And the rest of you boys divide what money's in my pocket." He smiled at the thought of how surprised they would be when they saw how much he had. It was that lucky week in Fort Worth he had to thank for it. "All right, Jake. Many thanks,"
Newt said, his voice cracking. Before he got the thanks out, Jake Spoon had quickly spurred his pacing horse high back in the flanks with both spurs. The rope squeaked against the bark of the limb. Augustus stepped over and caught the swinging body and held it still. "I swear," P.I. said, "he didn't wait for you, Gus." "Nope, he died fine," Augustus said. "Go dig him a grave, will you, P.?" They buried Jake Spoon by moonlight on the slope above the creek, and after some discussion, cut down Roy Suggs and little Eddie, plus the old man Dan Suggs had killed, a drummer named Collins with a wagon full of patent medicines. There was a good lantern in the wagon, which besides the medicines contained 4 white rabbits in a cage. The old man had run a medicine show, evidently, and did a little magic. The wagon contained a lot of cheaply printed circulars which advertised the show. "Headed for Denver, I guess," Call said. Dan Suggs they left hanging. Augustus took one of the circulars and wrote, "Dan Suggs, man burner and horse thief," on the back of it. He went over and pinned the sign to Dan Suggs' shirt. "That way if a lawman comes looking for him, he'll know he can quit the search," Augustus said. They rounded up Wilbarger's horses and unhitched the 2 mules that had been pulling the little wagon. Augustus wanted to take the white rabbits, but the cage was awkward to carry. Finally, Dietz put 2 in his saddlebags, and Augustus took the other 2. He also sampled the patent medicines and took several bottles of it. "What do you think it will cure, Gus?" P.I. asked. "Sobriety if you guzzle enough of it," Augustus said. "I expect it's just whiskey and syrup." The wagon itself was in such poor repair that they decided to leave it sit. Call broke up the tailgate and made a little marker for Jake's grave, scratching his name on it with a pocket knife by the light of the old man's lantern. He hammered the marker into the loose-packed dirt with the blunt side of a hatchet they had found in the wagon. Augustus trotted over, bringing Call his mare. "I'm tired of justice, ain't you?" he asked. "Well, I wish he hadn't got so careless about his company," Call said. "It was that cost him." "Life works out peculiar," Augustus said. "If he hadn't talked you into making this trip, we wouldn't have had to hang him today. He could be sitting down in Lonesome Dove playing cards with wands." "On the other hand, it was gambling brought him down," Call said. "That's what started it." Dietz and P.I. and Newt held the little horse herd. Newt was leading the horse Jake had left him. He didn't know if it was right to get on him so soon after Jake's death. "You can ride the pacing pony," Dietz said. "Mr. Jake meant you to have it." "What will I do with his saddle?" Newt asked. "He didn't say anything about the saddle." "It's better than that old single tree of yours," P.I. said. "Take it. Jake's through with it." "Don't neither of you want it?" Newt asked. It bothered him to take it, for Jake hadn't mentioned it. "Oh, no," Dietz said. "Saddle goes with the horse, I guess." Nervous and a little reluctant, Newt got on Jake's horse. The stirrups were too long for him, but Dietz got down and quickly adjusted them. As he was finishing the lacing, Call and Augustus rode by. Dietz took the bridle off Newt's other horse and turned him, still saddled, into the horse herd. No one seemed to have anything to say. They started Wilbarger's horses west across the dark prairie in the direction the cattle should be. Captain Call led, Augustus and Dietz rode to the sides, and P.I. and Newt brought up the rear. Newt had to admit that Jake's horse had a beautiful, smooth gait, but even so, he wished he hadn't changed horses. Not so soon. It seemed wrong to be enjoying Jake's horse, and his fine saddle too, after what had happened. But he was tired. So tired he didn't even feel the sadness for very long. Soon his head dropped, and he sat on the pacing gelding, sound asleep. P.I. noticed, and trotted close beside him so he could catch the weary boy if he started to fall off. Part 3. 75. Clara was milking a mare when Sally, her oldest girl, came racing down to the lots. "Somebody's coming, Ma," Sally said, excitement in her face. Sally was 10 years old and sociable. She loved visitors. The young mare had dropped her foal early, and the colt was too weak to stand up, which was why she was milking. The colt would suck milk off a rag, and Clara was determined to save it if she could. When Sally ran up, the mare flinched, causing Clara to squirt a stream of milk along her own arm. "Haven't I told you to walk up to horses?" Clara said. She stood up and wiped the milk off her dripping arm. "I'm sorry, Ma," Sally said, more excited than sorry. "See, there's a wagon coming." Then Betsy, only 7, came flying out of the house, her brown hair streaming, and raced down to the corrals. Betsy liked company as much as her sister. "Who's coming?" she asked. The wagon was barely visible coming along the Platte from the west. "I thought I told you girls to churn," Clara said. "Seems like all you do is hang out the window watching for travelers." Of course, no one could blame them, for company was rare. They lived 20 miles from town, and a bad town at that, Ogallala. If they went in, it was usually for church, but they seldom made the trip. Their company mostly consisted of men who came to trade horses with Bob, her husband, and now that he was injured, few came. They had just as many horses, more in fact, and Clara knew more about them than Bob had ever learned, but there were few men disposed to bargain with a woman, and Clara was not disposed to give their horses away. When she named a price, she meant it, but usually men got their backs up and wouldn't buy. "I expect they're just buffalo hunters," Clara said, watching the distant wagon creep over the brown plains. "You girls won't learn much from them, unless you're interested in learning how to spit tobacco." "I ain't," Betsy said. "You aren't, you mean," Sally said. "I thought all the buffalo were dead. How come they still hunt them?" "Because people are slow learners, like your sister," Clara said, grinning at Betsy to mitigate the criticism. "Are you going to invite them for the night?" Sally asked. "Want me to kill a hen?" "Not just yet. They may not be in the mood to stop," Clara said. "Besides, you and I don't agree about hens. You might kill one of the ones I like." "Mother, they're just to eat," Sally said. "Nope. I keep those hens to talk to me when I'm lonesome," Clara said. "I'll only eat the ones who can't make good conversation." Betsy wrinkled up her nose, amused by the comment. "Oh, Ma," she said, "hens don't talk." "They talk," Clara said. "You just don't understand hen talk. I'm an old hen myself, and it makes good sense to me." "You ain't old, Ma," Sally said. "That wagon won't be here for an hour," Clara said. "Go see about your pa. His fever comes up in the afternoon. Wet a rag and wipe his face." Both girls stood looking at her silently. They hated to go into the sick room. Both of them had bright blue eyes, their legacy from Bob, but their hair was like hers, and they were built like her, even to the knobby knees. Bob had been kicked in the head by a Mustang he was determined to break against Clara's advice. She had seen it happen. He had the mare snubbed to a post with a heavy rope and only turned his back on her for a second. But the mare struck with her front feet quick as a snake. Bob had been over to pick up another rope, and the kick had caught him right back of the ear. The crack had sounded like a shot. The mare pawed him 3 or 4 times before Clara could reach him and drag him out of the way, but those blows had been minor. The kick behind the ear had almost killed him. They had been so sure he would die that they even dug the grave up on the knoll east of the house where their 3 boys were buried, Jim and Jeff and Johnny. The 3 deaths Clara felt had turned her heart to stone. She hoped for Stone, anyway, for Stone wouldn't suffer from such losses. Bob, though, hadn't died. Neither had he recovered. His eyes were open, but he could neither speak nor move. He could swallow soup if his head was tilted a certain way, and it was chicken broth that had kept him alive the 3 months since his accident. He simply lay staring up with his large blue eyes, feverish sometimes, but mostly as still as if he were dead. He was a large man, over 200 pounds, and it took all her strength to move him and clean him every day. He had no control over bowels or bladder. Day after day, Clara removed the soiled bedclothes, stuffing them in a washtub she filled beforehand from the cistern. She never let the girls see or help her with the operation. She supposed Bob would die in time, and she didn't want his daughters to feel disgust for him if she could prevent it. She only sent them in once a day to bathe his face, hoping that the sight of them would bring him out of his state. "Is Daddy going to die?" Betsy often asked. She had been only one when Johnny, her last brother, had died and had no memories of death, just a great curiosity about it. "I don't know, Betsy," Clara said. "I don't know at all. I hope not." "Well, but can't he ever talk again?" Sally asked. "His eyes are open. Why can't he talk?" "His head is hurt," Clara said. "It's hurt on the inside. Maybe it'll heal if we take care of him, and then he can talk again." "Do you think he can hear the piano when I play?" Betsy asked. "Just go and bathe his face, please. I don't know what he can hear," she said. She felt as if a flood of tears might come at any moment, and she didn't want the girls to see them. The piano, over which she and Bob had argued for 2 years, had come the week before his accident. It had been her victory, but a sad one. She had ordered it all the way from St. Louis, and it had been woefully out of tune when it finally came. But there was a Frenchman who played the piano in a saloon in town who tuned it for her for $5. And although she assumed it was a whorehouse he played the piano in, she hired him at the big fee of $2 a week to ride out and give her daughters lessons. The Frenchman's name was Jules. He was really a French-Canadian who had been a trader on the Red River of the North and had gone broke when smallpox hit the tribes. He had wandered down through the Dakotas to Ogallala and turned to music for a living. He loved to come out and teach the girls. He said they reminded him of the cousins he had once played with in his grandmother's house in Montreal. He wore a black coat when he came and waxed his mustache. Both girls thought he was the most refined man they had ever seen, and he was. Clara had bought the piano with money saved all those years from the sale of her parents' little business in Texas. She had never let Bob use the money, another bone of contention between them. She wanted it for her children, so when the time came they could be sent away to school and not have to spend their whole youth in such a raw, lonely place. The first of the money she spent was on the 2-story frame house they had built 3 years before, after nearly 15 years of life in the sod house Bob had dug for her on a slope above the Platte. Claire had always hated the sod house, hated the dirt that seeped down on her bedclothes year after year. It was dust that caused her firstborn Jim to cough virtually from his birth until he died a year later. In the mornings, Clara would walk down and wash her hair in the icy waters of the Platte, and yet by supper time, if she happened to scratch her head, her fingernails would fill with dirt that had seeped down during the day. For some reason, no matter where she moved her bed, the roof would trickle dirt right onto it. She tacked muslin and finally canvas on the ceiling over the bed, but nothing stopped the dirt for long. It sifted through. It seemed to her that all her children had been conceived in dust clouds, dust rising from the bedclothes or sifting down from the ceiling. Centipedes and other bugs loved the roof. Day after day they crawled down the walls to end up in her stew pots or her skillets or the trunks where she stored her clothes. "I'd rather live in a teepee like an Indian," she told Bob many times. "I'd be cleaner. When it got dirty, we could burn it." The idea had shocked Bob, a conventional man if there ever was one. He could not believe he had married a woman who wanted to live like an Indian. He worked hard to give her a respectable life, and yet she said things like that and meant them. And she stubbornly kept her own money year after year for the children's education, she said, although one by one the 3 boys died long before they were old enough to be sent anywhere. The last 2 lived long enough for Clara to teach them to read. She had read them Walter Scott's Ivanhoe when Jeff and Johnny were 6 and 7, respectively. Then the next winter, both boys had died of pneumonia within a month of one another. It was a terrible winter. The ground frozen so deep there was no way to dig a grave. They had had to put the boys in the little kindling shed, wrapped tightly in wagon sheets until winter let up enough that they could be buried. Many days Bob would come home from delivering horses to the army, his main customer, to find Clara sitting in the icy shed by the 2 small bodies, tears frozen on her cheeks so hard that he would have to heat water and bathe the ice from her face. He tried to point out to her that she mustn't do it, The weather was below zero, and the wind swept endlessly along the Platte. She could freeze to death sitting in the kindling shed. If only I would, Clara thought, I'd be with my boys. But she didn't freeze, and Jeff and Johnny had been buried beside Jim, and despite her resolve never to lay herself open to such heartbreak again, she had the girls, neither of whom had ever had more than a cold. Bob couldn't believe his own bad luck. He longed for a strong boy or two to help him with the stock. And yet he loved the girls in his unspeaking way. His love mostly came out in awkwardness, for their delicacy frightened him. He was continually warning them about their health and trying to keep them wrapped up. Their recklessness almost stopped his heart at times. They were the kind of girls who would run out in the snow barefoot if they chose. He feared for them and also feared the effect on his wife if one of them should die. Impervious to weather himself, he came to dread the winters for fear winter would take the rest of his family. Yet the girls proved as strong as their mother, whereas the boys had all been weak. It made no sense to Bob, and he was hoping if they could only have another boy, he would turn into the helper he needed. The only hand they had was an old Mexican cowboy named Cholo. The old man was wiry and strong despite his age and stayed mainly because of his devotion to Clara. It was Cholo, and not her husband, who taught her to love horses and to understand them. Cholo had pointed out to her at once that her husband would never break the Mustang mare. He had urged her to persuade Bob to sell the mare unbroken or else let her go. Though Bob had been a horse trader all his adult life, he had no real skill with horses. If they disobeyed him, he beat them. Clara had often turned her back in disgust from the sight of her husband beating a horse, for she knew it was his incompetence, not the horse's, that was to blame for whatever incident had provoked the beating. Bob could not contain his violence when angered by a horse. With her it was different. He had never raised a hand to her, though she provoked him often and deeply. Perhaps it was because he had never quite believed that she would marry him, or never quite understood why she had. The shadow of Augustus McCrae had hung over their courtship. Bob had never known why she chose him over the famous ranger or over any of the other men she could have had. In her day she had been the most sought-after girl in Texas, and yet she had married him and followed him to the Nebraska plains and stayed and worked beside him. It was a hard country for women. Bob knew that. Women died, went crazy, or left. The wife of their nearest neighbor, Maud Jones, had killed herself with a shotgun one morning, leaving a note which merely said, "Can't stand listening to this wind no more." Maud had had a husband and 4 children, but had killed herself anyway. For a time, Clara had taken in the children until their grandparents in Missouri came for them. Lynn Jones, Maud's husband, soon drank himself into poverty. He fell out of his wagon drunk one night and froze to death not 200 yards from a saloon. Clara had lived and stayed, though she had a look in her gray eyes that frightened Bob every time he saw it. He didn't really know what the look meant, but to him it meant she might leave if he didn't watch out. When they first came to Nebraska, he had had the drinking habit. Ogallala was hardly even a town then. There were few neighbors and almost no socials. The Indians were a dire threat, though Clara didn't seem to fear them. If they had company, it was usually soldiers. The soldiers drank, and so did he. Clara didn't like it. One night he got pretty drunk, and when he got up in the morning, she had that look in her eye. She made him breakfast, but then she looked at him coldly and laid down a threat. "I want you to stop drinking," she said. "You've been drunk 3 times this week. I won't live here and get dirt in my hair for the love of a drunkard." It was the only threat she ever had to make. Bob spent the day worrying, looking at the bleak plains and wondering what he would do in such a place without her. He never touched whiskey again. The jug he had been working on sat in the cupboard for years until Clara finally mixed it with sorghum molasses and used it for cough medicine. They had few quarrels, most of them about money. Clara was a good wife and worked hard. She never did anything untoward or unrespectable, and yet the fact that she had that Texas money made Bob uneasy. she wouldn't give it up or let him use it, no matter how poor they were. Not that she spent it on herself. Clara spent nothing on herself except for the books she ordered or the magazines she took. She kept the money for her children, she said, but Bob could never be sure she wasn't keeping it so she could leave if she took a notion. He knew it was foolish. Clara would leave, money or no money, if she decided to go, but he couldn't get the idea out of his mind. She wouldn't even use the money on the house, although she had wanted the house, and they had had to haul the timber 200 miles. Of course, he had prospered in the horse business, mainly because of the army trade. He could afford to build her a house. But he still resented her money. She told him it was only for the girl's education, and yet she did things with it that he didn't expect. The winter before, she had bought Cholo a buffalo coat, an action which shocked Bob. He had never heard of a married woman buying a Mexican cowboy an expensive coat. Then there was the piano. She had ordered that too, although it cost $200 and another $40 to transport. And yet he had to admit he loved to see his girls sitting at the piano trying to learn their fingering. And the buffalo coat had saved Cholo's life when he was trapped in an April blizzard up on the Dismal River. Clara got her way, and her way often turned out to make sense, and yet Bob more and more felt that her way skipped him somehow. She didn't neglect him in any way that he could put his finger on, and the girls loved him, but there were many times when he felt left out of the life of his own family. He would never have said that to Clara. He was not good with words, and seldom spoke unless he was spoken to, unless it was about business. Watching his wife, he often felt lonely. Clara seemed to sense it, and would usually come and try to be especially nice to him or to get him laughing at something the girls had done. And yet he still felt lonely, even in their bed. Now Bob lay in that bed all day, staring his empty stare. They had moved the bed near the window so that he would get the summer breezes and could look out if he liked and watch his horses grazing on the plain or the hawks circling or whatever little sights there might be. But Bob never turned his head, and no one knew if he felt the breezes. Clara had taken to sleeping on a little cot. The house had a small upper porch, and she moved the cot out there in good weather. Often she lay awake, listening, half expecting Bob to come back to himself and call her. More often what happened was that he fouled himself, and instead of hearing him, she would smell him. Even so, she was glad it happened at night so she could change him without the girls seeing. It seemed to her after a month of it that she was carrying Bob away with those sheets. He had already lost much weight, and every morning seemed a little thinner to her. The large body that had lain beside her so many nights, that had warmed her in the icy nights, that had covered her those many times through the years and given her 5 children, was dribbling away as awful, and there was nothing she could do about it. The doctors in Ogallala said Bob's skull was fractured. You couldn't put a splint on a skull. Probably he'd die. Yet he wasn't dead. Often when she was cleaning him, bathing his soiled loins and thighs with warm water, the stem of life between his legs would raise itself, growing as if a fractured skull meant nothing to it. Clara cried at the sight. What it meant to her was that Bob still hoped for a boy. He couldn't talk or turn himself, and he would never beat another horse most likely, but he still wanted a boy. The stem let her know it, night after night, when all she came in to do was clean the stains from a dying body. She would roll Bob on his side and hold him there for a while, for his back and legs were developing terrible bed sores. She was afraid to turn him on his belly for fear he might suffocate, but she would hold him on his side for an hour, sometimes napping as she held him. Then she would roll him back and cover him and go back to her cot, often to lie awake half the night, looking at the prairies, sad beyond tears at the ways of things. There Bob lay, barely alive, his ribs showing more every morning, still wanting a boy. I could do it, she thought. Would it save him if I did? I could go through it one more time. The pregnancy, the fear, the sore nipples, the worry, and maybe it would be a boy. Though she had borne 5 children, she sometimes felt barren lying on her cot at night. She felt she was ignoring her husband's last wish, that if she had any generosity, she would do it for him. How could she lie night after night and ignore the strange, mute urgings of a dying man, one who had never been anything but kind to her in his clumsy way? Bob, dying, still wanted her to make a little Bob. Sometimes in the long, silent night she felt she must be going crazy to think about such things in such a way. And yet she came to dread having to go to him at night. It became as hard as anything she had to do in her marriage. It was so hard that at times she wished Bob would go on and die if he couldn't get well. The truth was she didn't want another child, particularly not another boy. Somehow she felt confident she could keep her girls alive, but she lacked that confidence where boys were concerned. She remembered too well the days of icy terror and restless pain as she listened to Jim cough his way to death. She remembered her hatred of and helplessness before the fevers that had taken Jeff and Johnny. Not again, she thought. I won't live that again, even for you, Bob. The memory of the fear that had torn her as her children approached death was the most vivid of her life. She could remember the coughings, the painful breathing. She never wanted to listen helplessly to such again. Besides, Bob wasn't really alive, even then. His eyes never flickered. It was only reflex that enabled him to swallow the soup she fed him. That his rod still seemed to live when she bathed him, that too was reflex, an obscene joke that life was playing on the two of them. It raised no feelings of tenderness in her, just a feeling of disgust at the cruelties of existence. It seemed to mock her, to make her feel that she was cheating Bob of something, though it was not easy to say what. She had married him, followed him, fed him, worked beside him, borne his children, and yet even as she changed his sheets, she felt there was a selfishness in her that she had never mastered. Something had been held back. What it was, considering all that she had done, was hard to say, but she felt it anyway, fair judgment or not, and lay awake on her cot through half the night, tense with self-reproach. In the morning she lay wrapped in a quilt until the smell of Cholo's coffee waked her. She had fallen into the habit of letting Cholo make the coffee, mainly because he was better at it than she was. She would lie in her quilt, watching the mists float over the Platte, until one or both of the girls tiptoed out. They always tiptoed, as if they might wake their father, though his eyes were as wide open as ever. "Ma, ain't you up?" Sally would say. "We've been up a while." "Want to gather the eggs?" Betsy asked. It was her favorite chore, but she preferred to do it with her mother. Some of the hens were irritable with Betsy and would peck her if she tried to slide an egg out from under them, whereas they would never peck Clara. "I'd rather gather you two," Clara said, pulling both girls onto the cot with her. With the sunlight flooding the wide plain and both her 2 girls in bed with her, it was hard to feel as bad about herself as she had felt alone in the night. "Don't you want to get up?" Sally asked. She had more of her father in her than Betsy had, and it bothered her a little to see her mother lazing in bed with the sun up. It seemed to her a little wrong. At least her father had often complained about it. "Oh, shush," Clara said. "The sun's just been up 5 minutes." She reflected that perhaps that was what she had held back. She had never become proficient at early rising, despite all the practice she'd had. She had got up dutifully and made breakfast for Bob and whatever hands happened to be there, but she was not at her best, and the breakfasts seldom arrived on the table in the orderly fashion that Bob expected. It was a relief to her when he went away on horse trading expeditions and she could sleep late or just lie in bed thinking and reading the magazines she ordered from the East or from England. The ladies' magazines had stories and parts of novels in them, in many of which were ladies who led lives so different from hers that she felt she might as well be on another planet. She liked Thackeray's ladies better than Dickens's, and George Eliot's best of all, but it was a frustration that the mail came so seldom. Sometimes she would have to wait for 2 or 3 months for her Blackwoods, wondering all the time what was happening to the people in the stories. reading stories by all the women, not only George Eliot, but Mrs. Gore and Mrs. Gaskell and Charlotte Young. She sometimes had a longing to do what those women did, write stories. But those women lived in cities or towns and had many friends and relatives nearby. It discouraged her to look out the window at the empty plains and reflect that even if she had the eloquence to write and the time, she had nothing to write about. With Maud Jones dead, she seldom saw another woman and had no relatives near except her husband and her children. There was an aunt in Cincinnati, but they only exchanged letters once or twice a year. Her characters would have to be the horses and the hens if she ever wrote, for the menfolk that came by weren't interesting enough to put in books, it seemed to her. None of them were capable of the kind of talk men managed in English novels. She longed sometimes to talk to a person who actually wrote stories and had them printed in magazines. It interested her to speculate how it was done, whether they used people they knew or just made people up. Once she had even ordered some big writing tablets, thinking she might try it anyway, even if she didn't know how, but that was in the hopeful years before her boys died. With all the work that had to be done, she never actually sat down and tried to write anything, and then the boys died, and her feelings changed. Once the sight of the writing tablets had made her hopeful, but after those deaths, it ceased to matter. The tablets were just another reproach to her, something willful she had wanted. She burned the tablets one day, trembling with anger and pain, as if the paper and not the weather had been somehow responsible for the deaths of her boys. And for a time she stopped reading the magazines. The stories in them seemed hateful to her. How could people talk that way and spend their time going to balls and parties when children died and had to be buried? But a few years passed, and Clara went back to the stories in the magazines. She loved to read aloud, and she read snatches of them to her daughters as soon as they were big enough to listen. Bob didn't particularly like it, but he tolerated it. No other woman he knew read as much as his wife, and he thought it might be the cause of certain of her vanities, the care she took with her hair, for instance, washing it every day and brushing it. To him it seemed a waste. Hair was just hair. As Clara watched the wagon the girls had spotted drawing closer, she saw Cholo come riding in with two mares who were ready to foal. Cholo had seen the wagon too, and had come to look after her. He was a cautious old man, as puzzled by Clara as he was devoted to her. It was her recklessness that disturbed him. She was respectful of dangerous horses, but seemed to have no fear at all of dangerous men. She laughed when Cholo tried to counsel her. She was not even afraid of Indians, though Cholo had showed her the scars of the arrow wounds he had suffered. Now he pinned the mares and loped over to be sure she wasn't threatened by whoever was coming in the wagon. They kept a shotgun in the saddle shed, but Clara only used it to kill snakes, and she only killed snakes because they were always stealing her eggs. At times the hens seemed to her almost more trouble than they were worth, for they had to be protected constantly from coyotes, skunks, badgers, even hawks and eagles. "I don't see but two men, Cholo," Clara said, watching the wagon. "Two men is too many if they are bad men," Cholo said. "Bad men would have a better team," Clara said. "Find any colts?" Cholo shook his head. His hair was white. Clara had never been able to get his age out of him, but she imagined he was 75 at least, perhaps 80. At night by the fire with the work done, Cholo wove horsehair lariats. Clara loved to watch the way his fingers worked. When a horse died or had to be killed, Cholo always saved its mane and tail for his ropes. He could weave them of rawhide, too, and once had made one for her of buckskin, although she didn't rope. Bob had been puzzled by the gift. "Clara couldn't rope a post," he said. But Clara was not puzzled at all. She had been very pleased. It was a beautiful gift. Cholo had the finest manners. She knew he appreciated her as she appreciated him. That was the year she bought him the coat. Sometimes, reading her magazines, she would look up and see Cholo weaving a rope and imagine that if she ever did try to write a story, she would write it about him. It would be very different from any of the stories she read in the English magazines. Cholo was not much like an English gentleman, but it was his gentleness and skill with horses, in contrast to Bob's incompetence, that made her want badly to encourage him to stay with them. He talked little, which would be a problem if she put him in a story. The people in the stories she read seemed to talk a great deal. He had been stolen as a child by Comanches and had gradually worked his way north, traded from one tribe to another until he had escaped one day during a battle. Though he was an old man and had lived among Indians and whites his whole life, he still preferred to speak Spanish. Clara knew a little from her girlhood in Texas and tried to speak it with him. At the sound of the Spanish words, his wrinkled face would light up with happiness. Clara persuaded him to teach her girls. Cholo couldn't read, but he was a good teacher anyway. He loved the girls and would take them on rides, pointing at things and giving them their Spanish names. Soon all the mares in the corral were pricking their ears and watching the approaching wagon. A big man in a coat heavier than Cholo's rode beside it on a little brown horse that looked as if it would drop if it had to carry him much farther. A man with a badly scarred face rode on the wagon seat beside a woman who was heavy with child. The woman drove the team. All three looked so blank with exhaustion that even the sight of people, after what must have been a long journey, didn't excite them much. A few buffalo hides were piled in the wagon. Cholo watched the travelers carefully, but they didn't seem to pose a threat. The woman drew rein and looked down at them as if dazed. "Are we to Nebraska yet?" she asked. "Yes," Clara said. "It's nearly 20 miles to town. Won't you get down and rest?" "Do you know D. Boot?" the woman said. "I'm looking for him." "Si, pistolero," Cholo said quietly. He did most of their shopping and knew practically everyone in Ogallala. Elmira heard the word and knew what it meant, but she didn't care what anybody called D. The fact that he was nearby was all that mattered. If D was near, it meant that she was safe and could soon be rid of Luke and Big Zway and not have to ride on the jolting wagon seat all day or be scared all night that they would run into Indians at the last minute. "Get down. At least you'll want to water your stock," Clara said. "You're welcome to stay the night if you like. You can easily make town tomorrow. I'd say you all could use a rest." "What town would that be?" Luke asked, easing down from the wagon seat. He had twisted a leg several days before, running to try and get a better shot at an antelope. It was all he could do to walk. Elmira didn't want to stop, even when told that it was still over half a day to Ogallala, but Zway had already dismounted and unhitched the horses. "I wish I could get to D," she thought, but then decided one more day wouldn't matter. She got slowly down from the wagon seat. "Come on up to the house," Clara said. "I'll have the girls draw some water. I guess you've come a ways." "Arkansas," Elmira said. The house didn't look very far away, but as they walked toward it, it seemed to wobble in her vision. "My goodness, that is a ways," Clara said. "I lived in Texas once." Then she turned and saw that the woman was sitting on the ground. Before Clara could reach her, she had toppled sideways and lay face up on the trail that led from the house to the barn. Clara was not too alarmed. Just tired, she thought. A journey all the way from Arkansas in a wagon like that would wear anybody out. She fanned the woman's face for a while, but it did no good. Cholo had seen the woman fall and he ran to her, but the big man lifted the woman as easily as if she were a child and carried her to the house. "I didn't get your name, or her name either," Clara said. The big man just looked at her silently. Is he mute? Clara thought. But later the man with the scarred face came to the house and said no, the big man just didn't talk much. "Name's Zway," he said. "Big Zway. I'm Luke. I got my face bunged up coming, and now I hurt this darn leg. Her name's Elmira." "And she's a friend of Mr. Boot?" Clara asked. They put Elmira in bed, but she hadn't yet opened her eyes. "Don't know about that. She's married to a sheriff," Luke said. He felt uncomfortable in the house after so many days outside and soon went out again to sit on the wagon with Zway. He happened to look up and see two young girls peering at him from an open window. He wondered where the man was, for surely the good-looking woman he had talked to couldn't be married to the old Mexican. That night she asked if they would like to come in and eat supper. Zway wouldn't. He was too shy. So the woman brought their suppers out and they ate in the wagon. The girls were disappointed at that turn of events. They seldom had company and wanted a better look at the men. "Make 'em come in, Ma," Sally whispered. She was particularly fascinated by the one with the scarred face. "I can't just order men around," Clara said. "Anyway, you've met buffalo hunters before. Smelled them, too. These don't smell much different from any of the others." "One of them's big," Betsy observed. "Is he the lady's husband?" "I don't think so, and don't be a busybody," Clara said. "She's worn out. Maybe tomorrow she'll feel like talking." But the girls were to hear Elmira's voice long before morning. The men sitting in the wagon heard it, too. Long screams that raked the prairie night for hours. Once again, Clara had reason to be glad of Cholo, who was as good with women as he was with horses. Difficult births didn't frighten him as they did most men and many women. Elmira's was difficult, too. The exhausting journey over the plains had left her too weak for the task at hand. She fainted many times during the night. Clara could do nothing about it except bathe her face with cool water from the cistern. When day came, Elmira was too weak to scream. Clara was worried. The woman had lost too much blood. "Mama, Daddy's sick. He smells bad," Sally said, peeking for a moment into the sick room. The girls had slept downstairs on pallets so as to be farther from the screams. "Just leave him be. I'll take care of him," Clara said. "But he's sick. He smells bad," Sally repeated. Her eyes were fearful. "He's alive. Life don't always smell nice," Clara said. "Go make us some breakfast and take some to those men. They must be hungry." A few minutes later, Elmira fainted again. "She's too weak," Cholo said. "Poor thing," Clara said. "I would be too if I came that far. That baby isn't going to wait for her to get strong." "No, it's going to kill her," Cholo said. "Well, then save it at least," Clara said, feeling so downcast suddenly that she left the room. She got a water bucket and walked out of the house, meaning to get some water for Bob. It was a beautiful morning, light touching the farthest edges of the plains. Clara noticed the beauty and thought it strange that she could still respond to it, tired as she was and with 2 people dying in her house, perhaps 3. But she loved the fine light of the prairie mornings. It had resurrected her spirits time and time through the years when it seemed that dirt and cold and death would crush her. Just to see the light spreading like that, far on toward Wyoming, was her joy. It seemed to put energy into her, make her want to do things. And the thing she wanted most to do was plant flowers. Flowers that might bloom in the light. She did plant them, ordering bulbs and seeds from the east. The light brought them up, and then the wind tore them from her. Worse than the dirt, she hated the wind. The dirt she could hold her own with, sweeping it away each morning. But the wind was endless and fierce. It renewed itself again and again, curling out of the north to take her flowers from her, petal by petal, until nothing remained but the sad stalks. Clara kept on planting anyway, hiding the flowers in the most protected spot she could find. The wind always found them too in time, but sometimes the blooms lasted a few days before the petals were blown away. It was a battle she wouldn't give up on. Every winter she read seed catalogs with the girls and described to them the flowers they would have when spring came. Coming back with the bucket from the cistern, she noticed the 2 dirty, silent men sitting on the wagon. She'd walked past them without a thought on her way to the well. "Is it born yet?" Luke asked. "Not yet," Clara said. "She's too tired to help much." The large man followed her with his eyes but said nothing. "You've got too much fire in that stove. You'll burn everything," Clara said when she saw how the girls were progressing with breakfast. "Aw, Ma, we can cook," Sally said. She loved to get her mother out of the kitchen. Then she could boss her younger sister around. "Is that woman real sick?" Betsy asked. "Why does she yell so much?" "She's working at a hard task," Clara said. You better not burn that porridge because I want some." She carried the bucket up to the bedroom, pulled the smelly sheets out from under Bob, and washed him. Bob stared straight up, as he always did. Usually she warmed the water, but this morning she hadn't taken the time. It was cold and raised goosebumps on his legs. His big ribs seemed to stick out more every day. She had forgotten to bring fresh sheets. It was a constant problem keeping fresh sheets, so she covered him with a blanket and walked out on her porch for a minute. She heard Elmira begin to moan again and again. She ought to go relieve Cholo, she knew, but she didn't rush. The birth might take another day. Everything took longer than it should, or else went too quick. Her sons' lives had been whipped away like a breath, while her husband had lain motionless for 2 months and still wasn't dead. It was wearying, trying to adjust to all the paces life required. After she had stood for a moment on the cool porch, she went down the hall, just in time to hold Elmira down and watch Cholo ease a baby boy from her bloodied loins. The baby looked dead, and Elmira looked as if she were dying, but in fact both lived. Cholo held the little boy close to his face and blew on it, until finally the child moved and began to cry, a thin sound, not much stronger than the squeak of a mouse. Elmira had passed out, but she was breathing. Clara went downstairs to heat some water and saw that the girls had taken breakfast to the 2 men. They were standing around while the men ate, not to be denied the novelty of conversation, even if only with 2 buffalo hunters, one of whom wouldn't talk. It made her want to cry suddenly that her children were so devoid of playmates that they would hang around 2 sullen men just for the excitement of company. She heated the water and let the girls be. Probably the men would go on soon, though Luke seemed to be talking to the girls happily. Maybe he was as lonesome as they were. When she went up with the hot water, Elmira was awake, her eyes wide open. She was pale, almost bloodless, no color in her cheeks at all. "It's a miracle you got here," Clara said. "If you'd had that baby down on the plains, I doubt either one of you would have lived." The old Mexican had wrapped the infant in a flannel robe and brought it to Elmira to see. But Elmira didn't look at it. She didn't speak, and she wouldn't look. She didn't want the baby. Maybe it'll die, she thought. Dee won't want it either. Clara saw the woman turn her eyes away. Without a word, she took the infant from Cholo and walked downstairs with it out into the sunlight. The girls still stood by the wagon, though the men had eaten. She shielded the baby's eyes with the robe and carried it over to the group. "Oh, Ma," Betsy said. She'd never seen a newborn child. "What's its name?" "The lady's too tired to worry about naming it just now," Clara said. "It's a boy, though." "It's lucky we got here, ain't it?" Luke said. "Me and Zway would have had no idea what to do." "Yes, it's lucky," Clara said. Big Zway stared at the baby silently for a time. "It's red, Luke," he said finally. "I guess it's an Indian." Clara laughed. "It's no Indian," she said. "Babies mostly are red." "Can I hold it?" Sally asked. "I held Betsy, I know how." Clara let her take the child. Cholo had come downstairs and was standing at the back porch, a cup of coffee in his hand. "Zway wants to get to town," Luke said. "Can Ellie go yet?" "Oh, no," Clara said. "She's had a bad time and she's weak. It would kill her to travel today. She'll need to rest for about a week. Maybe you could come back for her, or else we could bring her in our little wagon when she gets well." But Zway refused to leave. Ellie had wanted to get to town, he remembered, and he was determined to wait until she could go. He sat in the shade of the wagon all day and taught the 2 young girls how to play mumbly-peg. Clara looked out at them occasionally from the upper windows. There seemed no harm in the man. Luke, bored, had ridden off with Cholo to check the mares. When Clara took the child in to nurse, she began to see that Elmira didn't want it. She turned her wide eyes away when Clara brought it near. The infant was whimpering and hungry. "Ma'am, it's got to nurse," Clara said. Elmira made no objection when the baby was put to her breast, but the business was difficult. At first, no milk would come. Clara began to fear the baby would weaken and die before it could even be fed. Finally, it nursed a little, but the milk didn't satisfy it. An hour later, it was crying in hunger again. Thin milk, Clara thought, and no wonder, for the woman probably hadn't eaten a decent meal in months. She refused to look at the baby, even when it took her breast. Clara had to hold it and encourage it, rubbing its little lips with milk. "They say you're married to a sheriff," Clara said, thinking conversation might help. The man might be the cause of her flight, she thought. She probably didn't want him in the first place and hadn't asked for this child. Elmira didn't answer. She didn't want to talk to this woman. Her breasts were so full they hurt. She didn't care that the baby took the milk. She just didn't want to look at it. She wanted to get up and make Zwei take her to town, to Dee, but she knew she couldn't do it yet. Her legs were so weak she could hardly move them on the bed. She would never get downstairs unless she crawled. Clara looked at Elmira for a moment and held her peace. It was not a great surprise for her that the woman didn't want the baby. She hadn't wanted Sally, out of fear that she would die. The woman must have her own fears. After all, she had traveled for months across the plains with 2 buffalo hunters. Perhaps she was fleeing a man, perhaps looking for a man, perhaps just running. There was no point in pressing questions, for the woman might not know herself why she ran. Besides, Clara remembered the immense fatigue that had seized her when Betsy was born. Though the last, Betsy had been the most difficult of her births, and when it was over she could not lift her head for 3 hours. To speak took an immense effort, and Elmira had had a harder time than she had. Best just to let her rest. When her strength came back, she might not be so ill-disposed toward the child. Clara took the baby downstairs and had the girls watch him while she went outside and killed a pullet. Big Zwei watched silently from the wagon as she quickly wrung the chicken's neck and plucked and cleaned it. "It takes a mess of chicken soup to run this household these days," she said, bringing the chicken back in. They had some broth left, and she heated a little and took it to Elmira. She was startled to find Elmira on her feet staring out the window. "Goodness, you best lay down," Clara said. "You've lost blood. We've got to build you up." Elmira obeyed passively. She allowed Clara to feed her a few spoonfuls of the soup. "How far is town?" she asked. "Too far for you to walk or ride either," Clara said. "That town isn't going to run away. Can't you just rest for a day or two?" Elmira didn't answer. The old man had said Dee was a pistolero. Though she didn't care what Dee was as long as she could find him, the news worried her. Somebody might shoot him before she arrived. He might leave, might have already left. She couldn't stand the thought. The future had shrunk to one fact: Dee Boot. If she couldn't find him, she meant to kill herself. Clara tried several times during the day to get Elmira interested in the little boy, but with no success. Elmira allowed it to nurse, but that was not successful either. The milk was so weak that the baby would only sleep an hour and then be hungry again. Her girls wanted to know why the baby cried so much. "He's hungry," Clara said. "I can milk the cow early," Sally said. "We can give him some of that milk." "We may have to," Clara said. "We'll have to boil it first." It'll be too rich for him, and the colic will probably kill him, she thought. She carried the helpless little creature herself most of the day, rocking him in her arms and whispering to him. From being red, he had gone to pale, and he was a small baby, not 5 pounds, she guessed. She herself was very tired, and as the evening drew on and the sun fell, she found herself in a very uneven temper, scolding the girls harshly for their loudness one minute, going out on her porch with the baby, almost in tears herself, another. Perhaps it's best that it dies. She doesn't want it, she thought, and then the next moment the baby's eyes would open for a second, and her heart would fill. Then she would reproach herself for her own callousness. When night fell, she went in and lit a lamp in the room where Elmira lay. Clara, seeing that her eyes were open, started to take the baby to her, but once again Elmira turned her head away. "What's your husband's name?" Clara asked. "I'm looking for Dee Boot." Elmira said. She didn't want to say July's name. The baby was whimpering, but she didn't care. It was July's, and she didn't want to have anything to do with anything of July's. Clara got the infant to nurse a little, and then took it up to her own room to lie down a while. She knew it wouldn't sleep long, but she herself had to sleep and was afraid to trust it with its mother yet. At some point she heard the baby whimpering, but she was too tired to rise. In the back of her mind she knew that she had to get up and feed Bob, but the desire to sleep was too heavy. She couldn't make herself move. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder and saw Cholo kneeling by the bed. "What's the matter?" Clara asked. "They leave," Cholo said. Clara jumped up and ran into the room where Elmira had been. Sure enough, she was gone. She went to the window and could see the wagon north of the corrals. Behind her, she could hear the baby crying. "Senora, I couldn't stop them," Cholo said. "I doubt they'll stop just because you ask, and we don't need any gunfights," Clara said. "Let 'em go. If she lives, she might come back. Did you milk?" Cholo nodded. "I wish we had a goat," Clara said. "I've heard goat's milk is better for babies than cow's milk. If you see any goats next time you go to town, let's buy a couple." Then she grew a little embarrassed. Sometimes she talked to Cholo as if he were her husband and not Bob. She went downstairs, made a fire in the cook stove, and began to boil some milk. When it was boiled, she took it up and gave the baby a little, dipping a cotton rag in the milk and letting the baby suck it. It was a slow method and took patience. The child was too weak to work at it, but she knew if she didn't persist, the baby would only get weaker and die. So she kept on, dribbling milk into its mouth even when it grew too tired to suck on the rag. "I know this is slow," she whispered to it. When the baby had taken all it would, she got up to walk it. It was a nice moonlight night, and she went out on her porch for a while. The baby was asleep tucked against her breast. "You could be worse off," she thought, looking at it. "Your mother had pretty good sense. She waited to have you until she got to where there were people who look after you." Then she remembered that she had not fed Bob. She took the baby down to the kitchen and heated the chicken broth. "Think of the work I'd save if everything didn't have to be hot," she said to the infant who slept on. She laid it at the foot of Bob's bed while she fed her husband, tilting his head so he could swallow. It was strange to her that he could swallow when he couldn't even close his eyes. He was a big man with a big head. Every time she fed him, her wrist ached from supporting his head. "I guess we got us a boy, Bob," she said. The doctors had told her to talk to him. They thought it might make a difference, but Clara found that the only difference was that she got depressed. The depressing aspect of it was that it reminded her too clearly of their years together, for she had liked to chatter and Bob never talked. She had talked at him for years and got no answers. He only spoke if money was concerned. She would talk for 2 hours and he would never utter a sentence. So far as conversation went, the marriage was no different than it had ever been. It was just easier for her to have her way about money, something that also struck her as sad. She picked the baby up and held it to her bosom. The thought was in her head that if he saw her with a child, it might make a difference. Bob might see it, think it was theirs. It might startle him into life again. It was unnatural, she knew, for a mother to leave her child a day after it was born. Of course, children were endless work. They came when you didn't want them and had needs you didn't always want to meet. Worst of all, they died no matter how much she loved them. The death of her own had frozen the hope inside her harder than the wintry ground. Her hopes had frozen hard, and she had vowed to keep it that way, and yet she hadn't. The hopes thawed. She had hopes for her girls, and might even come to have them for the baby at her bosom, child of another mother. Weak as it was, and slim though its chances, she liked holding the child to her. "I stole you," she thought. "I got you, and I didn't even have to go through the pain. Your mother's a fool not to want you, but she's smart to realize you wouldn't have much of a chance with her and those buffalo hunters." It wasn't smartness, though, she thought. The woman just didn't care. She looked down at Bob and saw that the baby had made no difference. He lay as he had, nothing left to him but need. Suddenly Clara felt angry that the man had been fool enough to think he could break that mare when both she and Cholo had warned him to leave her alone. It made her angry at herself to have lived so long with a horse trader who had no more savvy than that. Yet there he was, his eyes staring upward, as helpless as the baby. She put the child down again and fed Bob soup until her wrist got tired from holding his head. Then she laid Bob's head back on his pillow and ate the rest of the chicken soup herself. 76. Big Zway was worried that Elmira had left the baby. When she came out to the wagon, she didn't have it. "Hitch the team and let's go," she said, and that was all she said. He did it, but he felt confused.
"Ain't we gonna take the baby?" he asked shyly just before they left.
Elmira didn't answer. She had no breath to answer what she was so tired. Walking downstairs and out to the wagon had taken all her strength. Zway had to lift her into the wagon at that, and she sat propped against the buffalo skins, too tired even to care about the smell. She was so tired that she felt like she wasn't there. She couldn't even tell Zway to start. Luke had to do it. "Let's go, Zway," he said. "She don't want the baby." Zway started the wagon, and they were soon out of sight of the house, but he was bothered. He kept looking back at Ellie, propped against the buffalo skins, her eyes wide open. Why didn't she want her baby? It was a puzzle. He had never understood the whole business, but he knew mothers took care of babies just as husbands took care of wives. In his eyes, he had married Ellie, and he intended to take good care of her. He felt he was her husband. They had come all that way together in the wagon. Luke had tried to marry her too, but Zway had soon stopped that, and Luke had been behaving a lot better since. Luke had tied his horse beside the wagon, and he rode on the wagon seat beside Zway, who kept looking around to see if Ellie was asleep. She wasn't moving, but her eyes were still wide open. "What are you looking at?" Luke asked.
"I wished she'd brought the baby," Zway said. "I always wanted us to have one."
The way he said it struck Luke as curious. It was almost as if Zway thought the baby was his. "Why would you care? It ain't yours," Luke said to scotch that suspicion. Even if Zway had got up his nerve to approach Ellie, which he doubted, they hadn't been on the road long enough to make a baby.
"We're married," Zway answered. "I guess it's ours."
A suspicion dawned on Luke, which was even more curious. The suspicion that Zway didn't even understand about men and women. They had spent days around the buffalo herds when the bulls and cows were mating, and yet Zway had evidently never connected such goings-on with humans. Luke remembered that Zway never went with whores. He mainly just watched the wagon when the other hunters went to town. Zway had always been considered the dumbest of the dumb, but Luke knew that none of the hunters had suspected him of being that dumb. That much dumbness was hard to believe. Luke wanted to make sure he hadn't misunderstood. "Now wait a minute, Zway," he said. "Why do you think that baby was yours?" Zway was silent a long time. Luke was smiling, as he did when he wanted to make fun of him. It didn't ordinarily much bother him that Luke made fun of him, but he didn't want him to make fun about the baby. He didn't want Luke to talk about it. It was painful enough that she had had it and then gone off and left it. He decided not to answer. "What's the matter with you, Zway?" Luke said. "You and Ellie ain't really married. You ain't married to somebody just because she comes on a trip with you." Zway began to feel very sad. It might be true what Luke said, yet he liked to think that he and Ellie were married.
"Well, we are,"
he said finally. Luke began to laugh. He turned to Ellie, who was still sitting with her back against the skins. "He thinks that baby's his," Luke said. "He really thinks it's his. I guess he thinks all he had to do was look at you to make it happen." Then Luke laughed a long time. Zway felt sad, but he didn't say any more. Luke could always find something to laugh at him about. Elmira began to feel cold. She started to shiver and reached for the pile of blankets in the wagon, but she was too weak even to untangle the blankets. "Help me, boys," she said. "I'm real cold." Zway immediately handed the reins to Luke and went back to help cover her up. It was a warm night, but Ellie was still shivering. He put the blankets on her, but she didn't stop shivering. On the wagon seat, Luke would laugh from time to time when he thought of Zway's baby. Before they had gone 5 miles, Ellie was delirious. She huddled in the blankets, talking to herself, mostly about the man called D. Boot. Her look was so wild that Zway became frightened. Once his hand happened to brush her, and her skin was as hot as if the sun were burning down on her.
"Luke, she's got a fever,"
Zway said. "I ain't a doctor," Luke said. "We shouldn't have left that house." Zway bathed her face with water, but it was like putting water on a stove. She was so hot. Zway didn't know what to do. A person so hot could die. He had seen much death, and very often it came with fever. He didn't understand why she had had the baby if it was only going to make her so sick. While he was bathing her face, she sat up straight and looked at him, her eyes wide. "Dee, is that you?" she asked. "Where have you been?" Then she fell back against the skins. Luke drove as fast as he could, but it was still a long road. The sky was light in the east when they finally found a wagon track and pulled into Ogallala. The town was not large, just a long street of saloons and stores and a few shacks on the slope north of the Platte. One of the saloons was still open. 3 cowboys were lounging around outside, getting ready to mount up and go back to work. The 2 who were soberest were laughing at the third because he was so drunk he was trying to mount his horse from the wrong side. "Hell, Joe's fixing to get on backwards," one said. They were not much interested in the fact that a wagon had pulled up. The drunk cowboy slipped and fell in the street. The other cowboys found that hilarious, one laughing so hard that he had to go over by the saloon and vomit. "Where's the doctor live?" Luke asked the soberest cowboy. "We got a sick woman here." At that, the cowboys all stopped and stared. All they could see was Ellie's hair. The rest of her was covered with blankets. "Where'd she come from?" one asked. "Arkansas," Luke said. "Where's the doctor?" Ellie had dropped into a fevered doze. She opened her eyes and saw the buildings. It must be the town where Dee was. She began to shove off the blankets. "Do you know D. Boot?" she asked the cowboys. "I come to find D. Boot." The cowboys stared at her as if they hadn't heard. Her hair was long and tangled, and she was wearing a nightdress. A huge buffalo hunter sat beside her. "Ma'am, D. Boot is in jail," one of the cowboys said politely. "It's that building over there." Light was just filtering into the street between the shadowed buildings. "Where's the doctor?" Luke asked again. "I don't know if there is one," the cowboy said. "We just got here last night. I know about Boot because they were talking about him in the saloon." Ellie began to try and climb over the side of the wagon. "Help me, Zway," she said. "I want to see Dee." She got one leg over the sideboard of the wagon and suddenly began to feel weak again. She clung to the board, trembling. "Help me, Zway," she said again. Zway lifted her out of the wagon as if she were a doll. Elmira took 2 steps and stopped. She knew she would fall if she tried another step, and yet D. Boot was just across the street. Once she saw Dee, she felt she could start getting well. Zway stood beside her, big as one of the horses the cowboys rode. "Carry me over," she said. Zway felt afraid. He had never carried a woman, much less Ellie. He felt he might break her if he wasn't careful. But she was looking at him, and he felt he had to try. He lifted her in his arms and found again that she was light as a doll. She smelled different from anything he'd ever carried, too. Mostly, he had just carried skins or carcasses of game. As he was carrying her, a man came out of the jail and stepped around the corner of the building. It proved to be a deputy sheriff. His name was Leon, going out to relieve himself. He was startled to see a huge man standing there with a tiny woman in her nightgown in his arms. Nothing so surprising had happened in his whole tenure as deputy. It stopped him in his tracks.
"I want to see D. Boot," the woman said, her voice just a whisper.
D. Boot? Leon said, startled. Well, we got him all right, but I doubt he's up.
"I'm his wife," Ellie said.
That was another surprise. Didn't know he was even married, Leon said. Leon was watching the buffalo hunter, who was very large. It occurred to him that the couple might have come to try and break D. Boot out of jail.
"I'm his wife. I want to see D," the woman said. "Zwei don't have to come."
D can probably hear you. He's right in this cell, Leon said, pointing to a small barred window on the side of the jail.
"Carry me over, Zwei,"
Elmira said, and Zwei obeyed. The window was tiny, and the cell still mostly dark, but Elmira could make out a man lying on a little bare bunk. He had his arm over his eyes, and at first she doubted it was D. If so, he had put on weight, which wouldn't be like D. He prided himself on being slim and quick.
"D," she said. "D, it's me."
Her voice was the merest whisper, and the man didn't awake. Ellie felt angry. Here she had come such a distance, and she had found him, yet she couldn't make him hear.
"Say something to him, Zwei," she whispered. "Your voice is louder."
Zwei was at a loss. He had never met D. Boot and had no idea what to say to him. The task embarrassed him a little.
"Don't know nothing to say,"
he said. Fortunately, it didn't matter. The deputy had gone back in, and he woke D. Boot himself. "Wake up, Boot," he said. "You got visitors." The sleeping man immediately sprang up with a wild look. Ellie saw that it was him, although he hardly looked like the dapper man she remembered. He glanced at the window fearfully, then just stood and stared. "Who's that?" he asked. "Why, it's your wife," Leon said. Dee came to the window. It was just 2 steps. Ellie saw that he had not shaved in several days. Another surprise. Dee was particular about barbering and had always had the best barber in town come and shave him every morning. The eyes that she had remembered almost every day of the long trip, Dee's merry eyes, now just looked scared and sad.
"It's me, Dee," she said.
Dee just stared at her and at the large man holding her in his arms. Ellie realized he might have the wrong idea about Zwei, although he had never been particularly the jealous type.
"It's just Zwei," she whispered. "Him and Luke brought me in the wagon."
"There ain't nobody else?" Dee said, coming close to the bars and trying to peer out. Ellie didn't know what was wrong. He could see it was her, and yet he hardly looked at her. He seemed scared, and his hair had little pieces of cotton ticking in it from a tear in the thin mattress he slept on. The scruffy growth of whiskers made him seem a lot older than she had remembered him.
"It's just me,"
Elmira whispered. She was beginning to feel scared. She felt so weak she could hardly hold her eyes open, and she wanted more than anything to talk to Dee. She didn't want to faint before they had their talk, and yet she was afraid she might.
"I left July," she said. "I couldn't do it. All I could think of was you, the whole time. I should have gone with you and not even tried it. I took a whiskey boat, and then Zwei and Luke brought me in the wagon. I had a baby, but I left it. I've been coming back to you as quick as I could, Dee."
Dee kept trying to peer around them as if he was sure there were more people than he could see. Finally, he stopped trying and looked at her. She was hoping for the old smile, but Dee didn't have it in him to smile. "They're going to hang me, Ellie," he said. "That's why I jumped up. I've been expecting lynchers."
Elmira couldn't believe it. Dee had never done anything wrong, not wrong enough to make people hang him. He gambled and flirted, but those weren't hanging crimes. "Why, Dee?" she asked.
Dee shrugged. "Killed a boy," he said. "I was just trying to scare him, and he jumped the wrong way."
Ellie felt confused. She had never even heard of D. Boot shooting a gun. He carried one like all men did, but he never ever practiced with it that she knew.
Why would he try to scare our boy? Was he aggravating you, or what? She asked.
Dee shrugged again. It was a settler's boy, he said. Some cowmen hire me to run the settlers out. Most of them will run if you shoot over their heads a time or two. This one just moved the wrong way.
We'll get you out, Elmira said. Zoe and Luke will help me.
Dee looked at the big man holding Ellie. He did look big enough to pull the little jail apart, but of course he couldn't do it while he was holding a sick woman. I'm due to hang next week, but they may come lynch me first, Dee said.
Zoe felt something wet on his arms. Ellie was so light he didn't mind holding her. The sun was up, and they could see into the cell a little better. Zoe didn't know why he felt so wet. He shifted Ellie a little and saw to his shock that the wetness was blood.
She's bleeding, he said.
Dee looked out and saw that blood was dripping off Ellie's nightdress.
Get her to the dock, Dee said. Leon knows where he lives.
Dee began to yell for the deputy, and soon Leon came running around the jail. Elmira didn't want to go. She wanted to stay and talk to Dee, assure him that it would be all right, they would get him out. She would never let them hang Dee Boot. She looked in at him, but she couldn't talk anymore. She couldn't say the things she wanted to say. She tried, but no words came out. Her eyes wanted to close, and no matter how hard she tried to keep them open and look at Dee, they kept trying to close. She tried to see Dee again as Zoe was carrying her away, but Dee's face was lost in a patch of sunlight. The sun shone brightly against the wall of the jail, and Dee's face was lost in the light. Then, despite herself, her head fell back against Zoe's arm, and all she could see was the sky.
77. It seemed to July that he was nearly as cursed as Job when it came to catching Elmira. Despite his caution, he kept having accidents and setbacks of a kind that had never happened at home in Fort Smith. 3 days out of Dodge, the new horse he had bought, which turned out not to be well broken, fell and crippled himself trying to throw a hobble. July waited a day, hoping it wasn't as bad as he thought it was, but the next day he saw it was even worse. It hardly seemed possible to lose 2 horses on one trip when he had never lost a horse before in his life, but it was a fact he had to face. With that fact went another. He wasn't likely to get another horse unless he went back to Dodge. North of him, there was only the plains until he came to the Platte River, a long walk. July hated to double back on himself, but he had no choice. It was as if Dodge City was some kind of magnet, letting him go and then sucking him back. He shot the second horse, just as he had shot the first one, hid his saddle, and went back. He walked grimly, trying to keep his mind off the fact that Ellie was getting farther and farther away all the time. He swam the Arkansas River when he came to it, walked into town in wet clothes, bought another horse, and left again within the hour. The old horse trader was half drunk and eager to bargain, but July cut him short. "You ain't getting anywhere very fast, are you, young feller?" the old man said, chuckling. July thought it an unnecessary remark. He went right back across the river. All during the trip he had been haunted by the memory of something that had happened in Fort Smith several years before. One of the nicest men in town, a cotton merchant, had gone to Memphis on a business trip, only to have his wife take sick while he was gone. They tried to send a telegram to notify the man, but he was on his way back, and the telegram never got delivered. The man's name was John Fisher. As he rode back into Fort Smith, John Fisher saw a burying party out behind the church. Being a neighborly man, he had ridden over to see who had died, and the people had all stopped, stricken, for they were burying his wife. July had been helping to cover the coffin. He never forgot the look on John Fisher's face when he realized he was a day late. His wife had died the afternoon before his return. Though a healthy man, John Fisher only lived another year himself. If he ran into someone on the street who had seen his wife on her sickbed, he always asked, "Do you think Jane might have lived if I'd got back sooner?"
Everyone told him no, you couldn't have done a thing, but John Fisher didn't believe them. July had no reason to think that Elmira was sick, but he had so much worry that he hated every delay. Fortunately, the new horse was strong, a good traveler. July pushed him hard, taking his own rest when he felt the horse needed it. He watched the horse closely, knowing that he couldn't afford to lose him. He only had $2 left, plus some coffee, bacon, and his rifle. He hoped to kill an antelope, but could not hit one. Mostly he lived on bacon. Near the Republican River, he had his second piece of bad luck. He had camped on a little bluff, exhausted, and after hobbling the horse, fell asleep like a stone. He didn't sleep well. In the night, he felt a stinging in his leg, but was too heavy with sleep to care. Red ants had gotten him several times. When he awoke, it was to severe pain and a right leg so swollen that he had to cut his pants open to see what was wrong. When he did, he saw fang marks just above his knee. A snake must have crawled near him in the night, and in his thrashing he had turned over and scared it. He had heard no rattle, but it might have been a young snake or had its rattle broken off. At first he was very scared. He had been bitten in the night. The poison had had several hours in which to work. It was already too late to cut the bite and try to drain the poison. He had no medicines and could do nothing for himself. He grew lightheaded and assumed he was dying. From the bluff, he could see far north across the Republican, almost to Nebraska, he supposed. It was terribly bad luck to be snake-bit almost in sight of where he needed to be. He didn't even have much water, for with the river so close he had let himself run low. There was no shade on the bluff. He covered his face with his hat and lay back against his saddle, sweating and ashamed of his own carelessness. He grew delirious, and in his delirium would have long talks with Roscoe. He could see Roscoe's face as plain as day. Roscoe didn't seem to blame him for the fact that he was dead. If he himself was soon going to be dead too, it might not matter so much. July didn't die. His leg felt terrible, though. In the night came a rainstorm, and he could do nothing but huddle under his saddle blanket. His teeth began to chatter, and he couldn't stop them. He almost wished he could go on and die. It was so uncomfortable. But in the morning, the sun was hot. He soon dried out. He felt weak, but he didn't feel as if he were dying. Mainly, he had to avoid looking at his leg. It looked so bad he didn't know what to think. If a doctor saw it, he could probably just cut it off and be done with it. When he tried to bend it even a little, a terrible pain shot through him. Yet he had to get down to the river or else die of thirst, even though it had just rained. He had been too sick to try and catch any of the rainwater. That afternoon he stood up, but he couldn't touch his right foot to the ground. He managed to belly over the horse and get down to the river. It was 3 days before he had the strength to go back and get the saddle. The effort of getting to the river had exhausted him so much he could barely undo a button. Early one morning he shot a large crane with his pistol, and the meat put a little strength in him. His leg had not returned to normal, but it had not fallen off either. He could put a little weight on it, but not much. 5 days after the snake bit him, July saddled up and rode across the Republican River. Since leaving Dodge, he had not seen one person. He worried about Indians. Wounded as he was, he would have been easy prey. And yet finally he grew so lonesome that he would have been glad to see an Indian or two. He began to wonder if there were any people at all in the north. As he neared Nebraska, the plains took on a browner look. Though he was fairly sure now he wasn't going to die, he kept having spells of lightheadedness in which his vision wavered and he tended to run off at the mouth. At night he would wake and find himself in the middle of a conversation with Roscoe. It embarrassed him, though no one was around to hear. But he kept on. Streams became a little more plentiful, and he ceased to worry too much about water. Once he thought he saw riders far in the distance, but when he went toward them, they turned out to be 2 buffalo, standing on the prairie as if they were lost. July started to shoot one, but it was more meat than he needed, and if he killed one, the other buffalo would be as alone as he was. He passed on, and that night killed a big prairie chicken with a rock. 3 days later, he saw the Platte, winding between low brown slopes. He soon hit a good wagon track and followed it west. About noon, he saw a lone frame house standing half a mile south of the Platte. There were corrals and a few sheds near it, and a sizable horse herd grazing inside of the house. July felt like crying. It meant he wasn't lost anymore. No one would build a frame house unless there was a town somewhere near. Being alone on the prairie for so many weeks had made him realize how much he liked being in towns, though when he thought about all that he had been through, he didn't feel he had much hope of finding Ellie there. How could a woman come across such distances? As he approached the house, an old man appeared to the north, riding out of the Platte, his horse dripping water. July saw there were more horses north of the river. The old man had white hair and seemed to be a Mexican. He rode with a rifle held lightly across his saddle. July didn't want to appear unfriendly. He stopped to wait. The old man looked mainly at his leg. July had forgotten how ugly it looked. He'd even forgotten it was still yellowish and almost bare, for he had cut his pants leg off when the leg was so swollen. "Is it bad?" the old man asked in English. July was glad for the English. "Not as bad as it was," July said. "Is Ogallala near here?" 20 miles, the old man said. "I'm Cholo. Come to the house. You must be hungry." July didn't argue. He had almost forgotten that people sat at tables in houses to eat. He had lived so long on half-cooked bacon or half-cooked game that he had become shy at the thought of sitting at a proper table. He didn't look proper, he knew. As he approached the house, he suddenly heard shrieks of laughter, and a little girl flew around the corner of the house, another slightly older girl in hot pursuit. The girl in the lead ran on to one of the sheds between the house and the corral and tried to hide in it, but her sister caught her before she could get inside, and they tussled and shrieked. The older girl was trying to put something down the younger girl's neck, and she finally succeeded, at which point the younger girl began to hop up and down while the older one ran off laughing. As the 2 men rode up, a woman appeared on the back steps of the house. She wore a gray smock and an apron and had an infant in her arms. She was clearly out of temper, for she yelled something at the 2 girls, who stopped their shrieking, looked at one another, and slowly approached the house. The infant the woman held was crying fretfully, though at that making less noise than the girls. The woman addressed herself to the older girl, who made some excuse, and the younger girl in her own defense pointed back toward the shed. The woman listened for a minute and began to talk rapidly, giving her daughters what for, July supposed. To see a woman so suddenly, after so much time alone, made him very nervous, particularly since the woman was so out of temper. But as they drew closer, he found that, out of temper or not, he couldn't stop looking at her. Her eyes flashed as she lectured her daughters, neither of whom was taking the lecture silently. Both were trying to talk back, but the mother didn't pause to listen. She had abundant brown hair tucked into a bun at the back of her neck, though the bun had partly come loose. The old Mexican seemed not the least disturbed by the argument in progress. In fact, he seemed amused by it, and he rode up and got off his horse as if nothing were happening. "But she put a grasshopper down my neck," the younger girl said. "I hate her." "I don't care who hates who," the woman said. "I was up with the baby all night. You know how colicky he is. You don't have to scream right under my window. Looks like there'd be room on this prairie for you to scream without doing it under my window. All we got here is room." "It was a grasshopper," the little girl insisted. "Well, is it the first one you've ever seen?" the woman asked. "You'll have more to worry about than grasshoppers if you wake this baby again." The woman was rather thin, but anger put color in her cheeks. The girls finally were subdued, and the woman looked up and saw him, lifting her chin with a bit of belligerence, as though she might have to tie into him too. Then she saw his discolored leg, and her look changed. She had gray eyes, and she turned them on him with sudden gravity. "Get down, senor," the old man said. The girls looked around and became aware for the first time that a stranger had come. They instantly stopped fidgeting and stood like statues. The woman smiled. She seemed to have switched from anger to amusement. "Hello, I'm Clara," she said. "Pardon the commotion. We're a loud bunch. Get down, sir. You're welcome." July had not spoken in so long except for the few words he had said to Cholo and his ravings to Roscoe Brown that his voice came out cracked.
"Thank you. I wouldn't want to trouble you," he said.
Clara laughed. "You don't look strong enough to trouble nobody around here," she said. "We grow our own troubles. It would be a novelty to have some we ain't already used to. These are my daughters, Sally and Betsy." July nodded to the girls and got off his horse. After a ride, his legs stiffened and he had to hobble over to the porch. The baby was still fretting. The woman rocked it in her arms as she watched July hobble. "A snake bit him," Cholo observed. "I guess I rolled into it at night," July said. "I never even seen it. Just woke up with a yellow leg." "Well, if you've lived this long, I expect you have nothing to fear," Clara said. "We'll get some food in you. The way sick people have been turning up lately, I sometimes think we ought to go out of the horse business and open a hospital. Come on in the house. You girls set him a place." The old man helped him up the steps and into the roomy kitchen. Clara was poking the fire in the cook stove, the baby still held in one arm. "If you'd like a wash first, I'll have the girls draw some water," Clara said. "I didn't get your name." "I'm July Johnson," July said. "I come from Arkansas." Clara almost dropped the poker. The girls had told her the little scar-faced man had said the woman they were with was married to a sheriff named Johnson from Arkansas. She hadn't given the story much credence. The woman didn't strike her as the marrying type. Besides, the little man had whispered something to the effect that the big buffalo hunter considered himself married to her. The girls thought it mighty exciting having a woman in the house who was married to 2 men. And if that wasn't complicated enough, the woman herself claimed to be married to D. Boot, the gunfighter they had hung last week. Cholo had been in town when the hanging took place and reported that the hanging had gone smoothly. Clara looked more closely at the man standing in her kitchen. He was very thin and in a kind of daze, probably couldn't quite believe that he was still alive after such a journey. She had felt that way herself upon arriving in Ogallala after a trip over the plains with Bob, and she hadn't been snake-bit or had any particular adventures. But if he was married to the woman, the baby drooling on her bosom might be his. Clara felt a flash of annoyance, most of it with herself. She'd already grown attached to the baby. She liked to lie in bed with him and watch him try to work his tiny hands. He would peer at her for long stretches, frowning, as if trying to figure life out. But when Clara laughed at him and gave him her finger to hold, he would stop frowning and gurgle happily. Apart from the colic, he seemed to be a healthy baby. She knew the mother was probably still in Ogallala and that she ought to take the child into town and see if the woman had had a change of heart and wanted her son, but she kept putting it off. It would be discouraging to have to give him up. She told herself if the mother didn't want him bad enough to come and get him, then the mother was too foolish to have him. She reminded herself it was time she got out of the habit of babies. She wouldn't be likely to get any more, and she knew she ought to figure out another way to keep herself amused. But she did like babies. Few things were as likely to cheer her up. She had never seriously supposed a father would turn up, but now one had, standing in her kitchen, dirty, tired, and with a badly discolored leg. Clara poked the fire a time or two more, trying to adjust to the surprise. Then she turned and looked at July. "Mr. Johnson," she said, "are you looking for your wife by any chance?" July almost fell over from surprise.
"Yes. Her name is Ellie." "Elmira," he said. "How'd you ever know?" He began to tremble. Clara came over, took his arm, and led him to a chair. The girls were standing in the doorway watching every move. "I've been looking for Ellie all the way," July said. "I didn't even know she'd come this way. She's not a large woman. I was afraid she might have died. Have you seen her?"
"Yes," Clara said. "She stopped here for the night about 3 weeks ago in the company of 2 buffalo hunters." To July it seemed too much of a miracle that with the whole plains to cross, he and Ellie would strike the same house. The woman, who was watching him intently, seemed to read his mind. "We get a lot of travelers," she said, as though he hadn't spoken. "Situating this place right here was one of the smartest things my husband ever did. Anyone coming along the Platte who might need a horse isn't going to miss us. We're on the only road. If we hadn't located on this road, we'd have been starved out long ago."
"It seems," July said, and he couldn't finish. It was all he had hoped for, to be able to find her someday. He had risked and lost 3 lives to do it, and though Ellie wasn't right there, surely she was in town. He began to tremble and then to cry. He couldn't help it. His hopes were to be answered, after all. Silently, Clara handed him a rough dish towel. She scowled fiercely at the girls until they backed off. She followed them out the back door to give the man a moment to collect himself.
"Why is he crying?" Betsy asked. "He's just unnerved. He's come along a long way, and I imagine he had stopped expecting to make it," Clara said.
"But he's a man,"
Sally said. Their father had never cried as far as she knew. "Men have tears in them too, same as you," Clara said. "Go draw some water. I think we might offer him a bath."
She went back in. July had not quite gained control of himself. He was too shaken with relief. The baby, now in a good mood, was mouthing its own fingers and rolling its eyes up to her. Might as well tell the man, she thought. She pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. "Mr. Johnson, I guess I've got another piece of news for you," Clara said. She looked from the baby's face to his, seeking resemblances. It seemed to her the foreheads were the same, and though the child had little hair, the little was the same color as July's. He was not a bad-looking man, just gaunt from his travels and dirty. She had a notion to make him shave when he had rested, so she could compare his face with the baby's. He could use Bob's razor. 1 week ago she had stropped it and shaved Bob. July looked at her as she fiddled with the baby. The tears had left him feeling empty, but his gratitude to the woman just for being there and treating him kindly was so great that he felt he might cry again if he tried to speak. The woman seemed too beautiful and too kind to be true. It was clear she was older. She had fine wrinkles around her mouth, but her skin was still soft, and her face, as she wiggled the baby's little hand with 1 finger, was very beautiful. The thought of more news troubled him a little, though. Probably one of Elmira's companions had stolen something or made some mischief. "If that woman was your wife, I guess this child is yours," Clara said. "She had it the night she was here. Then she left. She was very anxious to get to town. I don't believe she realized what a fine boy she had. We all took to him right away around this place." July had not really looked at the baby. He had supposed it belonged to Clara. She had said her name was Clara. She was watching him closely with her kind gray eyes. But what she said seemed so unlikely that he couldn't really credit it. Elmira had said nothing to him about wanting a baby or planning to have one or anything. To him, so tired he could hardly sit straight, it just meant another mystery. Maybe it explained why Elmira ran away, though it didn't to him. As for the little boy wiggling in Clara's lap, he didn't know what to think. The notion that he had a son was too big a notion. His mind wouldn't really approach it. The thought made him feel lost again as he had felt out on the plains. Clara saw that he was past dealing with it for the moment. "I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson," she said immediately, getting up. "I should be cooking instead of worrying you with things you're too tired to deal with. You eat and go rest. This boy will still be here. We can discuss it tomorrow." July didn't answer, but he felt he was remiss. Not only was Clara going to a lot of trouble to feed him, she was taking care of a baby that might be his.
He tried to think of things he might do or say, but nothing came to mind. Clara went cheerfully about the cooking, holding the baby in her arms most of the time, but occasionally plunking him on the table for a minute if she needed both hands for the work. "Just catch him if he starts to roll," she said. "That's all I ask." She fed July beefsteak and potatoes and peas. July felt he would be too tired to eat, and yet at the smell of the food his appetite returned and he ate every bite. "I made Bob build me a windbreak," she said. "I watched my gardens blow away for 10 or 12 years, and I finally got tired of it." July looked at her questioningly. "Bob's my husband," she said. "He's injured. We don't hold out too much hope for him." She had strained and heated a little milk, and while July ate, she fed the baby using a big nipple she had fixed over a fruit jar. "We use this nipple for the colts," she said. "Sometimes the mares don't have their milk at first. It's a good thing this boy's got a big mouth." The child was sucking greedily on the nipple, which was quite large, it seemed to July. "I've been calling him Martin," Clara said. "Since he's yours, you may want to change it. I think Martin is a nice name for a man. A man named Martin could be a judge or maybe go into politics. My girls fancy the name, too." "I don't guess he's mine," July said. "Ellie never mentioned anything about it." Clara laughed. It surprised him. "Had you been married long?" she asked. "About 6 months," July said, "when she left." "Oh, well, you were newlyweds then," Clara said. "She might have been put out with you and decided not to tell you." "She had another boy, Joe," July said. "He went with me when I went after Jake Spoon. Only Joe got killed on the plains. Ellie don't know it yet." "Did you say Jake Spoon?" Clara said. "I know Jake. We courted once. I saw him in Ogallala about a year ago, but the woman he was with didn't like my looks, so we didn't talk much. Why were you after Jake?" July could barely remember it all. It seemed to have happened so long ago. "Jake was gambling, and a fight got started," he said. "Jake shot off a buffalo gun, and the bullet went through the wall and killed my brother. I was out of town at the time. Peach, my sister-in-law, wanted me to go after Jake. I wish now I hadn't." "It sounds accidental to me," Clara said, "though I know that's no consolation to your family. Jake was no killer." "Well, I didn't catch him anyway," July said. "Elmira ran off, and Roscoe come and told me. Now Roscoe's dead, too. I don't guess it could be my baby." Clara was still studying the two faces, the little one and the gaunt, tired one. It interested her what came across from parent to child. "When did your wife run off?" she asked. "Oh, it's been over 4 months," July said. "A long time." Clara chuckled. "Mr. Johnson, I don't think arithmetic's your strong suit," she said. "I think this is young Mr. Johnson you're looking at. I had that figured out even without the dates, but the dates jibe pretty well." July didn't know what to say. Clara seemed delighted with her conclusion, but he didn't feel anything at all. It was just a puzzle. "I guess I'm awful," Clara said. "Any kind of company affects me this way. I shouldn't be bothering you when you're so tired. The girls are drawing water. You have a bath. You can sleep in their room. It's a good bed." Later, when he had bathed and fallen into a sleep so deep that he didn't even turn over for several hours, Clara brought the baby in and peeked at July. He hadn't shaved, but at least he had washed. Cleaned of dirt, he looked very young, only a few years older than her oldest boy would have been had he lived. Then she went to look at Bob for a moment. An ugly ooze had been seeping onto his pillow. The stitches in his head had been removed, but underneath the wound seemed hot. It might be a new infection. Clara cleaned it as best she could and took the baby out on her little porch. "Well, Martin, your pa showed up," she said, grinning at the baby. "It's a good thing we got a house right on the road. I wonder what your pa will think of us when he gets his wits together." The baby waved a hand in the warm air. Down at the lots, the girls were watching Cholo work with a 2-year-old filly. Clara looked at the baby and offered it her finger. "We don't much care what your pa thinks of us, do we, Martin?" she said. "We already know what we think of him." 78. Lorena was sitting in her tent when Gus returned. She had been sitting there hoping he wasn't dead. It was an unreasoning fear she had that Gus might die. He had only been gone 3 days, but it seemed longer to her. The cowboys didn't bother her, but she was uneasy anyway. Dish Boggett set up her tent at night and stayed close by, but it meant nothing to her. Gus was the only man she wanted to look after her. Then before it was quite dark, she heard horses and looked out to see Gus riding toward her. She was so glad she wanted to run out to him, but Dish Boggett was nearby trimming his horse's feet, so she kept still. "She's just fine, Gus," Dish said when Gus dismounted. "I looked after her as best I could." "I'm much obliged," Augustus said. "She won't hardly even look at me," Dish said. He said it mildly, but he didn't feel it mildly. Lorena's indifference pained him more than anything he had ever experienced. "Did you catch the horse thieves?" he asked. "We did, but not before they murdered Wilbarger and 4 other people," Augustus said. "Hang 'em?" "Yes, hung them all, including Jake Spoon." "Well, I'll swear," Dish said, shocked. "I didn't like the man, but I never figured him for a killer." "He wasn't a killer," Augustus said. "Jake liked to joke and didn't like to work. I've got exactly the same failings. It's lucky I ain't been hung." He pulled the saddle off his tired horse. The horse lay down and had a good roll, scratching its sweaty back. "Howdy do, miss," Augustus said, opening the tent. "Give me a hug." Lorena did. It made her blush that he just asked like that. "If hugs are to be had for the asking, what about kisses?" Augustus asked. Lorena turned her face up. The feel of his whiskers made her want to cry, and she held him as tight as she could. "I wish we'd brought a bathtub on this trip," Augustus said, grinning. "I'm so dirty it's like kissing a groundhog." Later, he went to the chuck wagon and brought back some supper. They ate outside the tent. In the distance, the Irishman was singing. Gus told her about Jake, but Lorena felt little. Jake hadn't come to find her. For days she had hoped he would, but when he didn't, and her hope died, the memory of Jake died with it. When she listened to Gus talk about him, it was as if he were talking about a man she hadn't known. She had a stronger memory of Xavier Wands. Sometimes she dreamed of Xavier, standing with his dish rag in the dry bean. She remembered how he had cried the morning she left, how he'd offered to take her to Galveston. But she didn't remember Jake particularly. He had faded into all the other men who had come and gone. He'd got a thorn in his hand, she remembered that, but she didn't remember much else. She didn't much care that he was dead. He wasn't a good man, like Gus. What scared her was all the death. Now that she had found Gus, it was very frightening to her to think that he might die. She didn't want to be without him. Yet that very night, she dreamed that he had died and she couldn't find the body. When she came out of the dream and heard him breathing, she clung so tightly to him that he woke up. It was very hot, and her clinging made them sweaty. "What scared you?" Augustus asked. "I dreamed you died," Lorena said. "I'm sorry I woke you." Augustus sat up. "Don't fret," he said. "I need to go water the grass anyway." He went out, made water, and stood in the moonlight a while, cooling off. There was no breeze in the tent, so Lorena came out too. "It's a good thing this grass don't depend on me," Augustus said. "There's a lot more of it than I can get watered." They were on a plain of grass so huge that it was hard to imagine there was a world beyond it. The herd and themselves were like a dot, surrounded by endless grass. Lorena had come to like the space. It was a relief after her years of being crowded in a little saloon. Gus was staring at the moon and scratching himself. "I keep thinking we'll see the mountains," he said. "I grew up in the mountains, you know. Tennessee. I hear them Rockies are a lot higher than the Smokies. They say they have snow on top of them the year round, which you won't find in Tennessee." He sat down in the grass. "Let's sit out," he said. "We can nap in the morning. It will scandalize Call." "Why does he go off at night?" Lorena asked. "He goes off to be by himself," Augustus said. "Woodrow ain't a sociable man." Lorena remembered her other worry, the woman in Nebraska. "When will we get there, Gus?" she asked. "Nebraska, I mean." "I ain't sure," he said. "Nebraska's north of the Republican River, which we ain't come to yet. It might take us 3 weeks yet." Lorena felt a dread she couldn't get rid of. She might lose him to the woman. The strange trembling started. It was beyond her control. Gus put his arms around her to make it stop. "Well, it's natural to worry," he said. "This is a chancy life. What's the main thing that worries you?" "I'm feared you'll die," Lorena said. Augustus chuckled. "Darn right I'll die," he said. "What else worries you?" "I'm feared you'll marry that woman," she said. "I doubt it," Augustus said. "That woman had 2 or 3 chances to marry me already, and she didn't take them. She's an independent type, like you used to be." That was so, Lorena reflected. She had been quite independent, but now all she could think of was keeping Gus. She wasn't ashamed, though. He was worth keeping. "It's funny humans take to the daylight so," he said. "Lots of animals would rather work at night." Lorena wanted him to want her. She knew he did want her, but he had done nothing. She didn't care about it, but if she could be sure that he still wanted her, then the dread of losing him might go away. "Let's go in," she whispered, hoping he'd know what she meant. He immediately turned to her with a grin. My, he said. "Times do change. I remember when I had to cheat at cards to get a poke. We don't have to go in that old hot tent. I'll drag the bedding out here." Lorena didn't care that the cowboys might see or who might see. Gus had become her only concern. The rest of the world could watch out, but Gus merely hugged her and gave her a kiss. Then he held her tight all night, and when the sun woke her, the herd was already gone. "Did anybody see us?" she asked. "If they did, they're lucky," Augustus said. "They won't get too many chances to see such beauties as us." He laughed and got up to make the coffee. 79. Newt couldn't get Jake out of his mind. How he had smiled at the end and given him his horse. He rode the horse every 3rd day and liked his gait so much that he soon became his favorite horse. Jake hadn't told him what the horse's name was, which worried Newt. A horse needed a name. Jake's hanging had happened so quickly that it was hard to remember. It was like a terrible dream of the kind you can only remember parts of. He remembered the shock it had been to see Jake with his hands tied, sitting on his horse with a noose around his neck. He remembered how tired Jake looked, too tired even to care that he was going to be hung. Also, nobody talked much. There should have been some discussion, it seemed to Newt. Jake might have had a good excuse for being there, but nobody even asked him for it. Not only had no one talked at the hanging, no one had talked since either. Captain Call kept well to himself, riding far from the herd all day and sleeping apart at night. Mr. Gus stayed back with Lorena, only showing up at mealtimes. Dietz was very quiet when he was around, and he wasn't around much. He spent his days scouting far ahead of the herd, which was traveling easily. The Texas bull had assumed the lead position, passing Old Dog almost every day and only giving up the lead to go snort around the tails of whatever cows interested him. He had lost none of his belligerence. Dish, who rode the point, had come to hate him even more than Needle Nelson did. "I don't know why we don't cut him," Dish said. It's only a matter of time before he kills one of us. If he kills me, he'll die with me, Needle said grimly. Of course, all the hands were curious about Jake. They asked endless questions. The fact that the farmers had been burned puzzled them. "Do you think they was trying to make people think Indians did it?" Jasper asked. "No, Dan Suggs just did it because he felt like it," P.I. said. "What's more, he hung 'em after they were already dead. Shot 'em, hung 'em, and then burned 'em." "He must have been a hard case, that Dan," Jasper said. "I seen him once. He had them little squint eyes." "I'm glad he never squinted them at me if that's the way he behaves to white men," Needle said. "What was Jake doing with an outfit like that?" "If you ask my opinion, that whore that Gus has got was Jake's downfall," Bert Borum volunteered. "You can keep your damn opinion to yourself if that's what you think," Dish said. He was as touchy as ever where Lorena was concerned. "Just because you're in love with a whore don't mean I can't express my opinion," Bert countered. "You can express it and I can knock your darn teeth down your throat for you," Dish said. "Lori didn't make Jake Spoon into no criminal." Bert had always considered that Dish had been awarded the top hand position unfairly, and he was not about to put up with such insolence from him. He took his gun belt off, and Dish did the same. They squared off, but didn't immediately proceed to fisticuffs. Each walked cautiously around the other, watching for an opening. Their cautiousness provoked much jocularity in the onlookers. "Look at them priss around," Needle Nelson said. "I used to have a rooster I'd match against either one of them." "It'll be winter before they hit the first lick at this rate," Jasper said. Dish finally leaped at Bert, but instead of boxing, the two men grappled and were soon rolling on the ground, neither gaining much of an advantage. Call had seen the men square off, and he loped over. When he got there, they were rolling on the ground, both red in the face but doing one another no harm. He rode the hell bitch right up to them, and when they saw him, they both stopped. He had it in his mind to dress them down, but the fact that the other hands were laughing at their ineffectual combat was probably all that was needed. Anyway, the men were natural rivals in ability and could be expected to puff up at some point. He turned and rode back out of camp without saying a word to them. When he saw him go, Newt's heart sank. The captain said less and less to him or to anyone. Newt felt more and more of a need for somebody to talk about Jake. He had been the captain's friend and Mr. Gus's. It didn't seem right that he could be killed and buried and no more said. It was Dietz, finally, who understood and helped. Dietz was good at mending things, and one night as he was mending Newt's bridle, Newt said what was on his mind. "I wish we could at least have taken him to jail," Newt said. "They'd hang him too," Dietz said. "I expect he'd rather us did it." "I wish we hadn't even come," Newt said. "There's just too many people dying. I didn't think we'd ever kill Jake. It wasn't like an accident. If he didn't kill anybody, then it wasn't fair," he added. "Well, there was the horses, too," Dietz said. "He only liked pacers," Newt said. "He wouldn't be bothered to steal horses as long as he had one to ride. Just being along don't make him a horse thief." "It do to the captain," Dietz said. "It do to Mr. Gus." "They didn't even talk to him," Newt said bitterly. "They just hung him. They didn't even act like they were sorry." "They sorry," Dietz said. "Saying won't change it. He's gone. Don't worry about him. He's gone to the peaceful place." He put his hand for a moment on Newt's shoulder. "You need to rest your mind," he said. "Don't worry about the sleepers." How do you stop? Newt wondered. It wasn't a thing he could forget. P.I. mentioned it as he would mention the weather, something natural that just happened and was over. Only for Newt it wasn't over. Every day it would rise in his mind and stay there until something distracted him. Newt didn't know it, but Call, too, lived almost constantly with the thought of Jake Spoon. He felt half sick from thinking about it. He couldn't concentrate on the work at hand, and
Often if spoken to, he wouldn't respond. He wanted somehow to move time backwards to a point where Jake could have been saved. Many times in his thoughts he managed to save Jake, usually by having made him stay with the herd. As the herd approached the Republican, Call's thoughts were back on the Brazos, where Jake had been allowed to go astray. At night, alone, he grew bitter at himself for indulging in such pointless thoughts. It was like the business with Maggie that Gus harped on so. His mind tried to change it, have it different, but those too were pointless thoughts. Things thought and things said didn't make much difference, and with Gus spending all his time with a woman, there was very little said anyway. Sometimes Gus would come over and ride with him for a few miles, but they didn't discuss Jake Spoon. As such things went, it had been simple. He could remember hangings that had been harder. Once they had to hang a boy for something his father had made him do. When they sighted the Republican River, Gus was with him. From a distance, it didn't seem like much of a river. "That's the one that got the Pumphrey boy, ain't it?" Augusta said. "Hope it don't get none of us. We're a skinny outfit as it is." "We wouldn't be if you did any work," Call said. "Are you going to leave her in Ogallala or what?" "Are you talking about Lori or this mare I'm riding?" Augustus asked. "If it's Lori, it wouldn't kill you to use her name." "I don't see that it matters," Call said, though even as he said it, he remembered that it had seemed to matter to Maggie. She had wanted to hear him say her name. "You've got a name," Augusta said. "Don't it matter to you whether people use it?" "Not much," Call said. "No, I guess it wouldn't," Augusta said. "You're so sure you're right it doesn't matter to you whether people talk to you at all. I'm glad I've been wrong enough to keep in practice." "Why would you want to keep in practice being wrong?" Call asked. "I'd think it would be something you'd try to avoid." "You can't avoid it. You've got to learn to handle it," Augusta said. "If you only come face to face with your own mistakes once or twice in your life, it's bound to be extra painful. I face mine every day. That way they ain't usually much worse than a dry shave." "Anyway, I hope you leave her," Call said. "We might get in the Indians before we get to Montana." "I'll have to see," Augusta said. "We've grown attached. I won't leave her unless I'm sure she's in good hands." "Are you aiming to marry?" "I could do worse," Augusta said. "I've done worse twice, in fact. However, matrimony's a big step, and we ain't discussed it." "Of course, you ain't seen the other one yet," Call said. "That one's got a name, too. Clara," Augustus pointed out. "You are determined not to use names for females. I'm surprised you even named your mare." "P.I. named her," Call said. It was true. P.I. had done it the first time she bit him. That afternoon they swam the Republican without losing an animal. At supper afterward, Jasper Fant's spirits were high. He had built up an unreasoning fear of the Republican River and felt that once he crossed it he could count on living practically forever. He felt so good he even danced an impromptu jig. "You've missed your calling, Jasper," Augustus said, highly amused by this display. "You ought to try dancing in whorehouses. You might pick up a favor or two that you otherwise couldn't afford." "Reckon the captain will let us go to town once we get to Nebraska?" Needle asked. It seemed like a long time since there's been a town. "If you don't, I think I'll marry a heifer," Bert said. Po Campo sat with his back against a wagon wheel, jingling his tambourine. "It's going to get dry," he said. "Fine," Soupy replied. "I got wet enough down about the red to last me forever." "It's better to be wet than dry," Po Campo said. Usually cheerful, he had fallen into a somber mood. "It ain't if you drown," P.I. observed. "There won't be much to cook when it gets dry," Po said. Newt and the Rainey boys had begun to talk of whores. Surely the captain would let them go to town with the rest of the crew when they hit Ogallala. The puzzling thing was how much a whore might cost. The talk around the wagon was never very specific on that score. The Rainey boys were constantly tallying up their wages and trying to calculate whether they would be sufficient. What made it complicated
was that they had played cards for credit the whole way north. The older hands had done the same, and the debts were complicated. As the arrival in Ogallala began to dominate their thoughts almost entirely, the question of cash was constantly discussed, and many debts discounted on the promise of actual money.
"What if they don't pay us here?" the pessimistic Needle asked one night. "We signed on for Montana. We might not get no wages in Nebraska."
"Oh, the captain will pay us," Dish said.
Despite his attachment to Lorena, he was becoming as excited as the rest about going to town.
"Why would he?" Lippy asked. "He don't care whether you have a whore or not, Dish."
That sentiment struck everyone as almost undoubtedly true and established a general worry. By the time they crossed the stinking water, the worry had become so oppressive that many hands could think of nothing else. Finally, a delegation, headed by Jasper, approached Augustus on the subject. They surrounded him one morning when he came for breakfast and expressed their fear. Augustus had a big laugh when he figured out what was bothering them. "Why, you girls," he said, "all you want is orgies."
"No, it's horrors we want," Jasper said, a little irritated.
"It's fine for you to laugh. You got Lori." "Yes, but what's good for me ain't necessarily good for the weak-minded," Augustus said. However, the next day, he passed the word that everyone would be paid half wages in Ogallala. Call was not enthusiastic, but the men had worked well, and he couldn't oppose giving them a day in town. As soon as they heard the ruling, spirits improved, all except Po Campos. He continued to insist that it would be dry. 80. When Elmira's fever finally broke, she was so weak she could barely turn her head on the pillow. The first thing she saw was Zwei looking in the window of the doctor's little house. It was raining, but Zwei stood there in his buffalo coat looking in at her. The next day he was still there, and the next. She wanted to call out to him to see if he had news of Dee, but she was too weak. Her voice was just a whisper. The doctor who tended her, a short man with a red beard, seemed not much healthier than she was. He coughed so hard that sometimes he would have to set her medicine down to keep from spilling it. His name was Patrick Arundel, and his hand shook after each coughing fit. But he had taken her in and tended her almost constantly for the first week, expecting all the time that she would die. "He's as loyal as any dog," he whispered to her when she was well enough to understand conversation. For a while she had just stared back at him without comprehension when he spoke to her. He meant Zwei, of course. "I couldn't even get the man to go away and eat," the doctor told her. "I live on tea myself, but he's a big man. Tea won't keep him going. I guess he asked me 1,000 times if you were going to live." The doctor sat in a little thin frame chair by her bed and gave her medicine by the spoonful. "It's to build you up," he said. "You didn't hardly have no blood in you when you got here." Elmira wished there was a window shade so she couldn't see Zwei staring at her. He stared for hours. She could feel his eyes on her, but she was too weak to turn her head away. Luke seemed to be gone. At least he never showed up. "Where's Dee?" she whispered when her voice came back a little. The doctor didn't hear her. She said it so faint, but he happened to notice her lips move. She had to say it again. "Dee Boot," she whispered. "Oh, did you follow that story?" the doctor said. "Hung him right on schedule about a week after they brought you in. Buried him in Boot Hill. It's a good joke on him since his name was Boot. He killed a 9-year-old boy. He won't be missed around here." Elmira shut her eyes, hoping she could be dead. From then on, she spat out her medicine, letting it dribble onto the gown the doctor had given her. He didn't understand at first. "Sick to your stomach," he said. "That's natural. We'll try soup." He tried soup, and she spat that out too for a day, but she was too weak to fight the doctor, who was almost as patient as Zwei. They kept her jailed with their patience when all she wanted to do was die. Dee was gone, after she had come such a way and found him. She hated Zway and Luke for bringing her to the doctor. Surely she would have died right on the street if they hadn't. The last thing she wanted to do was get well and have to live. But days passed, and the doctor sat in a little chair feeding her soup, and Zway stared in the window, even though she wouldn't look. Even not looking, she could smell Zway. It was a hot summer, and the doctor left the window open all day. She could hear horses going by on the street and smell Zway standing there only a few feet from her. Flies bothered her. The doctor asked if she wanted Zway to come in, for he would be only too happy to sit and shoo the flies, but Elmira didn't answer. If Dee was dead, she was through with talk. It occurred to her one night that she could ask Zway to shoot her. He would give her a gun, of course, but she didn't think she had the strength to pull the trigger. Better to ask him to shoot her. That would solve it. And they wouldn't do much to Zway if he told them he killed her at her own request. Just thinking of such a simple solution seemed to ease her mind a bit. She could have Zway shoot her. And yet, days passed, and she got so she could sit up in bed, and she didn't do it. Her mind kept going back to the spot of sunlight where Dee's face had vanished. His face had just faded into the sunlight. She couldn't stop thinking of it. In dreams, she would see it so clearly that she would wake up to the sound of Zway's snoring. He slept outside her window, with his back to the wall of the house. His snores were so loud a person might have thought a bull was sleeping there. "What went with Luke?" she asked him one day. "Went to Santa Fe," Zway said. It had been a month since she had spoken to him. He thought probably she never would again. "Hired on with some traders," he said. "Come all this way, and then headed back." "I guess your child didn't live," the doctor said one day. "I wouldn't have expected it to out on the prairie with you having such a close call." Elmira didn't answer. She remembered her breasts hurting, that was all. She had forgotten the child, the woman with the 2 daughters, the big house. Maybe the baby was dead. Then she remembered July and Arkansas and a lot that she had forgotten. It was just as well forgotten. None of it mattered compared to Dee. It was all past, well past. Someday she would have Zway shoot her and she wouldn't have to think about things anymore. But she put it off, and in time got well enough to walk. She didn't go far, just to the door to get a chamber pot or put one out of the room. The heat made the smells worse. Even Zway had finally taken off his buffalo coat. He stood at the window in an old shirt with holes worn in it so that the thick hairs of his chest poked through. The doctor never asked her about money. Though she had gotten better, he hadn't. She could hear him coughing through the wall, and sometimes saw him spit into a handkerchief. His hands trembled badly, and he always smelled of whiskey. It troubled her that he didn't ask her for money. She'd always been one to pay her way. Finally, she mentioned it. She knew Zway would go to work and get money for her if she asked him to. "You have to let me know what I owe," she said, but Patrick Arundel just shook his head. "I came here to get away from money," he said. "Did it too. I got away from it, and it ain't easy to get away from money." Elmira didn't mention it again. If he wanted to be paid, he could mention it. She had tried. Then one day, with no warning from anyone, the door to her room opened, and July walked in. Zway was standing at the window when it happened. July's face seemed thinner. "I found you, Ellie," he said, and there were tears in his eyes. Zway was watching, but because of the shadows she didn't know if he could see that July was crying. Elmira looked away. She didn't know what to do. Mainly she regretted that she had not had Zway shoot her. Now July had found her. He had not come all the way in the room, but he was standing there with the door half open, waiting for her to ask him in. She didn't ask him in, didn't speak. It seemed she would always have bad luck. If he could come all that way across the plains and still find her. Finally, July came in the room and closed the door. "The doctor says you're strong enough to talk," July said, wiping his eyes on his shirt sleeve. "You don't have to talk, though. You just lie there and get well. I won't stay very long. I just wanted you to know I came." Elmira looked at him once and then looked at the wall. "Well, you're a fool," she thought. "You ought not to have followed. You ought to just told folks I was dead." "I got one piece of bad news," July said, and his eyes filled up again. "It's real bad, and it's my fault. Joe got killed. Him and Roscoe and a girl. An outlaw killed him. I ought to have stayed with him, but I don't know if it would have come out different if I had." "He wouldn't be here telling me anyway," Elmira thought. The news about Joe didn't touch her. She'd never thought much about Joe. He had come when she had other things to worry about, and she had never gotten the habit of worrying about him. He gave her less trouble than July, though. At least he had sense enough to figure out she didn't want to be bothered with him and had let her alone. If he was dead, that was that. She didn't remember him well. He hadn't talked much. He'd just run out of luck on the plains. It might have happened to her, and she wished it had. "Ellie, the baby's fine," July said. "I didn't even know it was ours. That's the funny thing. I seen Clara holding it, and I had no notion it was ours. She named him Martin, if that's all right with you. I guess we got our own family now," July added. His heart was sinking so that his voice almost failed, for Ellie had not turned her head or given much more than a momentary sign of recognition. She hadn't spoken. He wanted to think it was just her weakness, but he knew it was more than that. She wasn't happy that he had found her. She didn't care about the baby, didn't even care that Joe was dead. Her face had not changed expression since the first look of surprise. And all the while, the large man with the holes in his shirt stood at the window silently looking in. He was one of the buffalo hunters, July supposed. The doctor had spoken well of the man, mentioning how loyal he was to Elmira. But July didn't understand why he was standing there, and his heart was sinking because Ellie wouldn't look at him. He had come such a way, too. But she wouldn't, and he didn't think it was just because she was sick. "We'll bring the baby in whenever you want it," July said. "I can rent a room till you're better. He's a strong baby. Clara says it won't hurt him a bit to come in. They've got a little wagon." Elmira waited. If she didn't talk, sooner or later he would leave. His voice was shaky. He sat down in the chair the doctor usually sat in by the bedside. After a moment, he took one of her hands. Zway was still looking in. July only held her hand for a moment. He dropped it and stood up. "I'll check every few days, Ellie," he said. "The doctor can send for me if you need me." He paused. In the face of her silence, he didn't know what to say. She sat propped up against the pillow, silent. It was almost as if she were dead. It reminded him of times in Arkansas, times in the loft when he felt as if he were with someone who wasn't there. When he had found out she was alive and at the doctor's in Ogallala, he had gone off behind Clara's saddle shed and wept for an hour from relief. After all the worry and doubt, he had found her. But now, in a minute, the relief was gone, and he was reminded of all her difficulties, how nothing he did pleased her, not even finding her in Ogallala. He didn't know what more to do or say. She had married him and carried his child, and yet she wouldn't turn her head to look at him. Maybe it's too soon, he thought, as he stumbled in a daze of pain and worry out of the doctor's house. The big man was there watching.
"I'm much obliged for all the help you've given Ellie," he said. "I'll pay you back for any expense."
Zwei said nothing, and July walked away to get his horse. Ellie saw him ride past the window. She got up and watched him until he was out of sight. Zwei stood watching too. "Zwei," Elmira said, "get the wagon. I want to go." Zwei was surprised. He had got used to her being in the bed in the doctor's house. He liked standing in the warm sun watching her. She was so pretty in the bed.
"Ain't you sick?"
he asked. "No, get the wagon," she said. "I want to go today."
"Go which way?"
he asked. "Go," Elmira said. "Go away from here. I don't care where. Over to St. Louis will do."
"I don't know the way to St. Louis," Zwei said.
"Oh, get the wagon. We'll find the way," she said. "There's a road, I guess." She was out of patience with men. They were great ones for asking questions. Even Zwei asked him, and he could barely talk. Zwei did as he was told. The doctor was gone, treating a farmer who had broken his hip. Elmira thought about leaving him a note, but didn't. The doctor was smart. He would figure out soon enough that she was gone. And before the sun set, they left Ogallala going east. Elmira rode in the wagon on a buffalo skin. Zwei drove. His horse was hitched to the rear of the wagon. She had asked him to take her, which made him proud. Luke had tried to confuse him, but now Luke was gone, and the man who came to see Elmira had been left behind. She had asked him to take her, not the other man. It must mean that they were married, just as he had hoped. She didn't say much to him, but she had asked him to take her, and that knowledge made him feel happy. He would take her anywhere she asked. The only troublesome thought he had was the result of something the man at the livery stable said. He had been a dried-up little fellow, smaller than Luke. He'd asked which way they were going, and Zwei pointed east. He knew St. Louis was east. "You might as well leave your scalps then," the man said. "Have 'em sent by mail once you get there."
"Why?"
Zwei asked, puzzled. He had never heard of anyone sending a scalp in the mail. "Because of the Sioux," the man said.
"We never saw no Indians the whole way from Texas,"
Zwei remarked. "You might not see the Sioux either," the man said, "but they'll see you. You're a damn fool to take a woman east of here." Zwei mentioned it to Elmira while he was helping her into the wagon.
"There might be Indians that way,"
he said. "I don't care," Elmira said. "Let's go." Many nights on the trail from Texas she had lain awake in terror of Indians. They saw none, but the fear stayed with her all the way to Nebraska. She had heard too many stories. Now she didn't care. The sickness had changed her, that and the death of Dee. She had lost the fear. A few miles from town they stopped and camped. She lay awake in the wagon much of the night. Zwei slept on the ground, snoring, his rifle held tightly in his big hands. She wasn't sleepy, but she wasn't afraid either. It was cloudy, and the plains were very dark. Anything could come out of the darkness. Indians, bandits, snakes. The doctor had claimed there were panthers. All she heard was the wind rustling in the grass. Her only worry was that July might follow. He had followed all the way from Texas. He might follow again. Maybe Zwei would kill him if he followed. It was peculiar that she disliked July so, but she did. If he didn't leave her alone, she would have Zwei kill him. Zwei woke early. The man at the livery stable had worried him. He had been in 3 Indian fights, but both times he had several men with him. Now it was just he who would have to do all the fighting if it came to that. He wished Luke hadn't been so quick to rush off to Santa Fe. Luke didn't always behave right, but he was a good shot.
The livery stable man acted as if they were as good as dead. It was morning, and they weren't dead, but Zwei felt worried. He felt perhaps he had not explained things well to Ellie. "It's them, Ogallala Sioux," he said, looking in the wagon at her. It was a warm morning, and she had thrown off the blankets. "He said the army had them all stirred up," he added. "I'll stir you up if you don't quit blabbing to me about Indians," Elmira said. "I told you yesterday I want to get going a good ways before July shows up in town again." Her eyes flashed when she spoke, as they had before she got sick. Ashamed to have angered her, Zwei began to stir the fire under the coffee pot. 81. When July came back from town, he was so depressed he couldn't speak. Clara had asked him to do a few errands, but the visit with Elmira troubled him so that he had forgotten them. Even after he got back to the ranch, he didn't remember that he had been asked to do anything. Clara saw at once that he had sustained some blow. When she saw him come back without even the mail, it had been on her tongue to say something about his poor memory. She and the girls hungered for the magazines and catalogs that came in the mail, and it was a disappointment to have someone ride right past the post office and not pick them up. But July looked so low that she refrained from speaking. At the supper table, she tried several times to get a word or two out of him, but he just sat there, scarcely even touching his food. He had been ravenous since coming off the plains, so whatever the blow was, it was serious. She knew he was a man who was grateful for any kindness. She had shown him several, and she showed him another by holding her tongue and giving him time to get past whatever had happened in town. But there was something about his silent, sunken manner that irritated her. "Everything's gloomy," Betsy said. Betsy was quick to pick up moods. "Yep," Clara said. She was holding the baby, who was babbling and gumming his fist. "It's a good thing we got Martin here," she said. "He's the only man we got who can still talk." "He don't talk," Sally said. "That ain't talk." "Well, it's sound, at least," Clara said. "I think you're mean," Sally said. She was quick to attack mother and sister alike. "Daddy's sick or he'd talk." "All right," Clara said. "I'll take that back." In fact, she could remember 1,000 meals when Bob hadn't said a word. "I think you're mean," Sally repeated, not satisfied. "Yes, and you're my equal," Clara said, looking at her daughter. July realized it all had something to do with him, but he couldn't get his mind on it. He carried his plate to the sink and thanked Clara for the meal. Then he went out on the front porch, glad it was a dark night. He felt he would cry. It was puzzling. He didn't know what to do. He'd never heard of a wife doing any of the things Elmira had done. He sat on the steps of the porch, sadder and more bewildered than he had been even on the night when he got back to the river and discovered the 3 bodies. There was nothing to do about death, but Elmira was alive. He had to do something. He just didn't know what. The girls came out and chattered behind him for a while, but he paid them no mind. He had a headache and thought he ought to lie down, except that lying down usually made his headaches worse. Clara came out, still holding the baby, and sat in a rocker. "You seem to be feeling poorly, Mr. Johnson," she said. "Just call me July," he said. "I'll be happy to," she said. "You can drop the Mrs. too. I think we know one another well enough for first names now." July didn't think he knew her very well, but he didn't say it. He didn't think he knew any woman. "I need to ask you a favor," she said. "Could you help me turn my husband, or are you feeling too poorly?" He would help her, of course. Several times he had helped her with her husband. The man had lost so much weight that July could simply lift him while Clara changed the bedding. The first time it bothered him a good deal, for the man never closed his eyes. That night he worried about what the man might think, another man coming in with his wife. Clara was businesslike about it, telling him what to do when he was slow.
July wondered if the man was listening and what he was thinking in case he was. Clara handed him a lantern and they went inside. She left the baby with the girls for a minute. Clara stopped at the door of her bedroom and listened before going in. "Every time I come, I expect he'll have stopped breathing," she said. "I always stop and listen." The man was breathing, though. July lifted him, and Clara removed the sheets. "Darn it, I forgot the water," she said, going to the door. "Sally, bring up the bucket," she yelled, and in a little while the girl appeared with it. "Betsy's going to let the baby fall off the bed," she said. "She don't know how to hold it." "Well, she better learn," Clara said. "You girls quit fighting over that baby." July felt embarrassed holding the sick, naked man while his wife sponged him with warm water. It seemed very improper to him. Clara seemed to understand how he felt and made the bed quickly. "It's just nurse work, Mr. Johnson," she said. "I tried keeping clothes on him, but it's no good. The poor man can't control himself." She stopped and looked at him. "I forgot I was supposed to call you July," she said. July felt that his head would burst. He didn't care what she called him. It hurt so that he could hardly walk straight on the stairs. He bumped into the door at the foot of the stairs. Above them, the baby was squalling. Clara was about to go and see to the baby, but when she saw July stumble into the door, she changed her mind. He went back out on the porch and sank on the steps as if at the end of his strength. Clara reached down and put her palm against his forehead, which caused him to jump as if he had been struck. "My goodness, you're shy as a colt," she said. "I thought you might be feverish, but you ain't." "It's just my head," he said. "You need a cool rag, then," she said. She went back into the house and got a rag and a little water. She made him let her bathe his forehead and temples. He had to admit the cool water felt good. "Thank you," he said. "Oh, you don't have to thank me for a wash rag," Clara said. "I'm not much of a nurse. It's one of my failings. I'm too impatient. I'll give a person a week or two, and then if they don't improve, I'd just about as soon they'd die. Not children," she added a little later. "I ain't that harsh with children. I'd rather have them sick 5 years than to lose one. It's just my observation that nursing don't do that much good. People get well if they're able, or else they die." They were silent for several minutes. "Did you find your wife?" Clara asked. "It ain't my business, I know, but I'll ask you anyway." "Yes," July said. "She was at the doctor's." "She must not have been very glad to see you," Clara said. July wished she would leave him alone. She had taken him in and fed him, saved his wife and cared for his child, and yet he did wish she would just leave him alone. He felt so weak himself that if he hadn't been braced against the porch railing, he might have rolled off the steps. He had nothing to say and nothing to offer. And yet there was something tireless in Clara that never seemed to stop. His head hurt so he felt like shooting himself. The baby was squalling overhead, and yet she would ask questions. "I guess she's still sick," he said. "She didn't say much." "Did she want the baby?" "She didn't say," July said. "Did she ask any questions about it at all?" "No," July admitted. "She never said a word." The baby had stopped crying. They heard a horse splash out of the river. Cholo was coming in late. Even with no moon, they could see his white hair as he trotted to the corrals. "July, I know you're tired," Clara said. "I expect you're heartsick. I'm going to say a terrible thing to you. I used to be ladylike, but Nebraska's made me blunt. I don't think that woman wants you or the baby either. I don't know what she does want, but she left that baby without even looking at it." "She must have been addled," July said. "She had a hard trip." Clara sighed. "She had a hard trip, but she wasn't addled," she said. "Not every woman wants every child, and plenty of wives don't want the husbands they took. It's your child and her child," she added, "but I don't think she wants it, and if she means to prove me wrong, she better do it soon." July didn't know what she meant and didn't really care. He felt too low to pay any attention. "I like young things," Clara said. "Babies and young horses. I get attached real quick. They don't have to be mine." She paused. She knew he wished she'd shut up, but she was determined to say what was on her mind. "I'm getting attached to Martin," she said. "He ain't mine, but he ain't your wife's anymore either. Young things mainly belong to themselves. How they grow up depends on who gets attached to them. I'll take Martin if she don't or you don't." "But your husband's sick," July said. "Why would the woman want a baby to care for when she had 2 girls to manage and a big horse outfit to run?" "My husband's dying," Clara said. "But whether he's dead or alive, I'll still raise that child." "I don't know what to do," July said. "It's been so long since I've done anything right that I can't remember it. I don't know if I'll ever get Ellie back to Fort Smith. They might even have hired a new sheriff by now." "Finding a job's the least of your problems," Clara said. "I'll give you a job if you want one. Cholo's been doing Bob's work and his too, and he can't keep it up forever." "I always lived in Arkansas," July said. It had never occurred to him that he might settle anywhere else. Clara laughed. "Go to bed," she said. "I've worried you enough for one night." He went, but the next morning at breakfast he didn't look much better or feel much better. He would scarcely talk to the girls, both of whom doted on him. Clara sent them off to gather eggs so she could have a word or two more with July in private. "Did you understand what I said last night about raising Martin?" she asked. July hadn't. He wished she would just be quiet. He had no idea what to do next, and hadn't since he left Fort Smith many months ago. At moments, what he wanted was just to go home. Let Ellie go if she didn't want to be his wife. Let Clara have the baby if she wanted him so much. He had once felt competent being a sheriff. Maybe if he went back and stuck to it, he would someday feel competent again. He didn't know how much longer he could stand to feel such a failure. "If your wife don't want Martin, do you have a mother or sisters that would want to raise him?" Clara asked. "The point is, I don't want to keep him a year or 2 and then give him up. If I have to give him up, I'd rather do it soon." "No, Ma's dead," July said. "I just had brothers." "I've lost 3 boys," Clara said. "I don't want to lose another to a woman who keeps changing her mind." "I'll ask her," July said. "I'll go back in a day or 2. Maybe she'll be feeling better." But he found he couldn't stand it to wait. He had to see her again, even if she wouldn't look at him. At least he could look at her and know he had found her after all. Maybe, if he was patient, she would change. He saddled and rode to town. But when he got to the doctor's, no one was there at all. The room Ellie had been in was empty, the big man no longer to be found. By asking around, he found the doctor, who was delivering a baby in one of the whorehouses. "She's left," the doctor said. "I came home yesterday and she was gone. She didn't leave a note." "But she was sick," July said. "Only unhappy," Patrick Arundel said. He felt sorry for the young man. 5 idle young whores were listening to the conversation while one of their friends lay in labor in the next room. "She took it hard when they hung that killer," he added. "That and the childbirth nearly killed her. I thought she would die. She ran one of the highest fevers I've ever seen. It's a good sign that she left. It means she's decided to live a little longer." The man at the livery stable shook his head when July asked which way they went. "The wrong way," he said. "If they get past them Sioux, they're lucky people." July felt frantic. He had not even brought his rifle to town or his bedroll or anything. They had a day's start, though they were traveling in a wagon and would have to move slow. Still, he would lose another half day going back to the ranch to get his gear. He was tempted to follow with just his pistol, and he even rode to the east end of town. But there were the vast, endless plains. They had almost swallowed him once. He turned back, racing for the ranch. He wore the horse half down, and he remembered it was a borrowed horse, so he slowed up. By the time he got back to Clara's, he was not racing at all. He seemed to have no strength, and his head hurt again. He was barely able to unsaddle. Instead of going right to the house, he sat down behind the saddle shed and wept. Why would Ellie keep leaving? And what was he supposed to do? Didn't she know about the Indians? It seemed he would have to chase her forever, and yet catching her did no good. When he stood up, he saw Clara. She had been on her way back from the garden with a basket of vegetables. It was hot, and she had rolled the sleeves up on her dress. Her arms were thin and yet strong, as if they were all bone. "Did she leave?" Clara asked. July nodded. He didn't want to talk. "Come help me shuck this corn," Clara said. "The roasting ears are about gone. I get so hungry for them during the winter I could eat a dozen." She went on toward the house, carrying her heavy garden basket. When she didn't hear his footsteps, she looked back at him. July wiped his face and followed her to the house. 82. The next morning, when he managed to get up, July came into the kitchen to find Cholo sharpening a thin-bladed knife. The baby lay on the table, kicking his bare feet, and Clara, wearing a man's hat, was giving the two girls instructions. "Don't feed him just because he hollers," she said. "Feed him when it's time." She looked at July, who felt embarrassed. He was not sick, and yet he felt as weak as if he had had a long fever. A plate with some cold eggs on it and a bit of bacon sat on the table. His breakfast, no doubt. Being the last one up made him feel a burden. Cholo stood up. It was clear he and Clara were contemplating some work. July knew he ought to offer to help, but his legs would barely carry him to the table. He couldn't understand it. He had long since been over his jaundice, and yet he had no strength. "We've got to geld some horses," Clara said. "We've put it off too long, hoping Bob would get back on his feet." "I hate it when you do that," Sally said. "You'd hate it worse if we had a bunch of studs running around here," Clara said. "One of them might crack your head just like that Mustang cracked your father's." She paused by the table a minute and tickled one of the baby's feet. "I'd like to help," July said. "You don't look that vigorous," she said. "I'm not sick," July said. "I must have slept too hard." "I expect you did something too hard," she said. "Stay and make conversation with these girls. That's harder work than gelding horses." July liked the girls, though he had not said much to them. They seemed fine girls to him, always chattering. Mostly they fought over who got to tend the baby. Clara and Cholo left, and July slowly ate his breakfast, feeling guilty. Then he remembered what had happened. Ellie was gone, into Indian country. He had to go after her as soon as he ate. The baby, still on the table, gurgled at him. July had scarcely looked at it, though it seemed a good baby. Clara wanted it. The girls fought over it, and yet Ellie had left it. Thinking about it made him more confused. After breakfast, he got his rifle, but instead of leaving, he walked down to the lots. Every now and then he heard the squeal of a young horse. Walking, he didn't feel quite so weak, and it occurred to him that he ought to try and be some help. He could start after Ellie later. It was hot, and the young horses were kicking up dust in the lots. To his surprise, he saw that Clara was doing the cutting while the old man held the ropes. It was hard work. The horses were strong, and they badly needed another man. July quickly climbed into the lots and helped the old man anchor the hind legs of a quivering young bay.